This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Victorinox and Rado.
Good morning, cricket lovers, and a very happy Sunday to you. And if it's a frenzy of action, entertainment and drama that you're after, then stay tuned. I'm Rico Full, you're watching European cricket. We're on tour here in Portugal, Porto. A quality port takes some time. From the moment those grapes are grown in the Douro Valley here in Porto and then stored in the cellars to the time it takes to be bottled and poured into the glass. It's all about quality, excellence, and class. The question is here at the Porto Cricket Club with this international T20 friendly series evenly poised between Portugal and Spain. Which team is going to show all of those characteristics here today and go on and win? I'm interested to see how this goes. Earlier, the captains were with the tournament referee for the coin toss. Let's see what happened and then join me in the commentary box to tell you a little bit more about the two teams.
Bom dia. Well, you would be expecting to see the tournament referee and the two captains for the coin toss, but as you just saw there, we had a lot of rain overnight and it carried on into the early hours of this morning. It has stopped now. That is the good news. The bad news for now is that there won't be any cricket starting yet. There has been no coin toss. The umpires will be out here in probably about half an hour's time to give another inspection. There'll probably be a bit of a clean-up job that will be taking place, and we hope to get some match started for this first T20 international friendly that you're expecting to see between Spain and Portugal. My feeling is that we will get some cricket in this first match, but it's likely to be a shorter format. So we'll have to wait and see on that. But of course, here on European cricket, it's all about bringing you some really good action. And we have got one match lined up for you with a highlights package. It's the same two teams taking part. It will be Portugal taking on Spain. But we're going to take you back to 2022 to the European Cricket Championship when the two teams met in Group A, match number 4. And you'll hear the sounds of Vinny Sandhu as well. So we're going to leave you with this classic match. Keep an eye on the screen. That'll give you some updates about this current time, and I'll also keep you updated. But for now, let's enjoy the classic match back at the Cardamom Oval.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo. Yeah, the lights will be on, and I can't wait. And I'll tell you what, that ground down there, as you see it now, will look absolutely spectacular. And the lights, I can assure you of that. I'm certainly looking forward to this. It's going to be a first as these two teams do battle. Spain and Portugal had plenty of battles between themselves before. One answers it, Corey. He's nice and happy at the moment. Let's hope those smiles, certainly if you're Corey and if you're a Spanish supporter, are going to be on your faces when this match comes to an end. Nice to see that Juan Carlos, the president of Cricket España, And also John Howden, the CEO, they're out there in the fan zone as well, enjoying the cricket and enjoying the atmosphere. A very good afternoon to everybody that's out there. Well, Spain, they're pipped to be 107 to 94 winners in this match. And, well, that is what the bat versus ball wall says. But let's see if that is the case out here. Portugal, well, they elected to field winning the toss, so they want to put the pressure on Spain first of all with the ball. And to Spain, well, they'll be hoping that their batters can absorb that pressure and go on and put plenty of runs on the board, and then they're bowling to restrict Portugal from getting them. It's going to be an interesting match. Both these teams have a very friendly yet competitive history between them, and I think either one of them would love to get bragging rights over one another in this match here. Match number 4 of Group A. This is, and you're watching Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. That's Christian Muniz, who's been elevated, or maybe he's elevated himself up the batting order. Well, that's the man who's writing all the notes down. Maybe it's to do with him. Corey Ruckers, the coach. Wants to see Mohammed Cameron, who's sat out there with him with the floppy cap on at the moment. So the batting order is going to be Mohammed Babar, who got very lucky this morning. He scored 35 of 15. But 33 of 13, pardon me. But he was dropped off his very first ball before he went on to score those runs, and that could have been crucial. So they know that if he gives a chance, you've got to take it early. Conrad Greenshields, he's first over, and he's European Cricket Championship career wasn't the best either. Went for 21. Battle between Greenshields and Babar to start with. Christian Muniz, the captain of Spain, the non-strikers then. Umpires are out there. Sulaiman Saheed, the Italian stallion, and umpire Nilkesh Patel is at square leg. As we get ready to go, waiting for our partner, Frederica Constant, to give the go-ahead. Here we go. First ball, match 4. Short, and that's been dispatched. That's easy. You just don't bowl it there. And Mohammed Babar says, thank you very much. That'll do nicely. And, well, the first ball is smashed for 6 runs. Máximo. 6 carreras. Muy bien. Así me gusta. Vamos, vamos, equipo España. Vamos. Needs to get it up there. On the Greenshield, just doing a little bit of stretching. That really was a loosener, wasn't it? A very warm welcome to everyone, wherever you are tuning in from around the world. I know that many people enjoying this, the Euros of cricket, coming to you from this beautiful province of Andalusia, the host region, Malaga. This is the Costa del Sol as well. And we're in Cardama. This is the splendid Cardama Oval, and what a picturesque ground it is. So first ball smashed for 6. Barber off and running. Greenshields, what's the reply going to be? Well, this is a beautiful shot. Oh, this has been picked up beautifully. Watch out, there's a kookaburra about. Well, that one has gone into the bar and is ordering a Cerveza Victoria. What a hit that is. That is sweet. Well, 6 and 6, first 2 balls. Mohammed Babar showing his class, showing his ability. And this one, well, he makes it look effortless, doesn't he? I mean, there's hardly anything in that. There's not even a bat swing. And Corey says, that's not bad, is it? That's not bad. He'd love to say I taught him that, but we know he didn't. Mohammed Babar, he's been around for a long time. And now, the last 2 years, he's starting to shine. This one is, just over the fielder, and will he get there? No, you won't. He needs the fence to stop him from going over it. 4 runs, 2 sixes and a 4. Didn't quite get hold of this one, but thought he was in the actual moment, not able to get the flick back, and then, well, has to get the brakes on. 16 off the first 3 deliveries. Into the pads, half an appeal. They go through and take the leg by. And puts Christian Muniz on strike, who's elected to bring himself up the order here. A lot of batting in the side. I mean, remember, Daniel Doyle Gaye came in pretty low down when he scored a sensational 39 of 13. Played a match performance against Austria to give Spain that victory, match 1. We've also got the likes of Adam Algar, that's in the team here as well. Didn't play the first match, very talented young cricketer. Made his way up into the national team through the youth system. Prince Diman as well there. And Gorang Manavashi, call him the little maestro, the spin. He's in the side as well this time round. Wide ball down the leg side. We've also got the likes of Mohammad Ishan, who didn't quite perform with the bat first time round, as didn't Hamza Salim Dar. So plenty of batting to come, and that's even without talking about some of the other key players like Mohammad Kamran. So I called a wide as well. Conrad Greenshield's not too happy about that call. Got a big smile on the face saying, "Are you sure? Come on." No. Too bad, it's just having a chat. Have a look at this again. I mean, yeah, it's a fair call. Anything that's there or thereabout, it's going to get called. Dead ball called. It's just quite not ready. 18 off the over so far, so it's going very much the way first over from Conrad Greenshields went in their victory against the Czech Republic. This is being picked up pretty well, and how far does this go? Well, this goes all the way as well. Balle, 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 ginna, sona, shaka, well, there's a smile. Well, he is smiling this time. Well, smiling and the rest. I don't know what that celebration is about. Corey, watch out, watch out. There's a camera on you, buddy. 6 more. So, it is magical. Big shot, no, misses out on this one. I get the feed in. But Mohamed Barber saying, no, we won't take the single. I'll go and strike 25 off the first. And just like that, the 2 opening overs that Conrad Greenshield has bowled, it's gone for 46. He bowls better in the second. I wonder if the captain, will back himself to bowl the 3rd over again, as he did in that victory against the Czech Republic. So both these 2 teams have registered victories in their earlier matches. Mentioned Spain beating Austria. Portugal, well, they beat Czech Republic 126 to 123. Became quite a tight game in the end. And Sabawun Divasi made 71 of 42. Not out for the Czech Republic, but even still ended up on the losing side. It's agonising. But Conrad Greenshield, the man that just bowled out, the captain, well, he made an outstanding stop on the boundary, which probably was the save that won his team the match. 25 for the first. And, normally one man that always does perform for Portugal is this man with the ball now, Junaid Khan. He was exceptional in that game against the Czech Republic. In he comes. Good start. Right on the money. Let's have a look at this field for you. So the 2 men that are outside 30-yard circle. Man at mid-wicket. And long on. Everybody else tight on the circle. Nobody particularly close. In the air and chance and taken easily. And just like that, Junaid Khan has another. And it's a big wicket as well. Mohamed Barber, that's quite a soft dismissal for Babar. And, as he makes a slow march off, but straightforward catch taken from Miguel Stoneman. He'll be happy about that. And, his last bit of action was a misfield on the boundary. You can see Babar, once again, I think this is the second time we've seen him out this way. He tries to go over that inner ring of players, but doesn't quite get the timing of the shot. You can see he's very disappointed with himself. So made a good start after hitting those back-to-back sixes. But has to go. Junaid Khan gets his man. And Babar makes an early departure of 16, but didn't use up too many deliveries. 16. Just the 6 deliveries that he faced, and 1 4 and 2 6s in that. Brings a new batter out there, and it's we're going for Hamza Salim. I think this is very much a technical change. I think if there's an early wicket like Babar in the power play, I think they will go for Hamza Salim. Somebody who can also go pretty big and pretty wild inside the power play, left-hander as well. So it needs to just change that field around. They're bold. And, one of the things that if teams have done their homework, following on from seeing Hamza play last year here when Spain finished 4th in Championship Week, is that Hamza, though he did make some valuable contributions with the bat, he is very much leg side orientated. So if you can bowl full and outside the off stump to him, he finds it very difficult to get going. And that's exactly what Junaid is doing here, not giving him the room. This time gets beaten by the extra bounce as well from Junaid. Good start from him, Junaid Khan. So after a very expensive first over, which have bought 25 runs, this over, at the moment, no runs. The 1 wicket, 2 balls to go. Hits this well and doesn't quite carry to the fielders. That's the first run off this over. There's nothing comprehensive about that strike. He takes a single. Christian Munoz, he's not wanting to hang about, I'm sure. Wanted to keep the scoreboard ticking pretty quickly. Just the 1 run off this over so far. He hits this pretty well, but it's up in the air as an opportunity. It goes a long way up. And, oh, he spills it. It goes down. Can you believe that? Well, Rayo Imran, well, totally messes this up. It goes a long way up, and it looked like he got it. Looks like he got a second chance of it as well, maybe even 3 chances. It goes down. And Christian Munoz, not for the first time, gets a life. Look, 1, 2, 3. Down it goes. And once again, they look easy, but when the world is watching and the pressure is on, it goes down. Junaid Khan very disappointed. Not picked up another wicket there. Yes, it's 27 for 1. And well, this time round, Vinny Sandhu comes in. It's not a wicket that goes. It's a drop catch. Should have been.
Yeah, it is. Oh, it was a chance, wasn't it? 3 matches, 3 winners. Well, that's what we're saying so far. And let's get into the 3rd over now. Greenshields is back. A little bit short. And worked away for a single. Yeah, so that means there's 2 teams already in the hot seat. Of course, the format of this week in Group A is that there'll be 20 group matches, and then the top team is automatically eliminated. And we go to a Finals 4 format on Friday. But the teams in 1st and 2nd get a big advantage because they get the double chance in the format. So it's all to play for. Obviously, you want to make sure in the top 4, so you even make it to Finals day. Yep. But the top 2, that is going to be so important, especially with such competitive cricket we've seen so far. These guys, big rivals as well, aren't they? Straight back at Conrad Greenshields. Goes through 2 fielders, but the 3rd one has it covered. That's Faf Stoneman, one of the better fielders you'll see in this tournament. Make sure that it is only a single.
What's your thinking on this change in strategy, slightly having Christian Munoz coming up the order? To me, he's not a genuine out-and-out power play batter.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. People say that, but I have seen him turn it on as well.
Yeah.
You know, in the first game they played last year, he was very, very good. Goes after this, and Exhibit A, Rico Full, eat your words, because that's out of the ground. Maximo smashed by Christian Munoz Mills.
Yeah, that was there, wasn't it? That was his shot. It was right there, right on the money, and bang, out it goes. Well, that one came sweet out the middle. Well, this is sweet as a bowl of rasmalai. Nice shot, 6. Yeah, I see what you mean. But
just going to get on the apps and order you humble pie.
He's not the kind of guy. I see this delivery.
I'll tell you what I think the strategy is.
If this goes to the boundary, then I'll eat that.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's a good
that's
ball,
what I'm talking about. He's the sort of guy that will hit the boundary. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that he's not an aggressive batter, but he's not. I don't think he's a Mohammad Ishan. I don't think he's a Baba or a Hamza or a Prince Damian. I think he'll play some good shots, but he won't score as quick as some of the others.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I get your point. And I've got to admit, a lot of people say that. And they may have a point, but I think when he tries to, when he has that intent, and then he hits them as hard as anyone. It's just, I suppose, how often. It's his selection. It's Corey calls it the intentometer. He actually has a chart of like that, would probably be intent because he's trying to hit it. But if you check your shot or anything like that, you get a red cross. And he's looking for green lights on those. He's looking 80 to 90% of the balls you face. You shouldn't be taking the soft option. You should be going for the boundaries. Greenshields gone for 33. Last ball of his spell. Pretty good one. Won't go back into the stumps. It will be a dot, and it's the end of the power play. Funny, we had another one of these 30-something power plays, haven't we? It's 36 for 1 after 3. But I think what Spain will do is they'll keep Mohamed Barbar at the top of the order, and they'll mix and match his partners. I think that gives a mix of stability and flexibility. So they may just go with who's kind of hitting them well at any given moment in time. Once again, you see Conrad going magical first over, but then bringing it back somewhat, only 9 off his second over. In between, Junaid Khan, he's bowled really well today. He's only gone for 2. They won't bowl him out here because they like to save him for the end, and I can understand that as well. So we're going to see some spin here in over number 4. So I think we're going to see a bit of mix and match with the Spanish batting order, and their coach will tell you that it shouldn't matter where you're batting. You've got to have that intent, and whether you're 1 or 10, all these guys could bat anywhere. But I do think Barber at the top just gives them that kind of foundation to their plans. Here's a guy I think came back really well today. Rabin Tariq bowling over number 4. First one's a little bit short though, and it's going to be out of the ground. Maximal. You got no time to settle, and Chris Mills go bang, and he swings Spain up into the 40s. Corey not quite smiling. There we go. 3 gritted teeth. I told him he needs to smile more over there.
That was a green marker, so that's a good one, right?
Yeah, there we go. So that's what we're talking about. He's going red or green, depending if you're showing intent. There we go.
That's the green one. There you go. Yeah. That's green. Green is good. Green is good, he said. So a bit like the old X Factor.
But I've seen Corey do these kind of things when he's commentating. And after about 3.5 overs, he loses concentration, which is about now. When he says he'll do plus minuses and stuff as well. And in the end, just looking at a pretty blank piece of paper.
Just starting too short there, Tariq, and the bad ball gets put away. You can't be bowling that. Christian Munoz moves into the 20s now.
Got to draw him forward. It's a quicker one, and this one's dispatched as well. It's going to be out of the ground. Maximal, back to back. Well, this is what spin bowlers often do if they get whacked. They'll go quicker, but I think sometimes the batters are expecting it, and Chris Mills had no problem, and he just lofts that one. 2 balls, 2 sixes, and Tariq is in the hole early on.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's got to come back here. I mean, you'd think he'd got to go for a slightly quicker delivery here. That was a good shot.
Slower, I like that. Though this is into the gap, this will take some stopping. Well done by Greenshields. Been excellent in the field today. That time it's just 1. I'm going to say hello to a few people in our viewer chat. And I know that Luke's in there, who's watching from Belgium. I see you, Luke. Also, I want to say hello to Oktay Kalami. He's watching from Sweden. Well, I haven't seen the squad yet for Sweden, but he did play last year. He's a guy that can bowl right arm spin and left arm spin. Very talented cricketer. Anyway, right now, Hamza Salim. He try and smash this. He does. And it's handled. So Greenshields, we already saw how good of a fielder he is when earlier on in the day Austria needed 12 off 2. There's a ball that was going for 6 off the bat of Tavitsi. And, against Czech Republic, I should say. And then he pulled it back from the beyond. Fantastic bit of fielding. And then, of course, even though they hit a 6 off the last ball, it wasn't enough. 50's up now for Spain and climbing. Too short again, and it's going to go the journey. So Tariq just cannot get his length here. And Christian Mills, 34 off 11, and even Mohammed Kamran's grabbing the green pen now. They might have to refill it with ink the way things
I'm liking this. I'm liking this because Spain is going green, and it's good to be green. And the captain Christian Munoz, he's just putting away the bad balls. It's too short, and they're just bagging to be hit, aren't they?
That's for the over. It's gone magical. It's a big swing and a miss, but it's also missed by Janjap behind the stumps. So think of a second bite. It's a tight one. They'll get home. Stumps are a mess. It will be. I thought it was biased, but didn't see a signal. Anyway, regardless, it's the end of the 4th over. It'll be 58 for 1. Let me see. I think there's no problems here. Path causing a bit of a repair job to be done. Okay. And once again, want to welcome you into the Dream Box, as we're calling it here at the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full, And we are here on behalf of ECN. We do have a third member of our commentary team, but he is busy. It actually is Corey Ruckers.
He's colouring.
Who is coaching Spain this week. It's keeping him busy. He's doing colouring in to keep himself busy. But I got to say, that's really clear messaging because everyone in the tent is looking at that. He's not grading people on outcomes. He's grading people on the process, their mind and their aggression of the process. So it's a bit more, I suppose, micromanaging the process. But everyone's watching him with those green dots. So that carries forward when those batters are going out there into the middle. They're thinking, well, they want lots of green next to their name.
They want to see a green pen in his hand.
Yeah, so it's a different way to go about it. He calls it the intent-o-meter. He's measuring intent.
Intent, okay.
There you go. Intent to slay.
Back to the action here.
Well, this is smashed. And you can forget this one. Hamza, when he gets going, he can hit a real long ball. And that's gone into a jungle far, far away. Maximo. And now, well, I'm not a lip-reading expert, but I'm glad the sound's down. It's going to be a big green tick next to that one, Rico.
That was humongous. Wow, this is mammoth, isn't it? This is a mammoth shot. Look at that. That's a Bizway supersonic hit. And, well, watch out for the snakes out there. That's all I can say. Wow, yeah, it was big.
Well, we don't have subtitles, luckily. But, yeah. It's actually one of the more astute bits of commentary I've heard. Corey,
That's a huge hit, isn't it?
All right, he wants more. Hussein's going to get hit to the fielder. Does well to cut this off, and now they may get one. They will. There's no one in the circle there to back it up. Well, this could have been a run out as well. But this is the kind of action we expect to see on ECN.
Well, they're falling all over the place here. Well, we saw at one point when that play finished, there was 4 bodies, Portuguese bodies on the field. And first of all, it's a really good stop. I mean, it was a lovely cut shot from Hamza. Nice stop first off. The throw comes in, and, well, they were hustling. And then they took the overthrow, so once again they had to hustle to get there as well. Running hard, applying the pressure on. Again, we got that score in the 60s before the halfway point. And Spain will be looking to continue at this pace. Certainly have got the batting line up there to do it.
Yeah, they do. And they've got plenty of batters still to come and not that much time left. Akral Hussein goes a bit short and he's going to get pumped for 6 again. Maximo! This is getting out of hand now. And, well, you might as well put away the red pen, Corey, because these guys are going at everything. And we saw Akral Hussein had a real struggle in his first over, his only over in the first game. And he's also having a hard time here with Christian Munoz Mills, who lofts him out of the ground again.
Yeah, qué guay, qué genial, qué grande este hombre, el capitán de España. Christian Mills, well, if you're going to bowl short to him, you're not learning a lesson, are you? He's shown you already that he can pull and hook the ball pretty well. You've got to get him driving. You've got to get him playing out on the offside. Remember how he was out in the last match? It's that ball just outside the off where he's getting him to drive. Can't bowl short. Look at his stance. He's waiting for it. Hussein better when he's asking the question. And the umpire saying, well, I don't know what you think that hit, but that went right the way through. Misses everything, including the stumps. Just that slightly fuller, you see, makes all the difference. Doesn't miss by much.
Intent's still there, though, you see. It'll get
so he's
scored
still got a green tick?
So yeah, it's not the outcome.
In that case, you know, when I was playing cricket, I would never, ever, ever have got a red mark.
Well, the thing is with me, you wouldn't have had to use much ink because it wouldn't last that long most of the time. Hussein trying to fight back, and he gets pumped as well. This is out of the ground as well. Maximo Munoz Mills to 48 off just 15 balls. And it's kind of a who wants to be an opener situation with Spain, and he's certainly pressing his case at the moment. Again, the length is there, it's in the slot. He picks it up nicely.
Yeah, good hit again, isn't it? This one right into the flags there.
I want to say a quick hello to Bruno Cavalieri, who's watching from Portugal. Saying Portugal got to get it together. Hello, Diesel. On behalf of me and Rico, it's
Hi,
great
Diesel.
to see you.
Bruno.
Right.
I'm saying, can he get that ball fuller? No, he can't. Again, it's short, and you can see the groan from the captain of España there, Christian Munoz, because he knows that was another one that should have been dispatched. Well, he's raced on to 42 or 15 deliveries, but they fed him, Vinny. They have fed him.
Yeah. Well, also, he's hit a lot of those marginal ones out of the ground. That one he misses, but it is the end of the 5th over. The score is 77 for 1, and it's a very good start for Spain.
Yeah, it's an excellent start. I mean, the foundation has been laid here for a big score. And, with Hamza, remember, his rocket shot that went many a mile.
So quick
He's in the mood.
Quick hello to Louis Bruce,
Hello,
who's
Louis.
in the chat. Another guy we've seen come of age on the international stage this year on ECN. Anyway, back to the spin. And it's going to be Mubin Tariq, who should get a wicket here. He's got to find it. He does. So Jaunjat is the man that takes the catch. And you can see Portugal just a little bit flat. I think sometimes this can happen. They've been pummeled in the last couple of overs. They do get the wicket of Hamza, who hit a massive 6. But now he's going to have to go. And Jaunjat's puffing a little bit after this. These aren't as easy as they look, because when you're wearing their helmet, you have to quickly find it. You don't really have a reference point when you're so close to the bat. But he does well to hold it. So Hamza, he will get a green light for intent, but he will get a red light because he has to walk. And it's the end of his innings. The score now 77 for 2.
And the new batter that comes in looks like it's Daniel Dolkaya who's coming in, and what a start he made in this series early on today against Austria. He came in when Spain, well, they lost a handful of wickets for not too many runs. A lot of batters weren't clicking. There was a lot of ones there in the middle order. He came in and a quick fire 39 off 13 enabled Spain to victory. And he'll be looking to continue in that player of the match form he was in match 1, the start of this Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. So you got, one batter who's, seeing the ball side of the football, and another batter that's in very good form coming out there. And they've got plenty of time to really, at this point, you've got to be saying they're looking at 140, 150 here. At
a minimum. I mean, they're on 149 pace at the moment. Tossed up and smashed out of the ground. Maximo DDC. Well, remember those 3 letters. I think we'll be seeing a lot of them this week. And that's a green. And right now they're having a lot of fun in the Spain camp.
Well, they're having some fun. I mean, it's good while it's all going your way. But remember, this game can change in an instant. And I think all of those guys up there and Corey will know that more than anybody else. And I think here, Mohammed Cameron decided, look, they're reading your lips now, buddy. I think they're listening to us there somehow, you know.
So Mubin went for 22 in his first over, but he has been brought back straight away. And I've noticed that Conrad's done this, even with himself.
Yeah.
He said, okay, you've had an over, it's gone wrong. It doesn't mean I'm gonna deviate from my plans too much.
But that's the line. That ball there, that's the line.
We've seen some good comebacks. But yeah, I suppose it is also risky, isn't it? Because you got the same batter here, Munoz Mills. That was pretty brutal on Mubin last over. He's facing up now on 48.
Yeah. I was just about to say, Vinny, when you see the stance of Christian Munoz, have a look at his stance. If you bowl this ball just inside this white tram line, he ain't going to get there. And that's exactly where this. That's where you've got to be bowling.
That's perfect.
Not in his swing zone. That's much better.
That foot goes nowhere. I think that Chris often hears people saying, oh, he's more of a correct player. He's not a big hitter. And I honestly think he's out there to say, look, I'm being judged on intent. I'm going to show intent.
Yeah,
and he's getting away with plenty of these, and he's hitting him a long way. Goes back and cuts this one, but he should only get 1. Just a single. I want to say hello to Neil Brook as well. You can always get involved in our viewer chat. We enjoy the interaction. It's one of the unique and special things about watching cricket on ECN. Of course, it's so great that we've been picked up by so many broadcasters around the world. I know we're on Premier Sports in the UK, Fox Sports in Australia, amongst others. And there's a slight fumble, but the ball was hit so hard to the outfielder. There was never a chance of a second.
Yeah, that was travelling, Vinny. That was going pretty quick. He's done well, the fielder there.
End of the over as well. So Dorkaya will retain the strike. He moves to 8, and the score is 86 for 2. Well, we were talking about Belgian ball last week, which was just basically this approach to the innings, that you're asking a long batting lineup that are all capable of clearing the boundaries to just really go after pretty much every ball. The only ones they won't is one, maybe it's a Yorker they have to jam out or jam their bat down on that they literally can't think of a way to get a boundary from. But they are literally thinking 6 as their first thought. It's a really exciting thing to watch. You can only do it if you have a long batting lineup. That's the thing. And Spain definitely do.
Yeah.
Getting ready now for the start of the 7th over. This looks like Faf Stoneman who's going to bowl. And he had a few struggles just locating at the death in his first go. This time, full toss, middle stump. What 2 here? Don't think it's on. Probably would have gotten away with it, but hindsight's 20/20. But I think I'm going to see a really exciting 4 overs here because Spain are literally going to be going after everything.
Yeah, it's I like the running and the intent there from these 2 as well. Running very quickly that first one, putting the pressure on the fielders. And the fielders, they know they get it wrong, they make a fumble, then they're giving another run away.
Say hello to Jack Perman, who's in the chat as well. Perminator. Missing you, of course. Here's Faf. Just cramps the batter for room. Munoz Mills. He probably gets his first red in a while for that one. So, good leg buys. So, Christian Munoz Mills will remain on 49.
Stoneman, a better start from him in this match than in the first. Seems to get his line pretty right. Seems to be a bit more nippy as well, getting that Porter skid through. Shot.
Misses Yorker, and this is 6. Straight over the giant ice cube. That's the margins we're talking about. It goes for the Yorker. I think it's half a metre short of where it needs to be, and Dorkaya is so good in that arc. What a shot, Maximo time.
That's a cracking shot, isn't it? I mean, look at that. That's what you call pure class, and the execution on that was top draw. These two really looking to pile on the pressure now onto the Portuguese attack.
That's so disheartening as a bowler as well. You just missed your spot. You've been punished to the maximum. It's better. Going to miss full. It turns into a quite a low full toss, which is hard to get away. So Dorkaya, again, he's been great today, hasn't he? We saw him batting 7 earlier.
Yeah.
Again, he was a bit of an insurance policy around the other batters. And I think that the batters all are buying into this system as well. They know they're going to go up. They're going to go down the order. It's just when they get their opportunities, they got to bat the way that they're meant to bat, which is aggressively. It's close-ish, you know, maybe just sneaking.
Oh, if this hit, he's in trouble. Oh, well. I think maybe the dive would have got him there. I think this time there's a bit of communication here. I think Daniel Dorkaya is definitely right to go for it, but Christian Munoz is probably thinking, hey, mate, I'm on the back foot, and this is clonked me on my pad, and it's throbbing, so I'm not going anywhere. Look, you see here, he makes the initial movement with Sells. Daniel's all down the Swanee, and there's a bit of a bat plug there as well.
Yeah, that's the first bat plug, but doesn't cost Daniel Dorkaya. It's pretty happy to survive that. Munoz Mills got the yips on 49. Soma's got the yips bowling, but got to say, it's a much better over, even with that 6 in there, than the first over he bowled earlier today, where he struggled a lot with wide. He's bowling a bit straighter, but still trying to bowl that block hole length. Anyway, last ball of the 7th. Yeah, well bowled, but it's dug out, and that will be a half century for Christian Munoz Mills at the top of the order. So I was saying that they're trying different options out there, but Christian Munoz Mills will be very, very happy to get his half century. Comes up off 21 balls. So it's gone at a lightning pace. It's been a really entertaining innings to watch. He's a powerful guy. 7 sixes in that half century, not a single 4. So,
yeah, well batted indeed. The third player in day 1 of this Dream 11 European Cricket Championship that has got a half century.
Yeah, so the European Cricket Network will not have a rest. We'll be 7 days a week while we're here in Qatar. We have 5 days in this T20, this T10 international tournament, the ECC. But then on Saturday and Sunday, we'll have the fan code European Cricket T10. 9 domestic teams from around Spain will compete over 4 weekends. And that will be on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, if you want to follow along on there as well. And then the fan code European Cricket Series resumes on the 17th of October with 8 more weeks of action. We'll be in Croatia, Malta and Spain. It's a hard life, isn't it, really, here on ECN. Here we go with Mackerel bowling over number 8. And Chris thinks this might go for a wide, but it just comes back a little bit as it just sneaks inside that tram line.
It's better though, isn't it, from Hussain? He was bowling at Chris and too short before, and Christian Munoz, you said he's been hitting 60s for fun, and some of them came with Hussain. This time Hussain's got this in the right area. He's gone for outside the off. He's asking Christian Munoz to play shots outside the offside, which is difficult for him to do with the stance he has. Oh, this is going to be a wide delivery. Yeah, I think this is, he sees Christian Munoz move early, takes that step outside the off, so he tries to correct himself. The line that he was going to bowl, just gets it slightly wrong. Wide ball. Yeah, talking about half centuries, we saw Sabunda Visi, 71 of 42, ended up on the losing side there for the Czech Republic. And also 59 of 16 balls from Seamus Lynch for Ireland.
Yeah, Seamus batted really well, didn't he? Cracked them. Bowling. Cracked down the ground. There'll still be 4. Wow. I mean, I actually thought that was a pretty good ball, but it was. This is probably 4 inches away from perfect Yorker, but he's so strong down the ground. And this is where Spain will often have a fielder down the ground, but yeah, generates the pace from somewhere. And Chris Munoz Mills gets 4. Cuatro, carreras más.
I've watched Christian play cricket for a long time, Vinny, and that's his shot. He plays that better than anyone that I know. Such
the question would be then, why don't you put somebody there? He's often the man that fields in that straight hit position for Spain.
Cracking shot.
after this. Is there a little edge on this? And there is. So just a little feather. He was playing away from his body. So Fakra was saying, will get the big wicket of the Spanish skipper, who has to walk off, but not before. He's hit 54 runs off just 24 balls. The 100 came up during this over, but also a third wicket down. It's 101 for 3.
Yeah, gets a wicket in the end. And again, it's that line I'm talking about. You've got to look at where a batter is playing, where his strengths are, and where he's not strong. That's where you got to get the ball. And the same does that. Gets it outside his off stump. Christian Munif trying to get a little something on it, but unfortunately for him, a little edge on that. It's nicely taken by Parth Junjan, and that's the wicket that they wanted, because he was going big guns. But the thing is, you still got Daniel Doyle at the other end, who's we've seen already the big hitter off the ball.
Juan Carlos Rodriguez there, head of Cricket España. Little fist bump for his national skipper. They're all smiles in there. I wonder if Martins is down there with the mobile camera. We could zoom in on Corey's sheet. Maybe as much as he'll let us. I think you'll see plenty of green in there. New batter comes to the crease, and this is Prince Demand. I think he had an important role to play in the last game. He played second fiddle on that occasion to Dor Kayat, but still played an important role. He's facing up to Hussain. He goes after it straight away. We'll get one away from his body.
One of the things that I was talking to you about earlier, I mean, we talk about a lot of the teams all over Europe, how we've seen players playing for their club sides, making their way up into the national team. And when you look at the Spanish side, I mean, the players that we're seeing out there at the moment, Prince Diman is one of them, Hamza Salim is another, Asjad Butt, Mohamed Babar. These are all players, and also Atif Mohamed, the bowler, all players we saw about 2.5 years ago playing in Barcelona. And this one's up in the air, it's gone a long way. Adios, Pelota. Well, you might as well give it a towel and let it go to the beach and have some fun and leave it there, because you're going to need another one. That's gone a long way. Big hit, 6 more.
I've got to say, I first saw Daniel Dor Kayat live at Desert Springs in the T20 International Series that I covered against Norway and Guernsey. And the thing is, when he went after him, he can clear any boundary. That's the thing. But those boundaries are about 80 metres plus. And so he wouldn't go for it that often. But I tell you what, with these boundaries, you can see he is so dangerous. That is such a correct cricket shot. And it's like a rifle shot off his bat. Goes after this, though. It's a thick edge. It's a tough catch, but Junaid's there, and he will drop it.
Dear.
Well, Portugal, they've had some issues, haven't they, in the field? And Junaid does all the hard work there. Again, it pops up. He couldn't even grab it at the second occasion. And, yeah, with 2 overs still to play, Dor Kayat gets dropped on 22. That could be a big moment in the game, because he's still got 2 overs to play with, and now he retains the strike as well. 109 for 3 after 8.
Yeah, look, you got to take your chances at this level. I don't know. I say it all the time. Just, think back. Christian Munif was dropped on 6 by Ria Umran, which was a straightforward catch. He goes on and scores 54. And now he's seen Daniel Doyle being dropped there in his 20s. He can go on and really hurt them here.
Yeah, and he's in the right position now, because he's back on strike. And Faf Stoneman is going to bowl the next over. It's not a good ball first up, but he gets away with it. Goes down and sweeps the full toss. It's only 1. But yeah, I mean, there's no easy batters to bowl to here either. Spain still 7 wickets in hand, 2 overs to go. Like I say, literally they will be going after every single ball at this stage.
It's his way back. Yeah, and the point that I was trying to make there is, isn't it so good to see that all of those players that we saw playing domestic cricket have now made it into national teams? And that's all because of the coverage through. Well, this one's taking a bit of the pad. It's not going to get stopped. And I think you'll see the umpire signal leg bias here. So 4 more, but this time off the pad. The runs just keep flowing. But that's a good scene. We've seen that everywhere we've seen. And it's the change, I think, personally, is the change that European cricket needed.
Well, you talk about a country like Spain or even Germany or some of these bigger countries as well, Sweden as well. And it's very hard for scouts to get around the country and compare players, Goes after this leg side, gets a fair bit of bat on it. This will be 4 as well, this time off the bat. So Prince Demand, who kicks a 4, then he hits a 4, and the score is climbing up to 118 now, and over and a half remaining.
Yeah, they're going great guns, aren't they? Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, Spain is a huge country. Yeah. I mean, we know ourselves because we've been to Barcelona a few times. And the number of clubs that in Barcelona are just huge.
So Barcelona has the most cricket clubs in Europe outside of London.
Yeah.
And when I'm talking about that,
it's amazing. So you know the talent is there. But at least with the European Cricket Network playing these European Cricket Series, those players have been seen.
Bit of length this time, and Prince can't catch up with it. Yeah, I think it's really great. And also, like I said earlier, you see how they perform under pressure.
Yeah.
And, okay, the format for this, and some teams didn't quite get this last year at this level. I think it's not so much taking a T20 international team and trying to get them adapt to a T10. Pick guys that are ready-made for it.
Absolutely.
I think that's the way Spain's gone this year for sure.
Absolutely.
Goes after this, over the offside, should be caught, and it is caught. So you do finally have a catch taken. It's Prince Demand. That will be gone. And it looks like Anthony Chambers out there, who just skates around to his left and takes the catch, and he keeps his cool under pressure. And so Prince had the intent, but he didn't get the result. He goes for 5. The score is 118 for 4.
Yeah, good catch there from Chambers, and well bowled by Stoban as well. So once again, what we're seeing is that that was a very good start from Spain. 77 was on the board at the 5-0 point. At Portugal, they've come back into it, haven't they? They've just got the wickets at the right time. I think getting the big wicket of Christian Munoz when he was going well. And also the other key point here is that somehow, mainly most of it by luck, I think, they're managing to keep Daniel Goal off strike.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the other thing I'd say just finally on that is I think that countries at this level of cricket benefit when there's a lot of internal competition to get into the side. If you just have your set 13 guys in the national team and everyone knows, and they're not really spurred to improve their cricket because they know they've got their spots safe, that's not a very good thing. But with Spain, what we're seeing is look at the players missing out. They're very, very good players. Well, this is smashed first up, and this is going to go into the cheap seats. Maximo Mohamed Ihsan. Well, he's another guy we've seen bat up the top of the order. And the keeper, not too much of him, but he does hit the ball a long way. 6 runs to start his innings. Yeah,
Mohamed Ihsan, I've been a big fan of this guy for a long time. Vinny, I think you know that from when we were in Barcelona together. I think he's a cracking cricketer and hits the ball when he's on form, cleaner than anyone that I know. And he's pretty hot behind the stumps as well. I'm so pleased once again. Another player getting his chance at this level.
Yeah, I look at the players that miss out in the Spain team. I go, okay, well then, I know it's so disappointing for them, but also it spurs them to get better, to try and get back into the team.
Yeah, certainly it does. And I think, the other thing is, and I'm not talking just about Spain here, I'm talking about a lot of the other teams, they have learnt and understand and appreciated the difference between T20 and T10. There's a huge difference. The same way that we used to say between the all-day game and T20, there's a difference. There is a big difference, and we're starting to see that. And I think this year, in this year's championship, we're going to see that a lot of teams have made some subtle changes which have made them better and stronger.
Yeah, well, here's Junaid, who bowled a really good second over. It's the only over that hasn't had a boundary in it. He's going to come back at the death, but he's going to have his hands full with Doyle Kayet, who goes after this, and he punches this over point for 6. Well, that is massive. That's gone into the trees. And, well, green pen that. Tell you what, I hope there's a sale on green felt tip pens at the local store because they are going to run out of ink. And this one, I can't believe how far this has gone off the bat.
This is an amazing shot. I mean, look at that. I mean, that is huge. That is massive. I don't think I've ever seen that on this ground.
On the offside as well.
That's the first time on the offside I've seen one that has gone all the way and cleared those trees. That's amazing.
Yeah, this guy's a weapon. And he's been picked up because there was a bit of a scout outside Spain, okay, because he does have the citizenship for Spain. Daniel Doyle-Kayet. And yeah, I think he really enjoyed that one as well. So Junaid bowls what he thinks is a decent delivery there, making him reach for it, but the only thing we're reaching for now is a replacement ball after that one's lost.
Quite amazing, really. That's a delivery which to many about it today would have been a dot ball, and that's just been crunched for a massive 6. What's the reply going to be from Junaid?
Okay, Yorker here. Don't miss. He doesn't. Well bowled. It's a good comeback. Really wants to get 2 here. Wants to take it on and doesn't. I think because it was a side-on kind of shot, the fielder was comfortable going to the keeper's end there. So I think that...
Keeper's done well though, isn't he?
Yeah.
It's not the best of throws, but he's dealt with it well.
Yeah, I think that Doyle-Kayet probably would have been out there. So Mohamed Ihsan gets an opportunity. Again, he'd be keen to impress. He's hit the only ball he's faced for 6 so far in this game. He's facing Junaid Khan. It goes after it straight. Good shot. And it will go all the way. Maximo! 2 balls, 2 sixes for Mohamed Ihsan. We know him as an opener, but he's doing a good job as a closer here. His score is in the 130s, and I don't think they're finished yet, Rico.
Boom, shaka. Yeah, well, that's another one. They're dealing in 6s, aren't they? And Spain, well, they had a bit of a slowdown. They still won't get to, I don't think they're going to get to the big score we were thinking at one point, the 150, 160 plus, but still, this is a big target.
Still looks pretty big to me. Highest score you've seen today. I know that the question of the day was who will score the most runs. Well, Spain looking at the goods at the moment. Now this is going to be 4 as well. Again, it's so hard when you miss your spots. This one turns into about a shin-high Yorker on leg stump, turned away. Plenty about it. Isan moves up to a sweet 16 off just 3.
Yeah, I mean, this one again, it just gets it wrongly directed, and Ishan says, well, don't worry about it. It may not be 6, it's still a boundary. 6 and 4, and I can tell you this, he's hungry for more. He wants to finish with a big one. 140 now, 141 for 4.
There's Janjat behind the stumps, has just got the one glove on. He's just got the inner on his right hand. That's obviously because he wants to be able to throw. Slower ball, and it's picked up, and it's deposited out of the ground as well. Maximo! Mohamed Isan, he's having some fun as well. And now this score, well, maybe they will get to that 150 that you were talking about, because they're up to 147. It's a perfect break in snooker. It's a pretty good-looking score as well in his form of the game. Still 1 ball remaining.
Well, he's had 4 balls, and 3 of them are going for 6 and 1 4. That ain't bad. Mohamed Ishan, well, this is the man. This is why he's so dangerous. 22 of just 4 deliveries.
Will they get that magical 150? We'll find out after this ball. Misses straight through his legs. This is going to be run out here, but won't matter too much. But Isan still a very valuable 22 off 5 from him. It's still a pretty good strike rate, isn't it? 440. Yeah. And Daniel Dorkaya as well. You know, that's unselfish because he didn't, for example, run out Isan just to try and get the strike back or potentially run out Isan. Yeah. He knows how capable Isan is of whacking them as well. He does, Spain does, and a lot of runs on the board here. 147 of them, and that's a big chase for Portugal to attempt when we return.
Well, that's a top score, isn't it, in another game? Well, that's the highest break, so they'll be pretty happy with that. Spain, 147 on the board. The smiles on their faces. Well, they started the day with smiles when the ball was being pumped to all parts of the boundary, and those smiles stayed on there. There was plenty to cheer about for the Spanish here. And it started pretty low-key, just a few claps, but those smiles were soon to appear. That was big. And, well, Mohamed Barber, he played some nice shots before he got out. So he'd be disappointed the way he went again. You can see he was quite frustrated to get out there, Sturman taking the catch. But there's so much depth and so much batting to come in this Spanish side that somebody always comes up with the goods. Well, that was a drop. That was a big one. That's real. Imran dropping Christian Munoz on 6. And then Christian thought, well, okay, if you're going to drop me, you've already given me a life. Well, I'm going to take that license and go big. And he did go big. They didn't bowl bad. They didn't bowl well to him. There was a lot of bad balls, a lot of short deliveries, and he just dispatched them. Really did. And, well, Corey and Mohammed Cameron there. Well, they're having a bit of fun there. Corey was just saying, keep giving me the green markers because this one's running out pretty quickly. And, well, this was the wicket of Hamza. So, but again, Hamza goes and another top batter comes in, Daniel Dorkaya, and he was playing some delightful shots. So, well, if you thought that one was big, there was a bigger one to come. There was a 6 that went over point. That was quite amazing. This was the end of Christian Munoz finally getting the ball in the right areas, Hussein, and getting the captain out. Juan Carlos, the president of Spanish cricket, he was the first to congratulate the captain on a fine 50. 54 of 23 deliveries. That's another one that went down. That was Junaid. He dropped Daniel on 22. But Daniel wasn't able to get on to too much strike, and only was able to add just another 9 runs to his name. But that was huge. That was absolutely massive. Probably the first time I've seen a ball hit from point all the way over the trees to the other side of this ground. And that's the last delivery there. I'm not quite sure why Mohamed Ishan tried to do something different there. I think he should have just stood his ground and played the normal shot that he's been doing. And but that time he ends up yorking himself. And as you heard Vinny say, Parth Jugnauth was ready to take the ball with one glove off already and run him out. But not before he scored 22 of 5. That's that scorecard there. A quick master blasting start from Mohamed Barber, 16 of 6. Then Christian Munoz made the most of the opportunity when he was dropped on 6 to make 54. Well batted to him. Ball Banaya, captain, new Spanish captain, roughly 50 Benali. And then, well, you saw good contributions there as well. Daniel Dorkaya continuing his good day. 31 of just 11. And then we saw some big hits there from Mohamed Ishan who now has to, well, change his pads for another set of pads as he gets behind the stumps. Let's have a look at the bowling here. Conor Greenshields, again, expensive. The first over was pretty expensive once more. Junaid Khan, well, he bowled a good first over, but his second one was expensive. And though all of those bowlers there, Khan, Tariq, Hussain and Stoneman picked up wickets, nobody really could keep the runs down. Pick of the bowlers, you probably have to say was Stoneman. His improvement from the first match that Portugal played when he had all sorts of problems with the ball to the second was quite tremendous, really. So that's the summary of this match for Spain. The host team playing the second match, winning their first match against Austria. They've got points on the board. They're looking to double that tally to 4 points here and sit pretty at the top of the table. They've got the runs on the board. 147 is going to take some doing if Portugal are able to knock these off. They've certainly got the batting there to do it, but really they need a very good power play, and they're going to have to be going at some pace all the way through. Not going to be easy, because Spain, likewise, they do with the batting. They have a star cast with the ball as well. So it's going to be an interesting match, and if it is going to be victory for Portugal, well, it's going to be a historic one. 148 required. Join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu as we return for the conclusion of match number 4. Volvemos in 10 minutos. Hello cricket lovers and welcome back as we are halfway through match number 4 between Spain, the host team, and Portugal. Spain have made, well, a very good start to the match, batting first, putting 147 on the board. So 148 required for Portugal. No change with the Portuguese openers, Rio Imran and Imran Khan are the 2 openers, and it's going to be Mohamed Kamran to bowl the first over. Cameron bowled a little short in the match against Austria today. I don't know if that was a deliberate ploy, a tactic from the Spanish bowlers, because they all bowled a bit short to the openers of Austria, and they were quite effective in that. It'll be interesting to see just what approach that they have here against Portugal. Plenty of runs on the board, of course, that they will know that to get a couple of good overs in, and that rate, which is already at 14, just under the 50 mark, 14.8, will certainly go up pretty quickly. Looks like a positive start, using the pace and timing this perfectly, and 4 runs off the very first ball. And that's what they need to do. They need to believe, don't they? Well, if they can do it to us, we can do it to them as well. Confident start, nice shot, 4 runs. So going fuller, Mohamed Kamran, working in his favour. The hitman, as he's known. Mohamed Kamran, what the reply be? He won't like that. First ball going for 4. This one's hit in the same sort of area, but this time, captain gives himself a few more meters to his left, and he's able to cut that one off before it goes to the boundary. Gives Imran Khan opportunity to face his first ball. So important that they get off to a good start here, Portugal. Oh, this one goes right through him. Didn't know too much about this. Doesn't come up as much as I think what Imran Khan is expecting this to do. Sort of skids through. Well bowled, Cammy. Well bowled, Cammy. That's what his teammates tell him. Beaten again, and this one, well, he's lucky still to have his stumps intact. This does not miss by much. It just doesn't come in, doesn't it? I mean, sometimes he gets the ball just to nip back. This one just holds its line, and hence the stumps stay intact. 2 swings and misses. Is it going to be 3rd time lucky for the hitman, Mohamed Kamran? Goes a bit shorter. He sees the batter coming at him, so changes what he was going to bowl, holds it shorter, and then a misfield, which allows the batters to take the single. Adam Algar just charging in, but taking his eye off the ball for a moment, gets past him, so gets a single. So Rio Imran back on strike. Short and quick, and just gets a bit of battle to this, and that's the end of the first over. So there was a boundary in it. It's only 6 that come off the over, and that's way below where they need to be. Very much on top, and just like that, that rate started at just under 15, goes up to the 15.5. Matches without a golden ball, 33. And one man to tell you all about the golden balls is Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu, who is back in the dream box.
I am back, and I can tell you, we've never had a golden ball in an international match. We didn't have one in the ECC last year. We got really close. The only golden ball we've had here at Carlton was in the ECL. So that's club cricket. It's Champions League club cricket between Star CC of Luxembourg and the Helsinki Titans. But we've never had an international golden ball. I think it's going to come. We've got 120 chances anyway. Here we go with the start of the next over. It's Mohamed Baba who's going to bowl it. So isn't it cool to see the Pakakare opening bowlers opening the bowling for Spain? You know, Pakakare won the Champions League, the ECL, earlier in the year, and now they're getting to do it for their country. And yeah, Baba is very handy in this format, really any format. Funny thing, he's not the quickest, is he? But he just does enough with it, and he is very, very accurate.
It's control, control and accuracy. That is what it's all about, and variations. Well bowled again, and of course, Spain know singles are not hurting them. And you can see there, Mohamed Baba, as soon as that fielded, he's just saying, hey, we don't need it to be thrown in. Just hold on to it. It's fine. At the moment, they're well in control of this match. Spain looking to make it 2 out of 2. This is, once again, we've seen this shot a number of times from Imran Khan. It's not really in the right position to play these shots. He's swinging and missing. Yeah. And I think pretty soon he's going to find his stump shattered.
Yeah, I mean, it's not great, is it? You're already chasing 15 from the get-go. It's only going to climb if you're not getting them. In Portugal, you know, they might have to just concentrate on trying to get a good score. This one really takes off. Yeah, I mean, probably be the bouncer for the over. But yeah, Baba, we say he doesn't really bowl that quick, but this one certainly took off. Hands up about ear high on Imran Khan. Yeah, so the thing is, with this tournament, sometimes the net run rate comes into it. So at the end of the week, only the top 4 survive, the top 2 get the double chance, and sometimes it is net run rate that decides it. Goes after this and gets enough of it, I think. This is flying out of the ground. Maximo! But Imran had one upstairs, gets another one that he can pull. This one's out of the ground, and well, that'll be a confidence booster for Imran Khan.
Well, he needed to get hold of one, didn't he? I mean, it was the ones that were right up there that he was struggling with. So I'm a bit surprised that Mohamed Baba has elected to go for the short ball attack. But this one he does get hold of, and it's 6 runs, and that hopefully should give him a little bit of confidence.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, what I'm saying is that net run rate, once the chase is out of sight, 20 plus and over or something, just pretend like you're batting first. Get as many runs as you can. Don't fall in a heap. Good comeback. Baba gets this length absolutely perfect.
Yeah, that's the ball, isn't it? And you can see there Mohamed Ishan is saying, yeah, that's the one. That's where you want to be. And when you can bowl these, why do you want to be banging it in short? I mean, this is an absolute jaffa.
Yeah, look at that. That's almost the batter's perspective as well. Angles in, seams away. It's the end of the over. 2 down. It is 14 without loss. If you're wondering what a golden ball is, well, this is what a golden ball is. If we do have a tie, we have the golden ball tiebreaker, and you'll only see it here on ECN, although I know a few other tournaments have started taking it on around Europe, but it's basically one more ball, and the batting team needs to get 2 runs or more. If they do, they win, otherwise the fielding team wins. We've had 35 of them now all time. We've had 11 this year. The bowlers have been incredible lately. The batters won pretty much all the earlier ones. Anyway, here's Hitman, Mohamed Kamran, in over number 3. Goes after him because he has to. Could be out, and it is out. It's a nice catch taken down there by Prince Daman. He had to fall as he caught the ball, but it's going to be Imran that has to go. Again, he's slightly beaten for pace, I think, by Mohamed Kamran. Just hung up in the air long enough for Prince to get there. Did very well to take the catch, and the first wicket falls. 14 for 1.
Yeah, good catch. It's a very, very good fielder, is Prince Daman. We've seen him take some sensational catches in Barcelona, and he's not going to drop that. And does well, backpedaling, gets himself in the position, takes it cleanly, and the hitman, Cameron, has his first wicket.
Yeah, and you can hear just a few quick instructions for Conrad Greenshields, who comes out at 3. And I would have been tempted to open with Conrad with the run chase as it is, especially because Imran Khan has just struggled a little bit in this series. But I mean, you also want to give people opportunities to prove themselves at the top of the order. I understand that. I mean, a lot of people in the chat, and Shrugs one of them, he's watched a lot of T10 cricket here on ECN, and he says that Mohamed Baba would be the first name that he would pick on his team sheet. Tell you what, this guy wouldn't be far behind though, Conrad Greenshields. He's a guy that can bowl, bat, field very well. Again, it's his international debut, having just met the qualification criteria to play for Portugal. And he's leading the side in this tournament.
Comes out into a very difficult position, really. It's that rate required per over, already above 17. And you're up against probably one of the better bowlers.
This is a great contest. Mohamed Kamran versus Conrad Greenshields. 2 ECN favourites. And there's 5 balls left in this over. Let's roll. Yeah, and I think that Kamran is under strict instructions to go after Greenshields. And you can see right now,
this one was always going to be short.
Yeah, there's 9 other batters that are pretty happy they weren't facing that, I think, on that Portugal bench. This is good, though. Conrad, he's a tough cookie. He won't take a backward step as well. That's Jabbat. He's the 12th man in this game for Spain. I like this. That's what European cricket's all about. Shot, good reply, finds the fielder. So we'll have to wait for now to see the battle resume. It'll be Imran Khan facing up. That's Adam Algar who does the fielding.
Remember Adam Algar back in when we
The first ever ECS?
Yeah.
The first ever ECS. So ECS, if you're not acquainted with this terminology, the European Cricket Series is domestic European tournaments that we also cover on ECN.
Yeah.
Most of the year is ECS. And our very first one was in March 2020, just pre-lockdown in Alicante. Now this is in the air and it's going to be caught. So Imran Khan's luck is out this time. It's going to be Hamza Salim Dar that takes the catch down at third man. It flew a long way off the bat. But Imran, he trots off. He knows he just wasn't quite able to get the worm moving in the right direction. He goes for 8 off 9. And he's the second wicket to fall, 15 for 2. And another wicket to Mohamed Kamran. Well, he's pretty quick, so I guess this is where you field your slip. It almost flies all the way to the boundary, but well done by Hamza to hold on to that one.
Yeah, it's a good field positioning as well. You can see the Spanish team, they've practiced this a lot. They know where the fielders need to be. They know where and how to set the field when you've got somebody off the pace of Mohamed Kamran bowling, and that's just perfectly done. Good bowling in the right areas, and he knows that with the pace he's bowling at, the ball is going to get sliced, where it's going to end up. They've got the player in the right place, and a very, very good catch there from Hamza Salim. So another wicket going down. And Spain, you've got to say here, not just looking impressive, but when you look at their squad as well, I mean, they've got plenty of depth, haven't they? Plenty of depth. And when you just looked at the bench there, Ashad Butt and Govinda Bajwa sitting this one out.
Got some good news. Guess what? The first lights have been turned on. So it's a matter of time until we fire them all up. Of course, the final match of the day will be completely under lights. Today it'll be Ireland 11 versus Czech Republic. Anyway, back to the action here. It's Ranasawa, the new batter. And he drives in the air, and what a catch! Unbelievable catch by Prince Demand. It's the Statue of Liberty play on steroids. He gets in the cloud to catch this one. One-handed stunner. Cameron's on a hat-trick and Portugal are a mess. It's 15 for 3.
Oh, what a ripper. That is a jalebi catch. Yes, it is. Well, Prince Demand, I told you about this man. I told you he was absolutely amazing in Barcelona when he took one of the best catches I've ever seen. And well, that one is right up there with it. This was travelling. It was high. And well, he says, forget it. I may be the prince, but there's a little bit of Superman about me as well. And what a catch this is. This is a jalebi catch. You need sticky fingers. Have some jalebi, sticky fingers, and they stick like that. That's a beaut.
Well, I mean, before this, would have said that Conrad Greenshields' stop might have been the play of the day, but that's going to push it because that's an unbelievable catch by Prince. And he just takes it on his stride. Ranasawa feels like he's the unluckiest guy in Spain. There's Faf Stoneman. Might have to make the prayer a little bit longer because he's coming out and facing Mohamed Kamran on a hat-trick. We've actually had 25 hat-trick takers this year on ECN. Will this be hat-trick number 26? So, well now, how do you set a field for this? Cameron's got one more ball left in his spell. What a catch, honestly.
Oh, that's sensational, isn't it? I mean, we talk about where we are, the Costa del Sol, and I say it all the time, sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket. You want to know what sexy cricket is? That was sexy cricket. That was sensational.
Well, share a thought with the youngster here, Faf Stoneman. He's a good player. I would say Conrad Greenshields there and Faf Stoneman probably, I suppose technically, I think they're probably their two most correct batters. And so, let's just have another look at it.
Oh.
And it's kind of behind him as well. He's a tall guy. He's had that in his favour. But I just thought there was no chance he was going to get there. And look, he's just so cool about it, Prince.
He's a prince.
He's a fresh prince. That's right. What a great opportunity for him, though. Anyway, will this be hat-trick number 26 of the season? 2 slips in place. And it's Faf Stoneman who's facing the hitman. Last ball of the over. Well, where's this gone? It's in the air. Is it off the bat? It's out. It's a hat-trick. The hitman gets a hat-trick. Mohamed Kamran on fire. And he's off. Try and stop him. Unbelievable fast bowling here. He goes bang, bang, bang. And at 3 overs, it's 15 for 4.
Oh, absolutely brilliant. And the little maestro, what a moment for him as well to get himself in the book. He takes a catch. And, wow, this is sensational. Shaba, Mohamed Kamran. He has the hat-trick here on day 1 of the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. That's what it's all about, isn't it? European cricketers making their dreams come true. And the hitman, Mohamed Kamran, gets a hat-trick. Absolutely fantastic.
Oh, what
and isn't it great that the little man takes the catch
Yeah,
as well?
well, what a ball it was. I mean, really, I don't know what Faf Stoneman was meant to do there. I mean, just gets a good one and he kind of rolls his eyes and says good luck to his brother Miguel, who's going out to face it. Well, actually, he's not, because that's the end of the over as well. So, geez, I'd love to see a third over of Mohamed Kamran. But that was a ball that was quick, and it comes back towards him. And in the end, he's just basically trying to protect himself. And Gurang Mayavanshi, I don't think that's in the middle of the hands, but he's pumped, isn't he, as well? And right now, Spain on home soil.
Catch him if you can.
I've never seen Cameron run that fast.
Nah.
But he was off 4 for 7, his figures off his 2 overs. Unbelievable stuff. And that over went wicket.1. Wicket, wicket, wicket. So 4 wickets came off the third over, just the one single there. And that's an over we'll remember for a long time.
Absolutely sensational. Well, the Spanish boys, Equipo Roja, well, they're turning on the style here. And first with the bat and now with the ball. 15 for 4, Portugal. It's just nicely played away, and that's going to be 4 runs. He just plays this one, gets it in the gap. Well, that'll do nicely. And Green Shields, he's seen it all happen at the other end. And Mohamed Baba looks like he wants a change. Make a few changes in the field, just helping this along. Yeah, I mean, this is a sensational start on a...
I'm just trying to think of what you'd think if you saw that over and it's your first time watching ECN cricket, because that's another potential play of the day, that hat-trick from Kamran.
Yeah.
Portugal 19 for 4 now. Miguel Stoneman's out there. Green Shields, this is though, and he angles a 4 away to the boundary. So again, now for me, you're not really thinking about the target of 148, but you are trying to build a decent score so your net run rate doesn't take a hit, because this is tournament play. You'll play 8 matches, and this is smart batting. No third man in place, and just deflects it away.
I think Baba wants that man there, but Christian Munoz was a little bit against it at the moment. He may change it now. Look, you talk about plays of the day. 3 come to my mind already.
Yeah.
Okay, you've got to have Conrad Green Shields, that save.
Correct.
Yeah, that save was magnificent. Prince Dimond's catch.
Yes.
Okay, and then obviously you got a hat-trick.
Well, I mean, it's the middle of the hat-trick as well, that one. So that's awkward. Yeah. But it's going to be hard. We will have a play of the day that we'll be doing every day. If you have a look at our social media at European Cricket, you can check it out. But here's Baba. Sends it back. Here. Hits, he's gone. Misses. Yeah, I don't know who's... I think it might be Charlie that's in charge of the play of the day. Charlie Hunt, who I was commentating with in Belgium last week. Good luck, Charlie.
Yeah, good luck.
He already called it. He already messaged me saying, well, that's it. After the Conrad stop, that'll be the play of the day. And I said, hold on. We still got half the day to go.
There's a lot of cricket still to come. Hey, listen, the 6 over point from Daniel Torkai wasn't a bad shot either, eh? This is a pretty good shot. Talking about 6s, but that's another one. Ball, in Nasona. Conrad Green Shield says, well, okay, you may have taken a few wickets, but I'm still here, and the party is not over.
Yeah, it's a good shot. Definitely a good shot. Yeah, Conrad. You can see how important he is to this team. No, it's his T10 debut. It's his international debut, actually, for Portugal, having just met the criteria. But he's a leader to them. Another good contest, Baba versus Green Shields. Pitched up, good comeback. And that's the thing about Baba. If he does go for a boundary, the next ball's normally a pretty good one. So he rarely goes for multiples. Here's Dan Doyle. Kaya, he has been incredible tonight with the bat. I think he's a real one to watch. So just think about some of the matchups that we won't see on opening day. We'll see tomorrow, such as Ireland taking on Spain. I think for me, they're the 2 teams that have kind of impressed the most here on opening day. See what that's to look forward to.
We've still got Ireland to see one more time today. Ireland against the Czech Republic, last match of the day.
His leg side, and get one here. Stoneman off the mark. Again, good young player. But that's a big mountain to climb, isn't it? As we hit the end of the 4th over. There's Tom Vine. Haven't seen him with the ball yet this innings. It's 31 for 4 after 4. Once again, very, very good evening, I guess, here from Spain, as the lights will be on shortly. We're about, what is it, around about an hour and a bit away from sunset, so it should be really exciting. We've got two teams out here, Spain and Portugal, a lot of rivalry. And I know this looks like a bit of a mismatch at the moment, but wasn't that long ago that Portugal beat Spain in the T20 Internationals?
Absolutely correct. I mean, Portugal played really well in that tournament, and they caused a few surprises as well. Went on and beat Belgium as well, which was a big shock. So we know that. And don't forget, remember last year, Portugal, they started badly.
Yeah.
But they then put some really good performances together.
That's true.
So I think we're going to see better from them. This is a blip. It happens. And on this occasion, they've just found Spain on a high.
Yeah, it's a good point you make. I mean, obviously, they're missing Sean Gomes, who is a bit of a loss for them. It was excellent last year. But yeah, they knocked off the Netherlands 11 in a game that, well, you would have said there's no chance. Portugal, who I think had lost 6 in a row at that point. And I think they'd already, a lot of them had booked their transport back a day early to Portugal because they needed to win both matches to make the finals, including the Netherlands that hadn't lost yet. And then they knocked them over. And it was quite incredible. In fact, then they even scored 150 in an 8-over game on Friday morning on finals. Here's Latif Mohammed, and it will be 4 here. So it's a little bit short. And this is a nice shot by Stoneman, who kind of just goes with the bounce. He doesn't really try to keep it down, and he gets a boundary. Good batting.
It's a nice shot, actually, and that will do him and his confidence a lot of good. He gets a whiff, but look, he's still got to put it away. Gets himself into a good position. And hits it pretty well. Just getting some encouragement from his captain there, Conrad Greenshields. And Conrad, he's a smart cricketer. He'll probably be saying to Miguel Stoneman, look, okay, never mind the mat situation. Let's just bat. Let's just enjoy our batting. Let's try and get as close as we can. Probably setting themselves little targets along the way here.
Yeah. You got to treat it like you're batting first, basically, I think, here. So if you're batting first, you don't know what the second team is going to make. For example, you don't know they're going to make 147. So that's the approach I think you've got to have from here. So if you can get, say, even 10s from here, you can get up to kind of between 85 and 100, something like that from here. That would probably take, still not a great one to go down by 50+ runs, but still, you don't want to go down by a ridiculous amount. Pitches up, goes for it, and this is going to fly away for 4 as well. They move the third man round a little bit. Come on, clunks off the light tower. Oh, watch out, we need those lights. It will be 4. And Portugal just trying to put something together in the second half of their innings, which is starting shortly.
Yeah, interesting to see Latif Mohammed. He's got his hand quite heavily bandaged up. It's not his bowling arm, but still, I mean, it's a white bandage. I mean, I think batters could be well within their right to ask him to move that for a different colour, Vinny.
Yeah, I suppose non-bowling hand. Probably wouldn't be too bothered, but you've got an eagle eye for these things.
Yeah, I mean, if you're watching him running in, he does keep that hand very close to the ball to the last minute.
That's true.
So just here, you see, at that point.
The slow ball. Yeah, it's a fair point, what you're saying. The infamous Dean Jones asking Curtly Ambrose to take off the white armband, followed by the fastest bowling I think anyone had seen for a while back then. But yeah, I mean, it's such a shame Cameron didn't have any more deliveries because he finishes with a hat-trick. Just getting faster and faster and faster. It's a bouncer, not a bad one. Thinks about pulling it. And just couldn't get organised in time. It'll be the end of the 5th over. The score is 40 for 4. You see, I don't think that's a wide because it literally goes over his body. So, like, yeah, if you look at where his torso is, it kind of goes straight over it. So I actually think that's okay. Anyway, let's have a look at the scorecard. 20 off 10 for Greenshields. Miguel Stoneman is still there. 6 not out of 4. The openers, I think they're going to have to do something about that. That's twice. They've tried that combination. It hasn't really worked. I know they're both very capable. I'd be tempted to open with Greenshields. I think you got to gamble, put your best foot forward. I think he's able to handle the quicker bowling. He's just kind of a bit more technically adept. I would probably use Greenshields in the batting order a bit like Spain used Babar. I'd actually put Greenshields up the top and I would just try a few other options around him and see what sticks. Here's a little maestro, Gorang Mayavanshi, who's going to bowl for the first time in ECC cricket. He's right up in the block out. Now here's a guy, he looks knee-high to a grasshopper, and you say, well, how's this guy going to get wickets? But I tell you what, he was the leading wicket taker in the Barcelona tournament at the start of last year, over 5 weeks. And yeah, he's just really brave. He won't be afraid to toss it up. This one is worked around the corner and it's going to go for 6. Maximo! Well, this Miguel Stoneman, another good young player who handles this one pretty well. He steps across his stumps, takes a little bit of a risk, but gets enough badminton to get at the journey.
Yeah, nice shot. Gets himself in a position here pretty early. Look, he backs himself to do it. He's sort of playing that right off the stumps, you know, Vinny. I mean, that was on the middle stick. And it's the umpire, Nilkesh Patel from Barcelona, giving the signal. Manos arriba, 6 carreras. A little maestro.
Yeah, here's the comeback ball. Goes wider. Get away, but do get a single to the man out there. It's Prince Demand. How about that catch, though, as well? From Prince Demand earlier. That was crazy.
Great opportunity for the likes of Goran and Vanashi to bowl here with over 21 required per over.
This one beats the bat. It's a bit of extra bounce there. Yeah, look, it's a good opportunity to kind of have a little maestro, get an over, because I think there's very little pressure on him here. There's Paulo Butchamatsa. He's a real servant of Portuguese cricket. Goes for it, goes straight, it goes pretty well. Conrad takes him downtown. Maximo! Now it's Conrad doing the conducting on this occasion and gets plenty of that one.
Yeah, that's a big hit. And, I think there may have been something said about the wicketkeeper there. Conrad is giving him a big evil stare, but that's gone a long way. That's a good hit.
Yeah, a little bit of friendly chirp, but not really unexpected when Spain take on Portugal. No doubt about that. 50's up as well for Portugal. Last ball, the over. Takes him on again, he flights it up and he gets it pretty good as well. It's out of here. Maximo! Another one on the light towers. Stop hitting him at the light towers. We need to turn them on and we'll need them all. Bang, bang to finish the over. Maivanchi goes for 19 and after 6 overs it's 59 for 4.
Yeah, it's taking on the spin. Well, there you go. Bang, right into the old base of these lights, which, well, maybe just trying to knock them into action. Yeah, some of the lights are starting to come on, aren't they? It won't be long here now. That's going to be amazing. Can't wait. And, what a sight that's going to be. It's going to be a first again. The European Cricket Network with these new, thrilling, historic initiatives coming into play. Today is going to be a big day. Already it's a massive day, the start of this, the second ever Dream 11 European Cricket Championships. But this one, day-night matches.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Here's Tom Vine. He's going to bowl over number 7. Starts with an off-cutting slower ball up in the block hole. We'll just get one here. Yeah, I suppose the thing with Maivanchi, the big question is, okay, is he too slow through the air to trouble batters that are next level up? You know, that's the thing. That's the question, I suppose. But we've also seen him get hit, but come back from and take wickets. So I'd like to see him get a second over, to be honest, just to see how he goes. This is hit square of the wicket, and it's placed pretty well. Conrad's hit him well today. He's up to 36. He's been the shining light in this batting lineup, and that's beautifully weighted on. You know you're going to get a steady diet of slower balls. He was expecting it and hit it very well.
Yeah, I mean, one thing is, I mean, they're missing somebody like Homesh from their side. And I mean, he was just was huge for them. And when Portugal did come back after that disastrous start last year, he was incredible. I think he played three back-to-back 50s, didn't he, Gomes? Yeah. And that's what they're missing. It's maybe someone like Conrad, if you can get some support, somebody else can make the difference.
Yeah, just have a look at him now. I mean, he's 37 off 15. Yeah. So, I mean, he is pretty much going at the rate required.
Shazad, right?
Is that?
Portugal.
Yeah, they're missing a few
key players as well.
Yeah, a few key players. I mean, Czech Republic have got the same kind of issue with Aaron Ashokan and Nitesh Wickramasinghe unavailable. It's fine. Goes up, goes high, goes out of the ground. Miguel, well, the boy's got muscles. He takes this one, and he takes it over long on for 6. Good batting. He moves up to 20.
Well, what a hit this is. Boom. Shakalaka. Well, this is not the Miguel Stoneman that I know. What they've been doing to him. Well, this is a tremendous hit. It really is. I mean, there's a little bit of Mohamed Barbar about that shot.
You know what? Vine hit Hassan Yusuf in the helmet earlier today with a quick one. I think that's the thing. You need to throw that one in just to keep the batter honest now and then. This might be it here. It was. So he goes upstairs. And Miguel Stoneman can't get anything on that one. But that's the thing. It's always a bit of cat and mouse. I mean, there are certain bowlers. I mean, James Faulkner for Australia was one that you would play expecting a slower ball and then adjust to the quicker ball, not the other way around.
Yeah.
Because you just know the proportion of slower balls you're getting at this stage is so high. So for Viant, the trick is when to throw in that quicker one and how often, I suppose. So he was going for 12. Last ball coming up. Hooked away, and this will be 6. Maximo! Well, pretty good over for Portugal. A little bit of a smile from Butchie as Stoneman moves to 26, and also it's the end of the 7th over. Walking 677 for 4 after 7.
This is a really good shot. Picks it early. I like the way he just holds his shape, doesn't he? Till the last moment. Stays nice and upright. And there says Bowler saying, yeah, I'm loving that. And, well, Conrad not giving anything away there with his emotions. But I'm sure the captain is pretty happy with this this performance here from Miguel. Miguel didn't play the first match. I think it was the 12th.
Yeah.
So seeing him out there and batting like this, that didn't give the captain plenty of encouragement.
Yeah, he's batting really well. Got to say, Ireland 11 versus Czech Republic, this is the match where the lights will take effect a little bit later on. Match 5, Ireland 11 winning the toss, electing to bowl. I'm a bit surprised, actually. I would have thought maybe they would have liked to have batted the 10 overs. And Seamus Lynch, he really impressed me with the bat. But for Czech Republic, I know Sabu Davitsi made 71 not out. Wasn't quite enough to get them over the line. Should be a fascinating matchup. And now Mayavanchi is getting a second over. It's going to start with the boundary. The fielder was just not able to get there in time. Was Prince Demand. Well, he's already been a hero once, but he couldn't quite get there. And so, good batting by Greenshields. He moves into the 40s with that stroke.
Yeah, Mayavanchi just a little bit too short here. And look, he allows Greenshields to make the adjustment, go back inside his crease and put that away. And even the Prince can't get anywhere near this one.
It's a quicker one. Yeah, so this is where, okay, Mayavanchi's a funny one because especially if he can bowl at a new batter, at the moment he's kind of bowling at set batters. When he can get a new batter in, he'll really tempt them. But at the moment, the batters are kind of in, they're firing, they're fearless, they know they've got nothing to lose here really, Portugal. This one batter steps across. And thinking of 2, Conrad wants to take it on, doesn't get too much response. But look, what we were saying a bit earlier, Portugal would be great if they could get somewhere between the 85 and 100, the way things were looking. Looks like they should get more than that now, but I think a lot is reliant on this partnership. It's going to be a wide. But it's so interesting when we see players coming of age before our very eyes. Certainly Gorank, who's bowling, is one of them. Well, he's had a bit of a hard time on his T10 international debut here. It's better ball. It's just going to... He worked away for 1. Greenshields, who was very important before, wasn't he, in that win over the Czech Republic. They won by 3 runs in the end. Conrad with 41 runs, 19 balls in that match, following up with another 40 plus here. That's pretty close, you know. Well, they're going to take it on. I'm going to say, I reckon this was way closer than anyone realised because he got a long way across. I suppose does it really turn? He's very wide of the crease, I suppose. It's not far away.
Not far, but always going to drift on to miss the leg stick. Certainly worth an appeal.
Say always.
But not with our men in black.
Yeah. That's a pretty good shout. Last ball the over. Cut away. We'll get a single here. So Mayavanchi ends up going for 28 off his spell. Greenshields moves to 44 and keeps the strike. 8 overs down. It's 87 for 4.
87 for 4, all the 4 wickets, just to remind you, were taken by that, well, electrifying spell of bowling from the hitman, Mohammed Cameron. Picked up 4 wickets for just 7 runs, including the hat-trick.
Well, the white worm has a sore neck from looking upwards, and I'm not even sure if worms have necks, but do they have one long neck, or they don't really have a neck at all? I don't know, but you can see they've always been behind. What about that 4-wicket over from Mohammed Cameron, though, in the 3rd? That really snuffed out any realistic chance of Portugal making this total, though I have liked the fight back from these two who've now batted through 5 overs together.
Yeah, it's been encouraging. A lot of teams, I think, would have folded and would have gave up the goose, if you like, but the captain's been out there. He's probably been encouraging Miguel Stoneman to bat. And these two, well, look at this. Look where he's batting here. I think he's lost with the stumps up. Well,
it's genius stuff from Conrad. Well, he just said, come at me. I'm going to bat over here. I would have been tempted to actually bowl at the wickets just for something different. Atif Mohammed takes the bait. Not sure if this is off the bat or not. But, yeah, he's saying, all right, here. Says, yeah, I'm going to follow you. He says, okay. And, well, it's so wide, the keeper's nowhere near it.
Yeah, I don't understand that. I think that's the bowler saying, well, I know what you want me to do. I'm not going to do it.
Again, you've always got the option of stepping inside that and getting a wide, you know. But anyway, Conrad knows what he's doing. It's off the bat, in fact. He moves to 48. Goes to 99 runs for the day. 89, I should say, at the moment. And this is out the next one. Try and catch him napping, but he's not going to fall for that one.
Yeah, he's trying to work that one away. I mean, it's got to be careful, and it's got to be a good hit, because there's two men waiting there. Got the third man. Good point. Got this interesting field place also where you got Mohammed Barber at. It's sort of like a fly slip, I would say.
It's an interesting one. It's going to go that general direction. So they've got the kind of there's two third men, if that makes sense. And so you've got Baba, who's in the circle, but he's more at like a fourth slip line. And so he's there, I think, also as a catching position.
Yeah.
But I mean, you might have to get lucky, because it might also just fly over his head. And they've got a more square, like a sixth man, if you want to call it that, which is on the boundary. Anyway, here's Stoneman. He's going to go in that direction, and it will go to that man, call him sixth man, give or take a man.
Yeah.
But yes, Hamza Salim does the fielding down there.
It's a good field. I like it, because if you know that your bowlers are going to bowl that line that you want them to bowl, well, that's where the shots are going to be played. So you've got that sort of, I'm going to call him more of a fly slip in that area. Third man is not that far away from him, backing him up on the boundary.
It's a catching position. Your edges fly further in this form of the game. We've seen it all the time. Goes straight and goes pretty good. Christian Munoz-Mills is a good fielder, but he's not going to get there. It's going to be into the gap, and it's going to be 4. And yet this is the field that, I guess, Corey Ruckers kind of devised it. It's a Southern Cross, but it's Conrad that beats on that occasion. He gets his first 50 for Portugal. What a great moment for Conrad. He takes it on straight. Again, he's pretty still, isn't he? Good-looking cricket shot, and that's the gap that is there as a result of the field. He moves to 53. His half-century coming up in 23 balls. Really deep in his crease now. So he's expecting a Yorker, and he's trying to turn it into something he can get under. Or he's just going to get a length ball, which he's beaten for pace, and now he's caught. And Christian Munoz-Mills will take the catch. You can see there, it means a lot to him. But Conrad Greenshields batted very well for 53. Got very deep in his crease there, and it was just late on it, I think. Essentially, it's a pull shot that ends up turning into a bit of a flat bat miss hit down the ground. Nice catch as well by Munoz-Mills. And look, that's what the field does. It changes the angles. It changes the batter's mindset, because now you've got a big wall of 3 people instead of 2, and you don't have that gap down the ground. But that's always safe in cricket.
Yeah.
But unless you put a man there, and you are allowed to have a fielder there, they just need to be stationary when the ball's running in, the ball's bowled. And he was in the best position there to take the catch, but well batted by Greenshields. Pretty good day at the office for him, despite Portugal.
Yeah, that's well batted.
Go down here.
He gets his half-century ball, but they up near captain Conrad Greenshields, near Portugal, the captain up the half-century Manali. So another batter getting a half-century. So certainly the batters have been scoring runs here today, but of course this match will be remembered for the 4 wickets, including the hat-trick taken by Mohammed Cameron. But it's been a good battle, and I'm liking that from Conrad, Vinny, you know, because quite easily the captain could have gone out there totally disheartened with the situation at that time, you know, with the 4 wickets down. But he's batted well. I think he's also encouraged Miguel Stoneman to bat well as well. I'm just hoping that as we go into this last over, that they can get past that 100 mark and make it a respectable finish.
Yeah, for sure. Here's Anthony Chambers, who's going to be there for the last over. Tom Vine will bowl it. That's hit pretty well by Stoneman. Into the gap, long chase, and an unsuccessful chase. So Miguel, he's been another positive in this innings for Portugal. He moves into the 30s, 4 runs. And yeah, that partnership that got broken, it was 82 off 36 balls. So that's a great rearguard action. I suppose there are some positives to take out of this for Portugal, the way they fought back. Again, they may have to look at perhaps just tinkering with this order a bit. A slower ball. It's just a 360-degree swing this time from Stoneman.
Yeah, liking that from Tom Vine. That's one thing Tom Vine's done in all the years that I've known him as a cricketer. He's become smarter as he's matured. He's got a lot of variations. It's like a packet of Bombay mix, I'd like to say. You never know what's coming out next.
Yeah, that's true. Tell you what, magnificent head of hair on Tom Vine as well. Could probably get creative with that as well. It goes after this. It would have been a wide, but now it's going to be out. And the catch is taken by Hamza Salim Dar in that position. And this is why I think it is a useful position because it's also a run-saving position with those little deflections. This wouldn't have carried if he was back on the line. Hamza, safe pair of hands from him. And so both protagonists in the chat have been dismissed now. It's the end of Stoneman, but not before a pretty handy 32 off 17. 3 Maximos and 2 boundaries in his innings, but as he departs, it's 101 for 6.
Yeah, it's a good innings from him. Once again, he was out there when he was under pressure. Wickets were fallen, or had fallen all over the place when he went out there, and he put a good partnership, as you said, of 86 runs together with his captain. And there's that fielding position we're talking about. Taking the catch there, so it does work.
Yeah, that was one of those hanging edges, right? So it took a lot of pace off the ball. But, you know, credit to Miguel. I think he's a kind of last-minute replacement to the squad, but he's really pushed his case here. Yes, it's a real fighting knock from Miguel Stoneman, and he can crack a smile as well. You know, he came in at the end of that hat trick. Probably just wondering, will he be another statistic? Well, he has good numbers in that 32. New batter is Path Challenger, the keeper. He's another guy. He's drafted into the squad late, but no, Path's a guy we've seen play a fair bit of cricket on ECN. Yeah, straight away, almost takes out Tom Vine. This will go to that straight man for 1.
Yeah, hits this well. I think Tom does pretty well. Get his leg out of the way. This one, it's not worth it. It's not when the match is already done and dusted. He says, okay, I'll let this one go through, I think. Wise decision.
But Janjat plays his cricket for Werash in the Portuguese competition. Now back to Chambers. 2 to come. Steps cross. Gets a fair bit of this. Is it far enough? It is Maximo. Well, there's Cameron. Well, he was jumping around for different reasons earlier. This time he gets right back, does everything he can to pull it back from the beyond, but he couldn't do it. And what a great start that is for Chambers.
Well, if you got anywhere near that, I tell you what, that dollar you dropped this morning would have been forgotten about. But he's not able to try and everything. Well, I don't know if he did try there in the end.
It's more fall than jump, to be fair, from Cameron. But anyway, so last ball coming up. Look, Portugal, I think from where they were, if they get to this 110-ish, I think they've done a pretty good job. I think, although Spain are going to take the points here in match 4. Here's the last ball of the game. Wow, smacks it. Oh. And that's sweet, that one. That's out of here as well. Maximo. Well, this is what I'm talking about. Chambers coming in at 8. If he can do that, he's too low. I think their issues have been with the batting today, particularly in the top 4, probably with the exception of Greenshields. But it is Spain that win match 4. The final score is Spain 147, Portugal 114. The margin of victory is 33 runs. And look, Spain, yeah, they do win. They get 2 wins out of 2. A great opening day for them. Portugal, look, they had their moments. I suppose the issue was they were battered out of the game, weren't they, in the first half. And despite a good fight back, it was just going to be too steep of a mountain to climb.
Yeah, I mean, that's a nice clip there of Corey Ruckus, the manager and coach of the Spanish team, just giving a few hugs.
I'll tell you something about Corey. He's coaching Spain, but he has also worked as a coaching consultant of both Portugal and the Czech Republic in this group. So, and I don't know.
That's a bit interesting.
Probably coached Austria at some point as well. I don't know about Ireland, but anyway.
So he's always a winner then.
Certainly knows a fair few of these guys really well. And I'll tell you what, you're going to see some stuff here in the power play. And it was Cameron who was making things happen. He had 4 wickets in this 3rd over, and it was quite incredible. Speaking of incredible, look at this. That's the middle leg of the hat trick. And he just pulled it out of the clouds, didn't he, Prince Demand? And then Faf Stoneman, well, he did pause from a prayer, but he didn't really have a prayer that time as that one jumped on him. Mayavanchi took the catch, completed the hat trick. Cameron was away. And what a moment that is, the first hat trick of this ECC.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant, wasn't it? And a great bit of bowling, good pace, and that's why he's known as the hit man. A magical moment, something that he'll remember for a long time. And a lot of you remember, you saw it here on the European Cricket Network. You're watching the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship, and what a great match this was. But look, full credit also, Vinny, I've got to say, to Portugal. Like you said, they got batted out of this game, and when they were 15 for 4 at the end of 3 overs, you know, you didn't see them getting to 100. Yeah. You didn't see them maybe getting to 70.
We were talking
I think the captain and the team will take a lot of heart from
We would say talking like 85 would be a good result from where they were. They end up getting to 114. So again, net run rate is so important at the end of the week because it is the tiebreaker. We even had Butchie smiling towards the end. It was a really good partnership, 82 in 36 balls. And Conrad, I don't even know what pitch he was playing on, but Atif played along on that occasion. That went for 4. And yes, Stoneman's a bit of a surprise packet. And we saw him last year. You can see how far he's come along in 12 months. That was the straight field there. Christian Munoz-Mills taking that miss hit of Conrad, who did get his first half century for Portugal. So that's a nice moment for him. I got to say though, I mean, some of these guys coming down the order, and particularly Chambers. I mean, look at the way he hit those two. Hit them really sweetly. I'd be tempted to use him just based off those two balls. Cameron, well, he's not going to win any long jumps in the Olympics, put it that way, but he had made his mark. Last two balls disappeared, but unfortunately, Portugal, they'll disappear with just the 2 points out of day one. Of course, they did beat Czech Republic. They couldn't overcome Spain. Chasing 148, they ended up with 114 for 6. So more or less a pass score, but just have a look at the two contributors that made it. It was Greenshields with 53 and Stoneman with 32. Chambers with a couple of maximos. Apart from that, wasn't a great effort from the other guys.
It is Vinny, what a match. What a match. We've seen in that match there, we saw 2 half centuries. Right? We saw a half century from the Spanish captain, Christian Munoz. We saw a half century from the captain of Portugal, Conor Greenshields. We saw a magnificent Jalebi catch, and we also saw a hat-trick where 4 wickets were taken in.
How about those figures from Cameron as well? 4 for 7. And look, just say, apart from that, Atif took a wicket, Tom Vine took a wicket, but probably a bit too expensive, I suppose, today. Vine hasn't been as effective as you thought he might be. Maybe he needs to be a little bit less predictable. Yeah, but take nothing away from that. Yeah, we saw an incredible spectacle there, and that was a game that wasn't even that close, to be honest, in the end.
That's the beauty of this European cricket. European cricket, this T10 format, is just fantastic.
Every game, there's something you can take away from it. And I tell you what, tonight, you're going to see some history because the lights are being turned on as we speak, and they'll be in full effect probably around halfway through this next match. It'll be Ireland 11 taking on the Czech Republic in the last game of the day. Take a quick break. We'll be back in around about 15 minutes here in Carterman. Until then, Spinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, Rico Full with me. We'll see you shortly for the closing match of day one in this Dream 11 European Cricket Championship.
European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Victorinox and Rado.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome, Bom dia. And of course, well, first of all, thank you for your patience and apologies for the delay. But of course, as you know, we had some severe weather overnight, a lot of heavy rain, including this morning, and it's just taken some time for the sun to come out and the natural conditions, including the wind, to dry up the ground and make it fit to play. So the news is that we will have match number 3 go ahead, but it will be a 5-over-a-side match. Now, a little bit more on that later. The first thing that we need to tell you is what happened at the coin toss. Let's go over there now.
Spain to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It is heads.
We'll have a bat.
Good luck. Have a great game, guys. All the best. Spain have won the toss. They're having a bat.
Thank you very much to Stefan Gooch, who will also be one of the match officials in this match there at the coin toss. So you see there that in this 5-over-a-side match, it will be Spain that will be having a bat first. So it's very much a case of, sort of for me, it's juggling your batting order around, have your aggressive hitters at the top of the order. And then I think for the bowlers, I think, look, the conditions in this match are going to be the same for both sides. I think you've got to be very wise about who you go for, and maybe you go for your spinner bowlers, those that are not going to have too many difficulties with the bowlers' footmarks running in, and then also holding on to the grip. I have to remind you that this series is evenly poised. We may get a chance to have a look at what happened yesterday in a moment, and we can talk you through that one with the 2 matches that were played yesterday. But just to remind you that this is, of course, a 5-over-a-match side. So this is what happened in those matches yesterday. The first match, Portugal put 180 on the board, batting first, winning the toss. Spain 129 all out with 5 balls to go. And it was Dhaval Kumar who was the player of the match for Portugal with 64-44, was well supported by Conrad Greenshields. And Amandeep Singh, 3 for 23, outstanding performance from him. So Portugal winning the first by 51 runs, very much the same way that they did in the T10 tournament. We have a quick look at the 2 teams here before we might have a look at the second match that happened yesterday, which was a real thriller, went all the way down to the wire. So quick look at the teams there in the second match yesterday. For those of you who weren't following it, Spain, they did bat first, got to 145. We thought that it probably, beg your pardon, Portugal. And it was an interesting one, so Spain did hold on and they got the win. Portugal falling short, Spain getting that win by 23 runs. Spain put 130 on the board for 7, and Charlie Rumi put 30 on the board. Matthew Rahman scored a fine 29. And then Portugal, they were in front all the time. Najam Shazad scored some runs, third. And so did Kuldeep Gulaya, but in the end it wasn't enough. Matthew Rahman put a really good performance in with bat and with ball and got the win for their side. So there was plenty of action, and that of course in the match yesterday, Portugal 176 for 10, and they were all out with 3 balls to go, chasing that 179. Lorne Burns player of the match 77, and also 3 for 27. So that's the way things happened yesterday. And the day before, of course, was the T10 matches. Ready to go here. It's good that we have got glorious sunshine. Welcome to everybody. And let's get ready to go. The umpires are out there. And Stefan Gooch and Krup Patel. And, well, we are going to go with some pace here. So Shahidul Rahman is going to come charging in. And hopefully he's going to be able to keep his foot in bowling then from the tennis court end. It's a big swing and a miss first up. It's going to win the barge bar. It's probably well suited to this type of match. It is just 5 overs, remember. And it's important to note that in that 5 overs that there is a 2-over power play. And of course, every over must be bowled by a different bowler. A very, I could say good morning. It is still morning. Good morning to everybody that's been very patient on the chat. Hope you enjoy that classic match. Taking you back to 2022. That one will be a wide. So first runs on the board. So just to recap what happened yesterday, the first match, Portugal 180 for 7, Spain 129 all out. Double Kuma was the player of the match, 64-44. And in the second match, Portugal, they were chasing 180 for victory. That's the score they put on the board in that first match, and they came close. Big swing and another miss. Good bowling. Bajwa, I think that 5 overs is in the head. He knows he's got to go big. But swinging hard but missing at the moment. And nice to see that Shodu Rahman is keeping his footing well. Yeah, so match number 2, Lon Burns helping Spain to get to 179 with a fine 77. But a good performance there from one of Nike as well. 26 not out of 16. And he also took 3 for 20, as did Lon Burns, 3 for 27. Lon Burns, the player of the match. Spain winning by 3 runs and bowling Portugal out with 3 balls to go. It was an absolute thriller. More of the same here from Shodu Rahman. Bajwa needs to get back onto ball. No change, actually. I'm quite surprised that Spain have stuck with Gurvinder. That's no surprise. And Danny Long Martinez is also partnering him. Thought they may have gone for maybe someone like Matthew Rahman, who's a bit more of an aggressive hitter. Or even young Charlie Rumi gave it a good whack when we've seen him. So this T20 international friendly evenly poised at 1 apiece. Which team is going to take the advantage? A little bit of chat here between the captain and the Jam Shazad. I think they're just realising that there's too many players out and one of them has been brought in. It's a good job to check that before the ball's been bowled, of course. And now this one has been got hold of, and it will go a long way. But the wind is blowing towards me here and the clubhouse, and the wind has got hold of that and sent it for a big 6. First boundary, Maximo off the bat of Gurvinder Singh Bajwa. And after swinging and missing a few, gets hold of that one. Hello to Kroom, to John Hisham and Dave, Chris Smith. We've been patiently waiting on the chat, and a lot of people have been waiting, have not only just enjoyed that classic match, but also been talking about the new music and the new graphics, and all of your comments have been taken on board. A few people were saying that sometimes that the numbers are a little bit difficult to read. We have passed that on, but keep your feedback coming, and we will do jointly whatever we can to make a difference and make it even better for you. Launched into, that's another one that's looking to go all the way, and I think it's 1 bounce, 4 runs, so he's off and running. Good win there, just needed to get his eye in. 6 and 4, and as we normally say on the European Cricket Network, he is hungry for more. Just Shodu just wants to make a change in the field here. I wonder if he's thinking about having quite a straight long on, and at the same time a wide long on, almost going into that extra cover area. And to do that though, you've got to bring somebody in. As at the moment here, yeah, they brought long on in. Goes for it, doesn't quite get out the middle. We'll take a single, and that will be the end of the first over. 12 will come from it. It's not the worst. A couple of dot balls in there, and then followed by a couple of boundaries. And you'd expect in a match like this is very much be even Stevens really between the two sides, 50 overs, 50-50, and you can see that as it stands at the moment, Win Predictor has got it 52% to 48 to Spain. 12 of that first one from Rahman, so that's him done. Remember, just you'll only get the 1 over, so 5 different bowlers will have to be used. And I'm guessing that Portugal will sort of go with what worked for them yesterday. So from the tennis court end, they will go with probably the pacers, and the spinners will come from the end that I called the paddle end, but was later corrected and said we can also call it the synagogue end, because that's what was there before. I'm happy with either one. John Gray is popping in to say greetings. Yeah, happy Sunday to everybody. Hello to Mikey as well. A lot of talk about the music. Some saying they like it, some saying they like last year's. I think the music, as it always does, will chop and change. We've got different types of music there ready for you. It's a very important day today if you're an animal lover. Feed the Birds Day. So, Amandeep Singh makes a start. He had a good day yesterday, Amandeep. I think he'll be disappointed in that second match. Match number 2, where he stuck around. He scored 41, but if he had stayed there a little bit longer, he could have got the victory for his side. Najam Shahzad would also been disappointed. They were 80 to 20% favourites to win it, you know. That's a good delivery. Good change up from Amandeep. Good win that. Like he did in that first over. Missing a few, but I'm sure they'll get hold of a few as well. Like that. That's well hit. Fielder coming in. Oh, well, does really well to keep his footing. Really well. I think that's Hardeep Singh out there. You see when he's just running in, he just slips. Look at the indentation he makes in the ground, but he keeps himself upright and makes a stop. And for those of you that are wondering just how soft this ground is because of that rain, well, that's a good example of it. Good news is, though, like I say, but because of the sun that has come out and a nice wind, of course, any groundsman will tell you that's key to drying things up. And of course, we've had the leaf blow and all sorts out there. So a big thank you to everybody here at the Porto Cricket and Lawn Tennis Club for all their help in getting the pitch ready to play. That's that short ball up in the air, catching opportunity. It'll be a good one if you can hold on to it, and it is an absolute beauty. What a catch that is. Wonderfully done. And the catch gets taken, and the first wicket is in the bag. Goes for the big shot, but it's that short ball. And I remember saying yesterday, Amandeep Singh, I know he classed as a slower bowler, but when he bangs that ball in, boy, does he get it to come up. And it's like a quick bowler, isn't he? He's like a medium pacer, banging it into the deck, and a very good catch taken. So well done. First wicket does go down. And Portugal do remove the dangerous Bajwa. He's the one that could get. In fact, it's Martinez, beg your pardon. Martinez, who has gone, who was going to have to depart pretty early. And doesn't get off the mark. The first baller for Danny Long Martinez, but you can't waste any time. That's the thing. And it is Charlie Rumi who comes out at number 3. Plays that nicely. They're taking the run here. I think you've got to hold on to this. You don't want to be fraying the ball away unnecessarily. If it's just a single, you take the single. So Danny Long Martinez it is that goes for a first ball golden duck. Good catch. Dhaval Kumar holding on to it. And Amandeep Singh once again in the wickets. Now the change to the left-hander. Toe end of the bat, and we'll take the single. That's okay, that's a good result. Singles don't hurt you. That's a very good over from Amandeep. Carrying on for he left off yesterday. 1 for 3. 15 for 1 after 2. Spain. Remember, the team that wins this, big advantage, I suppose. Then you're playing the last match. Match number 4, which as it stands at the moment will be a full T20 international friendly, unless the weather changed drastically, but the forecast is looking good. That then becomes well, team 2-1 up, win the match, you win that friendly series, and the team that's behind has to win it to tie it. So big match this, and I think this is both teams will want to win this. Yeah, I mentioned this International Feed the Birds Day. Celebrated on the 3rd. Celebrated today. All part of Bird Feeding Month. That's good work. Really good work. This is Anil Kumar. Top balls. Got down, made the stop. Doesn't allow the batters to take any more. Gurvinder. Look how open he is. You can see where he wants it. Lashes out at this one. Gets over the infielders. They'll be keen to try and come back for 2, and I think they will do. That's Hassam, who eventually gets hold of it. Up in the air now, this one should be taken, and it will be. Another wicket will go, so it is this time. Goodwin Bajwa was giving him out a bit earlier in the last over, but he's gone here now after getting to his swinging right. It's good, clever bowling, just keeping the pace off, a little bit of extra bounce, and Bajwa losing his shape a little bit, loses his head. He's trying to hit the ball very hard, gets it up in the air. A comfortable catch there taken by Hassam, and yeah, well done. Another one bites the dust. Govinda goes for 15, and it's the unlucky ball number 13 for him. And straightforward catch by Hassam, and Kumar. Been sort of hot and cold, hasn't he? When we saw him, especially in the T10s, he made good performances. The ball was very much wicket to wicket, caused trouble. But then when batters get used to him, or did get used to him, he also went for a few in some of those matches. But for now, that's good. Don't forget the power play is also over. Just happy to stroke this away. Now it's going to be an easy run out. Oh, that's disastrous. Absolutely disastrous. Matthew Rahman just pushing at this. Charlie thinking it's an opportunity to take the single. Charlie Rumi. Well, Rumi goes for it, but he is going to end up being barbecued, and you can see why. Matthew Rahman starts to run. Charlie looks at him, sees him coming, does the right thing, respects the body language given to him from Matthew Rahman, but Rahman then pulls the handbrake and does a U-turn, and Charlie Rumi ends up being barbecued in the middle. Another wicket will go, and poor Charlie never really gets a chance to have a real hit out. Gets run out for just one. And, well, Matty, that will be on his mind, but he's got to put that behind him. That's what the captain, who's coming out there now, will be saying to him, Ron Burns. And that's the way to reply. Well, he's there. And maybe he knew that the next ball was going to be sent and put on the top of the nets over there. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. Come on. Danda, danda. Danda lala, yeah, danda lala. Many girls on that danda lala. Or get a bat. That'll help you do it. Come on, let's go back to it. Let's see if he gets that ball. Come on. Everybody wants to know if he's got this ball. Let's go back to that man. Has he got it? Has he got it? Yeah, he's got it. Good hit. Yes, he's got the ball. Well, here we go. Next ball, Matty. He's got to stand and deliver now. In the air. Oh, that would have been a wonderful catch. Not easy in these circumstances. Has to cover a lot of ground. Throws himself at the ball, but he can't hold on to it. But it's a brilliant effort. You'll see it here. And gets there, but then you can see the feet from underneath him. That's Rahul Kumahasu just sliding away. So he wants to stay still. He wants a stable base. but the ground is just pulling him away, sucking him away, and catch gets taken. So the end of the third over. 25 for 3, 2 more overs to go, 17 days to go to the start of the European Cricket Western Shield, bigger and better there at the Cardiff Oval. Team Europe, the British and Irish Knights, Team Asia and Team Rest of the World will come together. 4 teams this year, and they'll battle it out through the whole week. And then right after that, it's the next stellar event, the European Cricket League. So plenty of action coming your way pretty quickly and pretty rapidly. Happening there in the Costa del Sol at the Cardiff Oval. Hashu is going to be asked to bowl from the synagogue end, which is a surprise. He's done most of his good work from the other. And dropped. Oh dear. Well, I suppose you've got to say is you expect it to be difficult for the fielders, but with the wicketkeeper's got the gloves, that's a straightforward catch. And I think Kuldeep, you know that he's let his team down there. That's a wicket that you really do want to take. It's a dangerous batter, we know he is. He's going to get one though. The captain gets to the other end. Burns being dropped on 0. Hashu could have started beautifully. Yeah, bowled very well from the tennis court end. They did change him yesterday. He bowled a couple of overs from this end, and I don't think he bowled as well. Wide ball called by the umpire. Hashu just has a look back. He thought maybe he'd just sneak this in. Let's have a look. Yeah, I've got to admit, looking at it, it looked okay to me. But wide called. Umpire Crute sees it differently. Here comes Hashu. Oh, that's a good delivery. He's a sort of bowler. I mean, I'm watching him here side on, so of course, if you're facing him, you don't get that view, but you kind of know what is going to be coming out of his hand when he gets to that. If he's going to get it fuller, you can see his body is very different, very upright. You can see he's going to go full. If he's going to bang it in, then again, you can see that he's getting ready to hit the deck and hit the deck hard. Up in the air, catching opportunity, and held on the second attempt. But second time, it's held on to. It's another wicket, and Hashu, oh, well done to him. A bit like Amandeep Singh, he was very impressive. Not just yesterday, actually, very impressive even in the T10 International. So another wicket goes, and Mario Rahman, the dangerous Mario Rahman, goes for 8. 8 of the 5 that he faces. Straightforward catch. Held on to there. I say straightforward. I think it's probably fair to say that most catches today won't be the easiest. And Kumar, it pops out, but he gets it at the second attempt. Hashu takes another 27 for 4. And well, Umar Magal is being used in this match. I wonder if Umar Magal came into the side when the match changed to a shorter version, because I mean, Umar, he can crack it. We've seen him hit some big sixes straight down the ground in Barcelona, and also a very useful bowler, though his introduction to the national setup didn't go as well when we saw him in the T10s. Well, that's a good start. That's what Magal can do. He gets a short one from Hashu first up, and Umar Magal opens his account wearing the national team colours with 4 runs and an important boundary with just an over of the innings to go after this. Spain probably, I think most people are wondering score-wise. I think 50, if you get 50 is a good score. A lot of people talking about the boundaries. Some parts of the ground, the straight boundary and a little bit on the leg side has moved in a little bit, because that those areas were particularly bad, but still it's a much longer than your normal T10 boundary. This one gets played at. I think you've got to push here. You've got to push it. Oh, no, you won't now, because it gets thrown to the wrong end, actually. I think you still could have gone. But Burns slips when he turns to go. And that's the other thing, of course, when you're out there, the soles of your shoes are going to get wet. So with wet shoes, and even though you're running on the pitch as Lawn was there, there's still a tendency to slip if you're rushing. Right, last ball of this over, only 7 from it. It's been a good one, just a one boundary. Hashu will be looking to try and keep Burns quiet. Lawn, the captain, batted very well. Player of the match performance in the win, the must win really for me in the second T20 international friendly yesterday. Looking to do well. Hashu just counting the number of players that he's got out, and I think again we've seen this a number of times, that too many have been out, and there's been the bowlers that have picked up on it. So Najam Shazad, it's got to be thankful that his bowlers are keeping an eye on where the fielders are. Short, cleverly played, and that's going to be 6 runs, I feel. It will be. Kinna Sona. What a lovely shot this is. Que Joaquin Hanial. Que grande. Eso es. 6 carreras as well. Lawn. I think probably Lawn, out of most of the batters in the Spanish lineup, is one who can play this shot. He plays it really well. We know that he can play the ramp. He can play the reverse. He's very strong when he rocks back and plays. A good shot. Needed that boundary. 38 on the board. 4 down. Umar Magal will be on strike. And if you're just joining us, we should be playing T20 international friendlies, but because of the weather, this match number 3 of 4, has been shortened to a 5-over-a-side match. And it is Spain who won the toss, who are batting first with an over to go. And last over, let's see who's going to bowl it. It does look to me like it's Rahul Kumar. Well, that'll be confirmed in a moment. Yeah, there you go. It's on your screens now, Rahul Kumar. So a little bit of spin to start. Play down the ground. It was kind of a full toss level, but just a single. One thing also it's worth pointing out that I often mention when you're playing, when the ground's pretty wet and damp, ball also gets heavier. So I think early on in the innings, the big shots go further. As the inning goes on, the ball gets heavier. And that's cracked, and that's out of here. There's going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs, the longest part of the ground. And Lawn just stands and delivers. And yeah, just dispatches that for 4. A little bit short from Kumar. .43. 4 balls to come. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. Oh, he's been absolutely cream. That one's gone into the tennis courts. What a shot this is. Lawn Burns gets it right where he wants it, and it disappears. Adios, Bolota. New balls, please. And if the tennis section here at the Porto Cricket and Lawn Tennis Club are wondering why those tennis courts, I think that's tennis court number 4, 3, 2, why they're out of bounds, that's why. Big hit, 6 runs, 49, so Spain will get to that 50-plus score, I believe, here. Wide ball, good leave from Lawn. You can see, I think here, Rahul Kumar is thinking Lawn might just charge at him, fires a bit wider, but Lawn doesn't tend to do that. He likes to bat from deep inside his crease. Goes again. This one's going to be a spicy stop and can't be stopped. And that one may also, test the boundary. It will be 4. bounces just ahead, so Rahul Kumar not able to change his line here. He's pitching the ball up, and Burns is hitting it straight as a dart. This time goes for 4, so this over already gone for 16. 54 with 2 to come. They're looking to get a 60-something score here, Spain. Looking to go 2-1 up in this series. This is going to be a long chase. Might just plug. Got to be careful running in this part of the ground. You can see some little ginger steps taken there by the fielder. Understandably, Shodu Rahman has to be careful there. That's probably one of the worst parts of the outfield affected with the rain that we had overnight and early this morning. Couple of runs. Looking for a boundary to get past the 60 mark with the final ball of this over. And we'll get it, and we'll get a biggie. Balle, 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 kinna sona shaka lagya. Lon Burns is in brilliant form at the moment. He'll finish on 29 of the 7 balls that he faces. And with that 6, he takes Spain's score to 62 for 4. And if you have a look at a sneaky look at the win predictor there, has Spain in front 53% to 47. 62 for 4. We'll have a quick look at the highlights here. It didn't start brilliantly for Spain. Bajwa played and missed at a few before he got going. 12 coming off the first. And this one, it's another one that went for 4, 6 and 4 in that one. But the wicket did come as Amardeep Singh continued the good work that he did yesterday. Only the 3 coming from his second over. And Anil Kumar also bowled very well. That one gets spiced up in the air. And it's a straightforward catch taken by Daval. And even this over here, well, this was the run out, unfortunately, of Charlie. But Matty did make amends. He did put one on top of the tennis courts, the ball after this. That was important. But Lon Burns, what an incredible knock from him. I mean, that was a tremendous shot from him of Hashu. Hashu, we know, has troubled a lot of the batters. But then Burns on strike for that last. And a cracking knock, 29 of 7. Put Spain on 62. And I think Portugal, they probably also will be relying a lot on the 2 openers. I get a feeling they'll probably go with what worked well for them yesterday in match number 2, Dhaval Kumar and Hardeep Singh. They're their main hitters. I think Najam Shahzad will have to elevate him higher up the order. And well, maybe today Kuldeep Gulaya will perform. Amardeep Singh is also a good hitter of the ball, but no, not as explosive as they'll need to be if they're to get a victory here. Quick look there at the batting. We know it was Lon Burns who led the way, the captain, with 29 of 7. And on the bowling department, you've got to say Amardeep Singh and Kumar and even Hashu bowled very well, but it was that expensive last over from Rahul Kumar, 24 coming from it. And that's why Spain have got a very respectable and possibly a match-winning score of 62 off their 5 overs. We're going to take a very short break, then join us back in about 10 minutes' time for the reply from Portugal, needing 63 of their 5 overs to get a win. So they're going to need to go at around about that 13 and over. I'm Rico Fuller. You're watching European Cricket. We'll be back in 10 minutes' time.
European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Victorinox and Rado.
Hello viewers and welcome back. The umpire Stephen Gooch and Crew Patel, our men in black, make their way out to the middle and they're going to be joined by the teams. Spain will be in the field defending, and I think a useful score, and did very well out there. Some good hitting, well done of course to the captain Long Burns, a very fine knock from him. 29 of 7 helped his team to 62. That means I think they're in the driving seat here. It is of course Groundhog Day today, where we ask the question if there's going to be 6 more weeks of winter. And of course a big day was celebrated on this day in 1990 when the South African president lifted a 30-year ban on African National Congress, resulting in the release from prison of Nelson Mandela and marking the beginning of the end of apartheid this day in 1990. Okay, here we go, ready to go. Looks like it's going to be the in-form Lopez to bowl first, and he is bowling to Daval Kuma Natram. Conrad Greenshields is opening the batting with him. He's at the non-strikers end, so they haven't gone for Hardeep Singh at the top of the order. Well, Daval will know what to expect from Lopez. Umpires just wait for official timekeeper Rado to give them the thumbs up. Rado, Swiss watchmaker. Wonderful to have them on board, as well as HCL Software and Victorinox. And that's a big hit. It's too short, and that's going to end up in the German school. Well, it would have done if it weren't for the gigantic tree that's knocked this back into play. Good start. Daval Kuma rocks back, gets right under it. Perfect start for Portugal. They need a good start here. Daval Kuma has been their man to go to. This is up and over. It's going to slow up. The fielder will get there. Madhav Nayak, expect to see him with the ball for sure. What a debut he's made. Certainly opened a lot of eyes. A very talented player with bat and with ball. Couple more then to Daval Kuma. Oh, high. Has it got the distance? Has it got the legs? You bet it has. It's 6 more. And Daval Kuma at the moment, he's like a tree surgeon. He's sending the old Grizzly to each one of them. I want a big shout out to Grizzly Bear Sports as well, of course. One of our partners. And also, of course, Grizzly Bear is very important for the Spanish and Portuguese Federation. It's a partner for them as well. Hello to Ansu of Grizzly Bear Sports. This time over on the offside, it's going to be 6 more. Manos arriba, arbitro. Daval Kuma is unleashing here, and he is giving Portugal a very good start. 6 more. Of course, other partners to mention, to Locker Lifestyles for the fantastic trophies, and of course Bizaway Travel, who's probably very busy getting everyone around at the moment. Some of our team going to Malta, starts tomorrow. Some of our team going to Coimbra. Up in the air, will this be caught? It won't even be stopped. Oh dear. Well, I've got to say this one is probably not the best of looks for Long Burns. I think he came across, and I think this is here where you've got to try and get yourself behind the ball. I think he overruns it. Here he is here, and you see that 1 foot already got planted outside of the boundary rope. That was always going to be 4, even if you did get a hand to it. 24 with a ball to go. We could have it's magical at the moment. It could be a supersonic start. Goes for it, and it will be a supersonic start. How about that? 30 off the first over. And Dhaval Kumar has gone ballistic. What an assault that has been. 30 comes off the first. They are now firmly in control. But of course, there's still a lot of work to do. You can't get too carried away. But what a start. Amazing hitting. देखिए sweetie स्वाद आ गया. Jabardast batting there from Dhaval. And that's to remind you, 5 overs aside, 2 over power play. That'll be over at the end of this next, but each bowler to bowl 1. Supersonic start, 30, 38. We've seen, but 30 this time round. That means that 8.25 now per over. Portugal, they were in the driving seat yesterday. They're 97% here. That means nothing. They were, as I said, in the driving seat yesterday for most of that match number 2. At one point, it was 80-20, but they still ended up not winning it. Murad Ali, bit of pace. Coming from the tennis court end. Conrad Greenshields knows what to expect now. Murad, I suppose these two, they've had a few battles. Does Murad hold the upper hand for the moment? Probably. But let's see how his control is, and mainly his footings. I think this first ball that he bowls will be important. See how he lands, and if he's able to keep his balance and stop him from sliding. In comes Murad Ali. Well, just stops there. I think Conrad just gets put off by, looks like a leaf. That's, there it is, the culprit. It would have probably been better to pick it up because the wind might blow that back again. Tension. 33 required of 24. Conrad swings hard, misses, dot ball. Spain, cheer, applaud, shout, support. Need a good reply here from Murad straight away. Vamos España, you can hear that. Loving the banners, the new colours. Really do stand out, very vibrant. Stronger together. Conrad lashes out at this. Probably will stick to just there. They're taking it on. And we'll get there. There was that slight hesitation when Dhaval Kumar turns round and then decides he can make it. He does make it. It was a close one. You wouldn't be wanting him to run out after what he did. He's quite happy to get to the other end. He could quite easily have said to Conrad, no, let's stay as we are. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling good. Of course, don't forget the wind is blowing this way. If it is short and a good chunk of bat is onto it, it's going to fly this way. Spectators, be warned. Might have some fireworks today. Oh, caught him. And they will take the leg by. Conrad Greenshields, remember, he is he's been caught a few times. We saw him get a direct hit the other day into the gut. He got hit on the lid with one. I think it was either from Mati or Murad. So, for now, anyway, the quicker bowlers have had the upper hand on him. All right, go back to Dhaval Kumar. He was magnificent against the spin. How does he go against the pace of Murad? Launches into it, in the air. Big moment if he can get there. And, oh, it's 6. Now the question is whether he's got hands to this before it's gone over the rope or not. I wonder whether he'll be able to see this or not. It's 6 runs. That's the most important thing. But where is Lorne here? He gets it. Yeah, he's just not able. Look at the momentum. There's no way he's able to flick that back before he goes over the rope. 6 more. Dhaval Kumar in incredible form. 36 or 7 balls, people. Spain need to remove him pretty quickly. Slower, hits it hard. This one looks like it's going all the way as well. It is. Manos arriba, arriba, arriba from the árbitro. Que guay, que genial, que grande. Ese golpe es más dulce de tarta de nata. It's another biggie. 6 more. They've got to find a way to get through Davil Kuma Noratam, who moves to 42 of just 8 deliveries. Just 18 required. It's less than run a ball. Portugal. Surely not this time. Looks like we're waiting for another ball as that one got cream crackered out of here. Wow, this is quite amazing. Waiting for new balls to come out there. The Grizzly comes out, and I suppose that's given. I suppose that works in the favour of Spain. Just a little bit of time. Just you can see Lorne having a chat there with Murad. A few instructions could be shouted out from the coaches. It probably affects the batter more. Davil Kuma, you can see he's trying to stay focused. He took his gloves off. He tried to kill a bit of time. He readjusted himself. I think when you're in and you're hitting the ball so well, you don't want any delays at all. Right, Murad, he works on that ball. Gives it a good shine on one side to see if you can get this one to do something. Or maybe a change of ball will work here for Spain. This is, I think, is going to be a wide. He does try and bang this one in. Tries to tuck up to but goes down the leg side. Portugal won't mind that, won't mind the extras. Spain need something, need a wicket. They will know that a wicket changes everything. Especially that of a guy who's seeing the ball and hit the ball as well as Davil Kuma at the moment. That could be a wide. It will be a wide. It's too high, and that will be one for the over as well. I think that's obviously the plan. That's what they've decided. Let's not pitch up to him, but yeah, that is rising, and that's gone clean and clear over the head of the batter. So it's another wide, and thing now is Murad Ali's got to be careful with that short ball now. If he goes over the shoulder, it'll be called a no ball. So a bit of pressure on Murad Ali and Equipo España here. 16 of 19. And the way Davil's going, 3 big hits can win this match. Inside edge, no run. He'll take that dot ball. And that will be the end of over number 2. And Portugal, yep, you're hearing this right, are 47. 47 without loss. 30 came off the first, 17 off that one from Ali. Now the question here is, all right, Conrad is on strike, so you might say, all right, it's probably worth going with spin to Conrad. Whereas I think it was, if it was Davil Kuma, you probably go, maybe try something different, a bit of pace. But he's been good with everything, whereas Conrad, if he's going to go with spin, I think you do it now, and that's why Long Burns. I mean, Long was sensational yesterday, and he carried that on this morning. He took 3 wickets yesterday. He scored 77. He was the player of the match, and he held his nerve to bowl that last over when Portugal needed 9 to win. And he took 2 wickets and bowled them out. Here we go, Long Burns, the captain. Can he do it again? Conrad gets a bit of bat on this. The batters take 1. Davil goes back on strike now. This is going to be interesting. Davil Kuma, he hasn't shied away from going after the spin. He did go after Lopez straight from the word go. And the thing is, he's not going to change his way. If he gets out, the next batter coming in, well, look, you're needing run a ball, so there's no pressure on you. You should fancy yourself. But Portugal, the way things have gone for them, when they've lost matches, they should win. They want this done and dusted by Davil there. It's going to be down. The leg side is going to be wide.
Don't forget that last over last night from Lorne. I mean, he took a wicket, then it went wide, wide, wide. And I think it wide, what, 4 wides, and then he took another wicket. It was close, wasn't it? Well, this time it won't be, and that's clever from Deval. I think that's the thing here. That's one thing that I was saying yesterday, again with Portugal. They got to a point where as long as there was no dot balls, you win a match. Even that last over. But you just had the feeling that those batters were not going to try and do it that way. They wanted to hit big. And you don't have to. Down the ground. Fielder comes across. Oh, no. It's a terrible misfield. It's Govinda Singh Bajwa. It goes for 4. Now, let's have a look what happens here. I think it's very similar to the one that Lorne had. He's run past this. I don't think there's a big deviation. You've got to be prepared for it as well. Bajwa goes down. The ball gets past him. And, well, not only Bajwa going down, maybe Spain going down here. 9 required. Liking it. And given. Finger goes up. He's being given. And a wicket. So Lorne comes back with a wicket. Conrad, Green Shields will go. We might have a look at this on the side on. It's very quick work from Alec Davidson-Soler. Whips up the barrels. Lorne Burns gets a wicket. Spain will regroup. And I think we'll see that he's a little bit late just getting that heel down. Not the best look there, but you can see that Stefan Gooch had a very good look at it and has no hesitation putting the finger up. So Conrad Greenshields goes for 7. .54 for 1. Good works there from Alec Davidson-Soler. Of course, we saw him captaining the T10 International Series. So I suppose he's probably the acting vice, I think. So captain and vice come into play. Conrad departs. New batter comes in. Again, pressure shouldn't be on here. Should be really looking just to push it around. Well, that's not pushing it around. That's a really funky shot. The chase is on. They're all after it, but they can't get there. 3 go chasing. Didn't Johnny sing it? Baranate. Bari cautious kitty, but Joka lag gaya. Well, that is a stunning shot, really. It gets funky and plays the reverse Malachi. Very first ball, Kuma, for 4 runs. Well, what a start that is. So now, just 5 required. Pitched up, is up. Fielder comes across, and this one is also a funny bounce, but does manage to grab hold of it before he goes to the boundary, does Charlie. Guess Kuma gets another couple. Yeah, this time, look at the bounce on that one, but fortunately, this ball doesn't go past the boundary. End of the over. 60 at the end of the 3rd over. Burns and that one goes for 13. They're going at 20s here at the moment. Match 4, by the way, just to give you a heads up, still is scheduled at the moment, and the way the weather is looking here now, though a bit windy. The sun is out, and that should go ahead as planned. So that match scheduled to start in just under an hour from now. So stay tuned. You've got time, like the players here, to have a bit of luck. A bit of lunch, I was going to say. I'm liking this. Jamie Riley. I think the young man, first bowl he's going to have. First time we're going to see Jamie with the ball, wearing the national team colours. Let's wish him well, everybody. He's a young man there from the Costa del Sol. And let's hope he goes well. And of course, he is up against it. Of course he is. But he'll give it his everything. There's no doubt about that. And maybe he can pick up a little highlight along the way as well. So Jamie Riley, everybody, bowling his first ball for Spain. And it's going to be pulled away. He just slipped big time here. I wonder if you can see side of this. So as he puts his foot down, he slides, and well, that will be it. He just gets the one ball. Does the the 18-year-old. I believe he's 18. Or he's to be 18, actually. And, yeah, just slides here. Foot slides as he goes to bowl. It's a short one. It gets pulled away. So Portugal, they get that win. And they do it in style. There's no slip up from this time. And I think there's no doubt about it who's going to be the player of the match here. Just stunning innings from David Koeman all the time. He just took your breath away. Yeah, I don't think Spain really knew what hit them that first over. Lopez, who's been so effective for Spain in all the matches that he's played, and every time he's bowled, nobody's really gone after him. And David Koeman takes him for 30 off the first over. It was just explosive stuff, and there he is walking off. Knows that he's done the job for his side, but this is the way it started. That was the first one. The first of many. He scores 47 in no time at all. 6 sixes and 2 fours. 47 of 11 balls. It was quite outrageous. Conrad Greenshields was there to give him support at the other end. Conrad himself was just watching and admiring, really. There was, understandably, I suppose, a couple of little errors. There was one there that went past Lawn. There was another one a bit later on that Govinda Bajwa probably should have done better as well. I don't think you can be overcritical about that. I think by the time Lawn has caught that ball, he's already going over the boundary rope. And this one is the one that Govinda Singh Bajwa really should have done better with. It was a stumping, and that was a wicket. Stephen Gooch had no hesitation. And then what about that? Ankush Kumar comes out and does the reverse Malachi first off. And despite the efforts of Charlie Rumi, they couldn't stop that sliding around and getting dirty for his side. But it was over, more or less, as it started with a fantastic knock from David Kumar, getting Portugal that win. So Portugal, they will go 2-1 up in this T20 International Friendly Series. So they know they can't lose it, I guess. Spain, they know they've got to do what they did yesterday and come out fighting and get the win and prevent Portugal from winning this 4-match series 3-1. That'll be the plan. Quick look there, of course, of the batting scorecard. And on the bowling front, well, you've got to spare a thought for Lopez. And in a 5-over smash, really, anything can happen. And Lopez, well, he was taken to the cleaners. Murad Ali didn't fare that much better. He went for 16. Lorne Burns, the 13. And, well, Jamie Riley will remember his first ball wearing the national team colours. Just gets the one ball. You can see that he did slide viciously. And he planted that front foot of his. Short ball gets worked away. And that was that. It was done and dusted. Portugal winning this 5-over smash and doing it in just 19 deliveries. So everybody, as we leave you with the match summary, it's time for me to say we'll take another break, and it's going to be around about 50-55 minutes before you hear from me again. But what I can tell you is that the sun is out, the sun is shining, and that means that the pitch has got another fair amount of time, just under an hour, to dry up a little bit more, so conditions will get better, and we will be bringing you the full quota of the next match number 4, T20 International Friendly between Spain and Portugal, starting at the local time here at 1:15, which is around about just over 50 minutes away from now. So see you soon. Grab a spot of lunch yourself, why not, or do some of those chores you have to do on a Sunday. Get ready for the start of tomorrow. Don't forget, it's a big day tomorrow on the network as well. Not only will we be bringing you cricket from Malta, Vinny Sandhu will return, and Tina Goff will be there as well in Malta, and Phil G will be talking you through the action in the evening. So plenty of cricket to come on European Network. So see you soon. We're going to take a short break, back in about 50 minutes time. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we're so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we're so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we're so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we're so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we're so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we're so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Victorinox and Rado.
Hello viewers and welcome back, and I have to say Porto is looking very different to what it did first thing this morning. Welcome, yes, to this beautiful Porto Cricket Club, or I should say Porto Cricket and Lawn Tennis Club, of course established in 1855 as the cricket section, and then 1877 was joined by the Lawn Tennis Club as well. It is a fantastic facility, and this is the last match that we have here this time round, because I do hope that we will be coming back here. It has been amazing. I think for us of the European cricket, we're very happy to be here, very pleased to be here for the first time. Thank you very much to everybody involved, the Federation in Portugal, and of course the club itself for making us feel so welcome. It's been fantastic. The history around this club has been great, and when you walk around these grounds and when you walk around the clubhouse, you really feel the sense of that history. When you look at some of those old school books, you look at some of those pictures, it really has been absolutely fantastic. So I do hope that we do come back here again. I know the players have had a wonderful time, and they will be happy that the sun is out, because I think the one thing that they want, I think the one thing that their coaches want, and the one thing that we want is to see them go out here again and do battle in a T20 international friendly match. And that's what we're going to see here. Full 20 overs per side coming up. Let's see what happens at the all-important coin toss.
Portugal to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It is heads. Good luck. All the best. Have a good game. Portugal have won the toss. They're having a bat.
Najam Shazad, the captain of Portugal, winning the toss, and no surprises, deciding that he will have a bat. I think the conditions now are ideal for batting first. I think he's also feeling that the conditions will be still just a little bit harder for some of those fast bowlers that Spain have, with the bowlers running in, with the ground still being a little bit soft and quite understandably a little bit slippery, where you're catching some of the mud and you bring that onto the pitch. So I think it's a good toss to win, and Portugal will be hoping that with the start of the T10 internationals and also the start of the T20 international friendly, in those first matches they batted first and won, and they'll be wanting to finish with a win. Of course, they hold the upper hand here with a 2-1 margin at the moment, but Spain are looking to come back and tie this series. Of course, it is a friendly series, and I think the coaches have got what they've wanted out of this. They have new players that they wanted to trial and see, and I think some of those players have really come up top trumps with Spain. I think Corey will be very happy with the performances with somebody like Ahmad of Naik yesterday. Even Charlie Rumi has performed the way that he would like to see Lopez. I think young Alex Soler has been absolutely brilliant behind the stumps. I mean, he's going to be such a big player, I think, in the future of Spanish cricket. And then the likes of Murad Ali with his pace, Matthew Rahman growing with strength all the time that he's seeing them. And of course, Lorne Burns has led them brilliantly. And I think Lorne, once again, will be pretty key in this match. But I think there's also opportunities there for batters and players that haven't quite shone at the moment. And that's what I think Spain will be looking to see here. Maybe see some of those other players shine, which just makes it an even harder workload for the coaches when it comes to deciding which players that continue in the future. The same could be said about Portugal. I mean, there's some key players for them, of course. I think Daval Kuma has been absolutely outstanding. What about that knock in that last 5-over-a-side clash to go out here and smash the ball all over the park? There's been highlights from someone like Amardeep Singh. Likewise, also I think Najam Shazad, the captain, who seems to be sort of playing a bit of a back role. He's been giving other players the opportunity and not maybe using himself as a bowler and a batter at the right time. But you can understand that it's all about pushing some of those other players forward. But he will be hoping, likewise, there's one or two of their other players that do perform. Somebody like Hardeep Singh maybe puts another good effort in with the bat, but he's been probably looking for Hardeep to put a better performance in with the ball. But the outstanding players for them, once again, they had a youngster, that young Joshua Santos was brilliant. We might see him again this time around. And I think the new players that have come into the side, Hashu, his pace has been outstanding. Watch out for him in the future. He really is a good player. Daval Kuma, we haven't seen him before. He's been a shining light, and they've also got someone like Raul Kuma. So I think the players, the new players have really performed. The coaches have got what they wanted from this tournament, and I think both teams are hoping that this ends well. So the final match coming up, do join me in the commentary box, but also we might have a little surprise for you as well at the beginning and talk about some of the other big events coming up on European cricket. Join me back in the commentary box for the first ball.
Hello everybody and welcome back, and good to report that we still are having plenty of wonderful sunshine, and we are getting ready for the proceedings to start. And it has been a wonderful little tour of this this part of Portugal. Porto, it's been absolutely outstanding. We've loved it. I think the whole crew have had the opportunity to see the city of the Six Bridges, as it's known, and of course we went, and thanks very much to Andy, we also went to Taylor's Port. He had an education on how port is made. We had a great time, and more importantly, I think we found another top quality destination and location to play, and as I said in my intro there, really am looking forward to coming back here to this club. You have a look at the teams there. Daval Kuma, not a time. Well, Spain, no, they've got to find a way to remove him quickly. Portugal, I'm thinking every one of the matches have always had just slightly, in terms of the win computer, the upper hand, the favouritism, but only slightly, 56% to 44 to go on to win this. Portugal will be happy that they win the toss. I think Najam Shazad, no hesitation for him to go out there and bat first. And of course, what he's looking to do is hoping that his batters click and that they can bat Spain out of this contest. And to do that, I think you've got to be looking again to go past that 180 mark, ideally. I think that's a bit optimistic as well, because the ground is going to be slow. I think normally on this ground, I think if we were here on a lovely hot sunny day when the ground is hard, I think it is a 220 to 250 kind of pitch. I really do. But that outfield will make a big difference. You're going to see a lot of balls plugged, a lot of balls slow down. And as a result of that, I think 180 plus is going to be a good score here. Spain will hope that their spin will be the key once again. So we are ready to go. Well, the umpires out there in the middle will be keeping an eye on the Rado, their clock, the official timekeeper here. It's great to have them on board. And of course the umpires, the men in black, Krup Patel and Naeem Malik are the men out in the middle this time round. Stefan Gooch will be the third umpire. I did say in my intro that I'm looking forward to being joined by a very good friend of mine, and we certainly will have a nice conversation, and I know that you all like to hear from him as well. I'm not going to tell you who it is. A few of you might already have gathered or guessed, but we'll wait and see. Here's the first ball then. Here we go. Oh, wow, it's a short one. Banged in. And evasive action being taken, and once again, no surprises. Murad Ali is bending these back straight away, gets good lift, good carry through. A dot ball to start. And, good bit of pace as it's going to be Kuma who's going to be opening up the batting. This time with Conrad Greenshields, a slight change here. And I think that's the key. I think I touched on this all the way through. It's an opportunity for the teams to do this. It's up in the air, it may carry, no it doesn't, and well, that's one of the things we will see. Fortunately, it's not going to be a classic blooper as the fielder comes running through there. That's Lopez, but this ball, comically, he slipped, the ball bounces him, but fortunately, it doesn't go to the boundary. Rahul Kuma gets off the mark rather streakily. And right, is that time? Can we have a drum roll, please? And I'm welcoming good friend, fellow commentator, and of course a great coach, and I know the Spanish love him. I love him too. It's Corey. Corey, how are you?
Happy 2025, Rico. I tell you what, how good is your view from up here?
Don't you love it?
Oh,
can I tell you something that's really going to wind you up after this ball? As that gets played away. First of all, it's great to have you here. I know we've had a chat in between the matches here. And before we talk about my room, what about this facility? Come on. I've been bigging it up, but I don't think I can big it up enough. This is amazing.
Yeah, we've been on the tour a few years, Rico, and some of the ECN venues we go to will offer all sorts, but Porto Cricket Club, my word, if you ever get a time to come out here, enjoy the festivities, tennis, cricket, But just the clubhouse, Rico, I think I've fallen in love with the clubhouse. It's amazing. It really is.
Isn't it like, it's like going into a cricket museum.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know?
The history here, you just feel it.
Right, here comes Murad once again. Now then, just to wind you up, you know where my room is?
2 minutes away, isn't it?
Not even 2 minutes. I can step from there to here. That's my balcony.
Well, the games have been starting at 9 a.m. So what time have you been waking up?
You know what? It's been. I've never known it. It's the shortest distance I've ever had to travel for work.
Yeah, it's brilliant. No, it's
Come out
brilliant.
there and it's amazing.
Huge thank you to Cricket Portugal and
Yeah.
the ECN for organising this, and also Porto Cricket Club. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We've had such a fun time and we've learnt so much, and yeah, I've really enjoyed the series, really have.
Yeah, it's been great as Murad Ali comes in again. Once again, that heavy length gets played away. Now, I was saying yesterday, Corey, now that you're here, I mean, you can fill us in here. I was saying with Murad bowling, there's been so many going in that area. Have you been tempted to put a slip in?
I've been tempted at times, but to be honest, the Portuguese top order, they picked a very strong top order. Noritam, Green Shields, and some of the Gollier as well. They've got strikers, and actually we felt like we could maybe catch them out in different zones than slips. But yeah, really happy with Murad's development as one of the seamers in the overall package of Cricket Spain. I just love his raw pace.
That's the one that he pitches up. It's being well met, just be a single. I know that, as I've been touching on, and of course all the viewers now know, this is not a ICC rankings tournament. As the first over comes to an end, 5 without loss. It is T20 international friendlies, and it's an opportunity, I think, for both teams to introduce a lot of new players. Now, you've done that, quite a few, and there's been some very good surprises, haven't there?
We are absolutely wrapped. I think we've got, it's 9 or 10 players under 23. That was one of the big, we wanted to bring a lot of youth. They're all speaking Spanish and they're loving it. I mean, some of the things, look, Charlie Remišćević at 18, he's batting. We've never seen him bat this well. Ecstatic for him. The 2 new boys, Umair and Jamie, they didn't get the game time, but we've been doing a lot of work in the nets. Lovely to see them in the Spanish colours doing that. But Mati Rahman turns into a start. Manav Nayak, his game yesterday. We've really Martinez. He's 21. He might be 6'7", but he's 21. And here, this young man, Chris Guillem Lopez. It's not easy to bowl spin in a power play, and we've put him under pressure. And overall, we're very happy with Lopez as well.
I think that let's wait for this delivery first as he starts. It gets played away, and just about a fraction away from the outstretched hand of the fielder there diving. I think that was Lorne having a dive at this one. Just a hand away. Good shot, 4 runs. But going back to Lopez, up until that last match, which really is a lottery. It's 5 over the side. It's a slog. Anything can happen. But I still think he's been the pick of the bowlers for you.
He's been fantastic. He's a good young man. He works on his fitness a lot, and he's just another left arm offie that we're happy to get involved into the system, and he's got a lot of talent as young Guillem Lopez.
It's soft hands. We'll take the single.
But yeah, you're right. This weekend was about finding... Some of these players might not play T20 internationals or 50 over internationals for 3 or 4 more years, but we've definitely go home with more green ticks than red ticks, and that's what we wanted out of it. And look, Portugal could select the side they wanted, but they selected a pretty experienced batting lineup, so we're really happy with how the bowlers have stood tall against the experience. I mean, Conrad Greenshields, we know Conrad. He is a seriously good player.
He is, yeah. You're right. There's some good players in there. You mentioned Kuligula. We know all about him, though in this series he hasn't quite clicked, but we know he can come good at any point. That's a good shot. That would go all the way. Bowl it, as that one ends up in the hedges. And Conrad Greenshields, I think he'd like to get a good knock under his belt. He started well in the very first T10 International a couple of days ago, but since then I think you guys have had the upper hand over him.
Yeah, he's the evergreen Greenshields, isn't he? I've been having quite a bit of fun chirping with him, saying, you're 41 and you're playing in A Tour. But look, you got to love Conrad. He's one of the personalities in European cricket, and yeah, he still looks like he's got a bit left in the tank.
Yeah. Now look, big season on the European Cricket Network.
A huge season.
I know we're going to talk a fair bit about Cricket España and this tour. Of course, Portugal continues with the night series starting tonight. Malta starts. I know you're going to be on the road a fair bit as well. Good delivery, well bowled, good comeback. But some big exciting things coming up and something that you're involved in. And we've got to talk about it. the Western Shield.
Yeah, what an event. I got the first phone call in November hearing about something big was in the pipeline, but I didn't think it would be this big, Rico. Yeah, 4 teams, Asia 11, World 11, obviously British and Irish Knights and team. You're very honoured to be asked to do it again, but I've seen the teams, the other 3 teams.
Yeah.
I'll give you a little thing. 3 Big Bash players are playing.
Wow.
The World 11, look out. And one of them won the Big Bash.
Now, there you go, folks. I did tell, I mean, I haven't talked too much about the players because, of course, we're waiting for proper confirmation, and I know that pretty soon our social media team will be all over that. But, I mean, the icon players alone, I mean, you're talking serious cricketers.
The one I'm most excited about, look, excited for Joe Burns to be with us, 17 for none after 2. But my word, Ross Taylor. If Ross Taylor still has half the ability he had at Cardamore Oval, I tell you what, that slog sweep might kill the Dogs.
Finally, we'll put them to bed. And the cockerel, don't forget. But no, that's going to be a great event. I can't wait. And there's a lot of people. We've been putting it up, the Western Shield, and I've been talking about it's going to be 4 teams now, not 2. So we've got the rest of the world, and also, of course, Team Asia joining in. It's going to be phenomenal.
Yeah, it's going to be brilliant. When's it? Well, I mean, we're 2 weeks away now.
Yeah, we're 17 days away, I think, now we are.
Very
days.
exciting. I think we're going to get a lot of viewers, a lot of new fans as well, and yeah, can't wait for the Western Shield edition number 2.
Good pace. Yeah, Murad's been good, hasn't he? He's just filtered into the side. He's got a nice, cool head. He's bowling well. He's got those variations. And I keep saying, of course, I reside in Spain. I like to call myself Spanish. Future looks blooming good.
Well, the good thing for Murad, he's starting to push the more senior. You look at Atif Senior, Atif Junior, Raja, Kami's back, Shiraz, Shafat, Hamza. There's a lot of quicks. But Murad, there's something about him we like.
Oh, well.
Not that one, though.
He does like to bang it in. And, I got to say this. I've liked the healthy battle between him and Greenshields.
Yeah, there's a lot of healthy battles going on in this little tournament so far. And yeah, Greenshields isn't one of the more quiet Portuguese. But the thing I'm most happy about a lot of these young Spanish boys, we spoke on the first night of the tour. We said, look, I don't expect you to be perfect, but I do expect energy. 10 of you are under 23.
Yeah.
We should out-energise Portugal with our voice, with our body language, and I think overall they've done that, and energy goes a long way to winning games.
So one pitch start, one hand. Coming off the bat there for Conrad. Doesn't have good control over this. I think the battle here has been in Murad Ali. When he bowls that short of a length, he really causes problems. So as soon as he does pitch up slightly, batters, the eyes open and they want to go after him, but he's dangerous, and his pace has really troubled a lot of those batters.
It's a beautiful batting wicket overall. I think the runs have flown. It's pretty true. If you bowl a half volley here, you get hit.
Yeah.
It is a really nice batting track.
So, well played. They'll take the single here, and but that one almost digs it and buries itself into the ground there from Danny. But a single gets taken. There's the field now. Changes around slightly.
Have you enjoyed the T10s or the T20s more? Or a bit of both?
I've got to say a bit of both. It's nice for us, as you know, because most of what we do, as you have a look at the field that's being set here by your boys at the moment, it's been nice for me sometimes to have that change to T20. Otherwise, it's always T10. But I think the T20s have been very exciting. Yesterday's match was just sensational. It really was. Probably just drifting down the leg side. One thing I wanted to talk to you about, I mean, we've been talking about the Spanish boys, the age, the new, the youth about them. The way they came back in the T10 Internationals, losing the first match, coming back, winning the next 2. And the same way that did yesterday after being beaten in that first. Funny enough, by 51 runs, the same as the T10.
Oh, was it really?
Both for 51 runs. But the way they came back, and in that match yesterday, it was at one point, I think 80-20 in favour of Portugal. And the guys still found a way to come back. And I think that really shows real, not just character, but team spirit.
Yeah, it's the resilience factor. I think sometimes youth just have it in them as well, and the resilience from the boys to completely believe that they're still in it. And it was great to have Lorne fly in just to lead them, because I think Lorne coming in, that innings he played yesterday, that's one of the best innings I've seen him play for Spain. There's not many games in T20 you win it. We were 4 for 33 in the power play in the first innings, and we went and won it. So super proud. Just super proud. We're definitely going to go home. However this game goes, very proud, very happy, and we've really learnt a lot.
That's a good full delivery. One thing that I really am excited about Murad is he's my kind of bowler in the sense that we know he's got pace, we know we'll trouble batters with that short delivery, but he's still at least twice an over tries to nail that Yorker, and that's what's special about it.
Well, he's an X-factor sort of bowler. We're looking for him to take wickets. He might go at 9s or maybe 10s, but usually we like that last T10 game. We said, you bowl full straight, get it to swing. He took out Norriton and Greenshields, and that actually won us the game. Yeah. That was the over. So he's just got that little X factor. He is new to the system. Nice little single there for Greenshields. He's new to the system, and you put a couple of years on him and a bit more muscle, he's got a future.
Yeah, definitely. That's the end of the over. So another one over completed. 3 overs complete, 24 on the board. Thing is, though, I guess it is great. There's no doubt about it, but it's a bit of a headache for you as well, because you got a big, a lot of players in the pot, and having to select. I mean, we've got, what's the first thing coming up? ECC will be the first.
Yeah, well, for T10. No, we got, so in April we have an intra squad 50 over series. So 24 players will be invited for 50 over cricket, and then we actually go to Denmark in May for a 50 over series.
Right.
So we're about to, it's almost setting foot on the moon for the first time. We're about to test the boys in a completely different way. So a lot more strict fitness criteria have come in. But yeah, the bar is set high from the likes of DDC and Yasir Ali and Hamza Dar and Isan. So these boys know you've got to be on your game to crack that team.
Oh, great effort. This was travelling, it really was. And one thing we know about Conrad, when he hits it hard. This would have been a spectacular catch.
I think he just at the first moment didn't pick it up, flinched a little bit. But good effort from young Lopez. And that's another, young Lopez, I might be slightly wrong, I think he's 19. These boys are young, really young. And yeah, he's been under the fire this weekend, but I think he's held his own.
And this one is straight down the throat of the fielder and is held on to. Well, he may not have taken the quarter bowled opportunity to remove Conrad, but he's done the trick and removes Rahul Kumar, who finds the safe hands there on the boundary of the fielder. Well held, no mistakes there this time from Charlie Rumi. And the first wicket goes down.
That makes me really happy for Charlie Rumi as well. He's been working on his fielding in the last sort of, well, few hours. We went and did a little session because he'd shelled a couple yesterday and it really got to him. But hard work and practice always pays off, and the two left arm offies combine and pick up a pretty key wicket.
Yeah, well done. So Rahul Kumar, who gets an opportunity. Rahul, remember at the start of day one of the T10 internationals, didn't feature. He was under the weather, so he's recovering from an illness, and we saw him play yesterday. I think he bowled very well, and he gets an opportunity with the bat, and I think he'd be happy that he's had his time out there. But now the serious stuff starts, I suppose. A guy that you got to remove pretty quickly, Corey. Double Kumar, not a time.
What a player.
What a player.
What a player.
Yeah.
I said to the boy, I saw him at the ECC, and at the ECC he sort of just had this unlucky knack of picking out fielders a bit, but not this weekend. He's batted beautifully. If anything, he's been the batter of this tournament, T10 and T20.
Yeah, I think you're right there. He's been consistent. I think this one gets carved away. He's just had the one failure, really. This is going to be a long, hard chase. But this time, Charlie not able to catch up with it. 4 runs to start with. Yeah, he's been consistent all the way through, hasn't he? I think he's only had just that one blip in that all-important match number 3 in the T10 series when he didn't really get going. But other than that, he scored runs in every innings.
I love how he accesses the offside. He's one of the better players I've seen punching over cover. And when you can do that and have that shot in your arsenal mixed with everything else, tricky player to bowl to. This is the partnership. It's early doors, but these two might determine where this game heads. If these two bat for a period, they make 180. If you get these two, might be 150.
It's a little bit flatter, well bowled, very good comeback. And hey, look, we're talking about some players. Of course, it's a team game, but let's talk a little bit about the man behind the stumps, Alex Davison-Soler. He's class, huh?
I love him. He is just a little firewire of a cricketer. So on Friday, actually, because Lorne came in late Friday night, no Yasir, no Chris, we actually put him as the captain. I held his own with a lot of new boys, his leadership, his hunger. Hasn't kept as well as he would have liked this weekend, he said. He feels like he's been down a little bit, but his leadership is something for the future.
And that's the one. That's what he likes to go to. I think his strength, he likes to, whenever he gets the opportunity, he likes to rock back and playing the offside. Likes to go over the top, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's just too wide from Lopez. He's meant to be stump to stump here. That's just a freebie, absolute freebie. So 4 more to the total. Norotam, he's been enjoying himself this series, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's been good. Certainly liked him. I must admit, I know we've talked a bit about some of the, we'll go back to it as well, some of the Spanish boys that done well. But if we take a look at some of the Portuguese, Raul Kuma Hashu, the quickie.
Good. Definitely good. Oh boy, he gets it. It's a good call that you brought him up actually, because the boys have been talking about him quite a bit. Over complete 33 for 1. Thrown back to the. I think that's a dead ball, isn't it?
Interesting. I think this. Yeah, let's see what the umpires decide here. I think, for me, I would say that's a dead ball.
Well, the thing is, I don't think the keeper's throwing it to the bowler to try and get a run out. It's just the ball's in the hands, and then they're trying to throw it back. Let's have a closer look.
Yeah, we have a look here, and it's because it's in the sun as it goes back. So your keeper's got it. He's just passing it back. It's in the sun. You can see, can't see it. So yeah, I think common sense here probably.
Yeah, it's been given a dead ball. I think Green Shields is on strike. No.
Yeah, I think it looks like they're. I think they're just trying to check here with the third umpire. Probably Stefan Gooch will have a say in this, and we'll leave them to sort that out. But yeah, let's talk a little bit about Hashu.
Yeah, look, the boys were saying, look, he lopes in. It's not the quickest run up you'll ever see, but he's got pace. He's got real good pace, and he hit his length really well all weekend. So it took us a little bit of time to sort of figure out how to play him. We've started to just use the pace a little bit more in the last bit. But he's such a nice bowler in the middle overs. To have him in the middle overs for Portugal, I think he's one that might get bolstered into the main team soon.
Yeah, I think you're right. You mentioned 50 overs, so talk to me and also our viewers about where Spain is now at the moment in playing in the 50 over, the big tournament.
With where our ranking is at the moment, we're earmarking that maybe in the next 24 months we might be invited to the Challenger League playoff if things still go well with our T20. And the thing for me is, if we do get that invitation, we can't go in cold.
Yeah.
So we've just got a 6-month window here where I thought, you know what, let's pause T10, let's pause T20 and just have a look at what our stocks are. We don't really know.
Yeah.
It'll be a big eye opener, I think.
It's played away, just strays a little bit down leg side. You can see that the outfield has quickened up, and that's beautifully well done. Really good bit of fielding.
I actually forgot. There's one young man that we've been talking about a lot of the players and whatnot. Jaffa Raza, born in Spain.
Yeah.
Just turned, I think, maybe 17 or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh, I love him.
Yeah.
In 5 years, he's going to be leading the line.
I think people in the chat will probably, and a lot of people, by the way, saying hello to you. So
hello.
Corey says hello back. Yeah, but people in the chat will know that the last few days I've talked so much about him because he is class, and I've actually said that he, for me, this is a swing and a miss. He, for me, is right now at the same point when I first saw the likes of Mohamed Atif.
Yes, similar.
You know, it's very similar, and I think he will also. I mean, if you look at him now, he's got a lot of growing to do. He'll get stronger.
Yep.
He'll get taller. He's got a long way to go. But the talent that he has, and his variations already so early. The other day, picking up 3 wickets again. Outstanding.
And he's got pace. For his age to have that much pace, he's a special talent. Lovely to have him and Jamie in the team as well, who are 2 boys born in Spain, learnt their cricket in Spain.
Yeah.
Got to love those stories.
Not quite where we wanted this to go. It won't be a run. Complete miscue. Goes to the fielder straight there, and long off area. No run.
What are you up to after this then, Rico? ECS?
I go home for a few days, and then start the multi-European Cricket Series.
Okay.
So I'll do a few days there with Tina to start off with, and then I'll wrap that one up, and then join the crew at Cartama.
Yeah, the big dance.
It's a good take. There he is again. Alec Davidson Soler, really good move. I like the way he stays low, and I think you're right. There's a couple that he have gone through him. I think it would have been disappointing the other day. He put one down, but in general, and when you consider that the footing that he's on, very soft, sliding around a little bit, I think he's done outstanding work.
Yeah, he's done well. People got to remember as well, Alec's not been around that much for us, maybe 9 months. So him and Martinez, you feel like they're seniors, but they're new boys as well. So He's got a long future, I think, Alec, with Spanish cricket.
Good bowling. There's that pace, the pace that has worried so many. And what you got to remember here, Murad Ali is relatively new, relatively fresh, raw, bowling to someone like Conrad Greenshields, who's been around and seen a lot of cricket, and continues to have the upper hand here over Conrad.
Yeah, Greenshields just trying to get one away here. He started the series amazing, Greenshields, some of the shots he was playing. I think obviously a bit of fatigue for all players. Both teams are starting to set in because the rain overnight as well. The ground right now is extremely heavy. Just even taking a walk around it feels quite heavy on the legs. So a bit of fitness might come into it also.
Good bowling. Conrad, one thing I noticed about Conrad, he doesn't like to sit back in his crease, does he? It doesn't matter who's bowling to, like Morales bowling short or length. I know that he had a few run-ins with Matthew Roman as well. He likes to come forward. I think you often refer to it as the Hollywood shot. He likes, even though with this pace, he's still coming forward. And his reaction time gets shorter.
Shields, he's all Hollywood. I've had a great weekend with Conrad. We've been chirping each other quite a lot because, 40 years old in the A series. Said, you've gone full circle, Conrad. But no, he seriously has some stuff left in the tank. If Portugal cricket want to put him back in the national side, he wouldn't be misplaced.
This time, bat on ball, take the single.
It's a very good spell from her. None for 15 in a power play, 3 overs. He's done a good job as 5 overs down, 37 for 1. This will have to be my last one, Rico. I've got to go back to work. Otherwise, the boys out there start getting they'll have to trust Alistair.
Very bad. So, any questions then, people? If you've got any questions for Corey, fire them in pretty quickly. But, Corey, talk us through what you're seeing here.
I have to admit, it's the first time I'm seeing all the graphics, and it looks beautiful as well. And what a year.
Yeah.
My word, this is the first time I've seen the full list like that. We're busy. Well,
what's your first main gig then?
So I'm taking 2 weeks off now, just to take a little bit of a break before going on the road for a bit. So I'm going ECL, Western Shield, ECL, Portugal and Madrid. So I've told the loved ones back home, sorry, but I've got work to do. And then I'm taking a little bit of a break. And I think I might be on Jersey. Well, unsure at this stage, but yeah.
I suppose you got to sort of schedule it in with your commitments with the Spaniards.
And sometimes things come up that you haven't previously planned. But I'm super excited to have another year on the ECN network and join you, Vinny, Tina, Phil G, Danny Hudacek, and all our commentary crew.
Down leg side and a wide ball call. Just the loosener there here from Matty Roman, of course, the other bowler that we're talking about. I like this move from Lorne. I think the seam has certainly Murad has caused a few problems for both the batters, and he's decided he'll keep the pace on here. He could have been tempted to go for a bit of spin.
Well, it's a really interesting point in this game because we've picked 4 spinners. We picked 2 leggies and 2 left arm offies, but we all don't want to bowl spin to Noratam. We have to get Noratam out because he smashes spin.
Well, this is pretty well smashed as well. Conrad, well, he's played and missed at a few, but it's not surprising that Matthew Roman wants to go short too. He did clock him on the lid the other day, but Conrad is almost waiting for that. He's almost read the mind of Matty. He says, it's going to be short, I'm ready, and he's crunched this. It ends up in the German school.
Beautiful shot from Conrad Greenshields. Watch that onto the bat a little bit more closely and gets it away for 6. Yeah, I think these two at the crease. I mean, you look at what we saw at ECC, Jeremy Martins, Nunes, De Freitas, Gomes. I think these two are the national number 2 and 3. Really. I really think these two have got a lot to offer Portuguese cricket going forward.
No run here. Matty, looking at him bowl, especially watched him bowl the other day, I think he's gained a yard or 2.
Credit to Matty. In December, we sat down with him. We had a long chat about his fitness and maybe a little bit about his character, and we wanted more. We wanted to see the young man with energy and lose a little bit of the puppy weight. And he's come back 5 kg lighter. You're right. He's 5k quicker, and his batting's coming on. He's another youngster. So the future's bright for Matty. He's going to have learnt a lot through the hardships back in the ECC, and he'll get more confident as the years go on.
It's well bowled. That's that slower delivery. Oh, it could be gone. Oh, if this hit, it would have been curtains. I'm sure of it. It didn't know where it was. Didn't really get good communication from the non-striker. And watch this, Conrad Greenshields. He's very first. He could have seen the off-stump hit. He doesn't know where the ball is. And, Dhaval Kuma doesn't help him there as well. Look at Dhaval. He loses it, finds it, says, actually, no, if that hit, it would have been gone.
These are the margins. Unfortunately, these young plucky boys have dropped a couple in the last couple of days, and that's out. And Alec will know he has to hit from there.
Oh, that's, again, not the easiest of fields to field, and it's a bit bubbly, but I think that one, you've got to be alert to that, Corey.
Yep, it's not the easiest of fields, but you can always get down. There's no reason why you can't get down. So 45 for 1. Portugal, I think, with their noses ahead, definitely, especially with these two at the crease. This is the key partnership maybe in the whole game.
Yeah, it's interesting that you touched on Matty there. Of course, he would have learnt a lot from the ECC. And he showed that, I think, the other day when he was out there. He had to bat. I think he stayed there, scored the 33, won you the match.
Minus the game. Yeah.
MVP in the T10 International Series, and I think deservedly so. 4 more here. A little bit of width, and if you give a bit of width to Double Kuma, he's going to put it away. He hasn't had a lot of the strike. It's only the 5th ball that he faces, but it's another one he sends to the boundary.
Yeah, lovely shot. Too much width. He cuts everything, and he's probably had 3 freebies in the power play, and he's just not going to miss out on it.
Yeah, nicely played. So, are you travelling tomorrow? What's the
so today's a busy day because you wrap up the series. You've got a lot of packing. The boys have a million questions and things like that. But I'll go home tomorrow morning, take a little bit of time, plan the next few series for Spain, and then come into coaching Western Shield, commentary mode for a while, buy some new shirts. Thankfully, maybe some.
Don't forget the Peacock Friday shirts.
I won't forget this year. I won't forget this year. But no, this is my last ball. Just want to say a huge thank you to Porto Club, ECN, and also Cricket Portugal for hosting us.
Yeah, here. They've been absolutely fantastic, and I know that a journey in Portugal itself is not over. It's last day here, they're in Porto, but as you heard me say in the intro, I do hope we come back pretty quickly, because I think as the weather gets better and we get some of those long summer days, coming here again will be just unbelievable.
This is something I think I'd love to do more in the future, and actually really nice to have an A series, because a lot of our cricket, it's always you have to play the big boys and T20Is. Nice to blood some youth and learn about the future.
It gets played away, and Ravi Panchal, who took that all-important catch yesterday under pressure, keeps it single. Thank you very much to Corey. Always a pleasure as the 50 comes up for Portugal at the end of the over. 51 for 1. And that's 6 overs that have been completed. Yeah, always good to hear from Corey, and doing a wonderful job in the various jobs that he's involved with, of course. Helping Spain to grow and develop, and as he said, this A-Series is very important to do that. And then, well, of course, he's touched on some of the 50-over cricket coming up. They'll be good tours, won't they? Looking forward to see how they get on there. And then, of course, be preparing to manage Team Europe in the Western Shield, which is going to be awesome. And then, before you know it, they'll be getting things ready for the ECC as well, the Euros of cricket. Oh, let's turn attention to this. So everybody's saying their goodbyes to Corey. Thank you very much, Corey. And hello to Kroom, hello to Paul Kempin, and I hope you are enjoying your Sunday. It's beautiful here now. Of course, we had to wait a little bit for the weather to turn nice. We don't have to wait too much longer for one of those spinners to come on. It's going to be Charlie Rumistrovic. There's going to be coming on from the tennis court, and he's done most of his bowling actually from the opposite end, the synagogue end. But it starts well, jams this one in. When you heard Corey say that, probably a bit wary of bowling spin to Devil Kuma, but that's a good start. Down the leg side, but from the reactions there, doesn't miss the leg stick that much. I wonder if he shows a little bit too much of that one. But nice, lovely action from Charlie. He captured it here when he does that little bit of a skip, and then gets his momentum, steadies himself. Well bowled. good positive energy from the Spanish boys supporting the bowler. There goes for that sweep, asking the question. And the umpire, Naeem Malik, not entertaining the appeal. Looks like it's probably drifting down leg, but I'm liking it. Let's see this again. Liking the fact that he's making Norristown think, and at the moment he's managed not to get away. Just the one wide off the over so far. Very good this from Charlie. I think Corey, who's on his way back to the gang, will be pretty happy with what he's seeing at the moment. Yeah, well bowled again. Keeping it nice and straight. We heard Corey saying that when Lopez went a little bit too wide and it was put away to the boundary, Corey saying that's not the plan. Our plan is to go nice and straight to him. Charlie's done that so far. Slightly fuller. It's good footwork from Norristown to push that straight down for a single. Conrad be probably looking to, you can see that he's eyeing up this big gap on the 45. Got a square leg on the boundary. It's got a Lopez, a lot of ground to cover if it goes fine, especially if it gets past a man who's short 45, Murad Ali. Conrad, nice looking shot, steps into this, plays it down the ground. Ravi Panchal, who, no surprise, is at the end of overs is darting from one end off the ground to the other. That's where they want Ravi. They know that he is the top fielder in those all-important catching positions. Good, tidy over. Just the 3 runs from it with that one wide as well from Charlie. The 7 completed of the 20, 54 for 1. So Portugal taking their time. We saw this approach from them yesterday in the very first match that was played in this 4-match T20 International Friendly Series, when they were going about the same. And it was after the 10-over mark, when again they'd only lost the 1 wicket, that was when they put the acceleration in. And they did eventually get to that 180 score. It looked like they were going to fall short around a 160, but some good hitting from Najam Shazad towards the end accelerated them to the 180. And I think that again is what they've got in mind here. You heard Corey say that if these two get going, they probably will get to that 180. Lorne Burns coming on. This one just gets tickled around the corner. And they'll take the 1. Lorne must be enjoying his time here. There he is, the captain. I know that a lot of the times he's not been available to play some of the midweek cricket because of work commitments, but to come here and have 2 days and captain the side as well must be great for him. Has hit firmly. There's work to be done here. Is he going to dissect the 2 fielders? He is. It's not going to get into the goal though. Misses the post by a fraction, but it will be 4 runs. Good shot. That's well played. Dhaval Kumar shows that his strength isn't just playing outside the off, where we do see him play a lot of those aggressive and classy shots of his. So another 4. Kroom is just saying, wow, I just saw that Canada. Sees that they're in Hornchurch this year. Yep, we are. We're going to get horny in Hornchurch. Oh, yeah. Definitely we'll see some sexy cricket there, I think. And, of course, Jersey. You would have seen that Jersey on the calendar as well. So, of course, these are all things that have been penciled in. There's a long time to go. There may sometimes be some changes. Can happen. But, yeah, it's going to be exciting. Go back to Sweden as well. That'll be good. Go back to Germany. European cricket, the most entertaining form of cricket on the planet. We bring you a frenzy of action-packed cricket, and also, of course, as we like to say, some of that cricketainment as well. And I think you've all seen it on our social media, the good, classy, crickety moments, and of course, some of the comical ones and the bloopers. That's what we're all about. And, it's entertainment, or cricketainment as we call it. No, oh, that's another bad one. I think they will take the second, so should have been nothing here. And the fielder offers the apology. And that's Matthew Rahman, who gets this one completely wrong. Looks like he goes down too early, but not that he goes down too early, but he goes down in the wrong place as well. Charlie having to tidy up and now has to pick himself up, dust himself down and get ready to bowl the next over. 63 then. And can I just say, a few people were saying that some of the numbers on the graphics, and I'd just like to back that up as well. And so maybe those that are watching, that are responsible for the graphics, just the sixes, I agree, the six, not the easiest to read, even when it's right in front of me, the screen can quite easily be mistaken for an 8. So, yes, though they're great, we're loving these graphics, need a little bit of fine-tuning as well, and I'm sure that our boys and girls behind the scenes will sort that out. But keep your comments and suggestions coming. Full toss, goes for it down the ground, but he hits it clean straight into the side screen. There's going to be 6 runs. Manos arriba from the arbitro. Eso es 6 carreras. Yeah, full toss from Charlie, looking to dart the Yorker in like he did in that first over. And this time, Conrad takes a step out to it and meets it well. And even though there's 2 men straight, they can't do anything about that one. It's as straight as a dart going into the bullseye. Well, that's better, that's the area. Conrad moves to 30. Soft hands, nicely played. Good understanding between these two now. Running the singles really well. Mentioned that it is Groundhog Day in America. Seen the movie? Love the movie Groundhog Day, the original, absolute classic. And it is Sunday, so I've got to mention this. In England, big day in England. A run, well bowled. Yorkshire Pudding Day, yep. Yorkshire pudding was first devised as a way to conserve the fat that would drip off the roasting fowl or side of the meat, catching the grease in the batter mix with eggs, flour and milk instead of dripping in the pan. So no point wasting all of that goodness. Ooh, unlucky, really unlucky. Bit of an inside edge. That's Nuratam gets a slice of luck. Yeah, so when those Yorkshire puds in poorer quarters before, because meat was so expensive, Yorkshire puddings would be served before the main meal. And then you fill yourself up a little bit and then get a little bit of the meat that was dished out rather sparingly. But yeah, enjoy your Yorkshire puddings. That should just be a single. I must admit, I love Yorkshire puds. Any opportunity that I get to put the oven on and put a few Yorkshires in there, I love them. And got to have them, of course, with the gravy. But another favourite of mine recently has been to get the Yorkshires done and then a bit of cauliflower and broccoli cheese or something in the middle of them. A few roasties and still have that gravy, of course. But yeah, enjoy your Yorkshire puddings. I know I touched on it being a Sunday. A few people might have had already or preparing to have the Yorkshires as part of your Sunday feast. Well, do enjoy the Yorkshire Pudding Day. Over comes to an end, 72 for 1. Did a bit short, and well, not quite where he wanted this to go, but well, we've seen a few tree toppers. Well, this is a tree chopper. Hits right at the base of this trunk. I mean, he's hit this hard and smashes into the base of the tree and rebounds away. I think the umpire might want to check the ball here. It certainly thudded into the trunk of the tree. And he hit that, not where he wanted to hit, but he got a proper swivel on this. Did Conrad's, he did the proper, and now this is a bit fuller. Takes the pace off this one. You can see Lorne flights it up. He's hoping that he deceives Conrad Greenshields with the flight, but Conrad watches it pretty well. This gets carved out onto the offside single take. It's been good the way I think these two have batted. It's been a very good partnership. If we have a look, a quick glance at the over by over, they've picked up, apart from that first over from Charlie, went for 3, and over number 5 from Murad, they more or less have been picking up a boundary along the way, which has just kept things going for them. You remember in that when Spain had that loss yesterday, that Spain went through a period where they weren't picking up a boundary at all. That made a huge difference. So instead of going around about the 9, Spain at one point were going 7 and over, which then would change drastically once they lost a few wickets. So it's still very important, even though you don't have to go brutal. It's still important that you do try and pick up that boundary and over, just to help you stay at the rate that you're looking to be at. Pitched up, struck quite nicely. Ravi Panchal comes across, makes a stop. Loving his time here, Ravi. It's been a while since he's been in that Cricket Hispania shirt, and though things haven't gone as he would have liked, perhaps on the batting side in the field, he's been exceptional. And yesterday, what a lovely moment for him. I'm sure that'll go on the social media when he holds onto that catch off the bowling of Lorne and wins the match for Spain with Shahidur Rahman going for the big boundary to win. They needed 4 to win. There were still 4 balls to go when that ball was bowled, and rather than just take the single and maybe let Hashu at the other end get the win, or just do tiki-taka singles, would have done it. He went for the big one, picked out the wrong player. Ravi Panchal holds on to the catch. We're at the halfway point now. So Portugal, after 10 overs, 81 for that 1 wicket. And we'll reflect on, once again, the Western Shield. Corey was here earlier talking about it. He was saying that some of the players that are going to take part are going to be awesome. You'll get a good chance to see and read more about some of those players, because pretty soon it'll be all up there on our social media. 17 days to go then, when the world, and all the eyes of the world, I should say, will be once again firmly on the European cricket, as well, we put on a marvellous event. And and I think it'll be right up there as big as the Euros of cricket, and maybe even bigger, because I think the following will be bigger because of the players involved and where those players will be from. So let's hope that a lot of partners around the world are going to be getting in touch with European cricket and getting involved and showing this cricket in their respective countries, because I really do think that the Western Shield, is probably going to be, I think it'd be the most exciting sort of 4 or 5 days of cricket that the world has seen in a while. I really do. I honestly believe it's going to be sensational. And 17 days to go to that. And then right after that, we will have, of course, the European Cricket League, which, of course, we refer to it as the Champions League of Cricket. A time while the players take some drinks for me to say a few hellos. I'm just going to flick back a little bit and say hi to a few people. I mentioned Dave. Hello, Dave, and to Kroom. John Hisham has been in there with us as well. And who else have I not said hi to? Chris Smith. Hello, Chris Smith. Monica Ramos is interacting with everyone. It's nice to have you all with us on this Sunday. And I always like to ask the question, it is a Sunday, did you get a nice breakfast in bed? It always used to be the thing. Sunday, a nice lazy day, you do not have too many to do. Back in the UK, if the sun was shining, you potter out in the garden and do a little bit there, but not before you had a nice big breakfast. And if you have done, you've been very lucky. If you haven't, don't worry. You can stick a few Yorkshire puds in the oven and have a nice Sunday lunch or dinner. Charlie, Rumi to continue. Firmly hit and gets the body behind it. No run.
Charlie boy.
Conrad. Into his 40s. He is 41. And trying to move on to 41 or move out of the 40s here. He's exactly on 40. Good partnership between these two. That first wicket and that one of Ankush Kumar falling, scoring 25. Soft hands and gets in. And they've run these well, haven't they, these two, Conrad and Double Kuma. And Conrad now, as his age, moves to 41. Don't know, Conrad likes that being reflected. Well, they do. I mean, I'm guessing he's 41. That's what I've been told. Hit firmly and too well. That's hit so straight. What a shot this is. Classy. Perfectly executed. This is your HCL software shot of the day. He knows those two men are out there. He needs to get himself into a position and play this shot in a way that it goes dead straight. And he does. He nails it. Now gets a shorter one. He'll always rock back and play the cut shot. Sweeper is out there. Keeps it to 1. So continue to keep hitting that one boundary and over. But I think it'll be... I don't think they'll go crazy just yet. I think both batters will be happy with things going. They might wait to the 15 over mark and then really look to cut loose then. Let's see if that's the case. Well bowled. That's that Yorker delivery that's darted in. He bowls that really well. There's Charlie. I think that's a delivery that probably brings him a lot of success. Nice shot of Charlie and his rhythm and momentum side on there, and the over does come to an end. And, Portugal 89 for 1. I suppose they'd be pretty happy at the moment, Will Spain, because you heard Corey was saying that they were a little bit concerned about using they picked a lot of spinners and they were a little bit concerned about using the spin while Double Kuma's been out there, but it's worked all right. He hasn't gone after them. That means that the plan is still good. That one's strained down the leg side and that's helped away. And Deval whips it away. Not the best of deliveries there from Lorne. You can see he just allows Double to go down on one knee and sweep that away into the vacant part of the ground. Loving the shot back there as well. I don't know if we can get a good shot of that where the teams are, and we got the two flags up there as well. Looks really nice. That's well bowled. Good comeback. Drifted. See this, watch this drift and that movement. Look at the movement. I mean, if you want to know if Lorne spins the ball, well, he does. Good example of it there as well. A bit fuller. Drops the bat on it. Conrad wants it. A bit of hesitation from Double Kuma. I think Conrad gets in there quite early. The understanding, I mean, if you have a look at this single, this is all about the understanding of the two batters. There's, as soon as they go, they continue. And we've seen a few run-outs over the last 3 days where the communication hasn't been at its best, and there have been some run-outs, but that's the way to do it. You acknowledge each other and then you put your head down and you run fast and you slide the bat in, and if you do that, 9 times out of 10 you will make it. Conrad. Plays that wide off the fielders, chases on and shoot. Oh, there, that's going to be 4 runs. I think this is where maybe youth, you get just a little bit too carried away, because I think this one really should have been stopped. I think the ball is probably going to stop, and then the slide is in, gets the slide all wrong. Lopez then catches that with his foot and takes it over the boundary. So 4 runs, and he's going to have a laundry bill as well. That gets pushed away. No run. High, mighty, gone. 6 runs, it's a biggie. 6 more, and maybe it is the time to get on with it. Well, that big 6 brings the 100 up now for Portugal, right at the end of that over from Lorne. And 15 will come from it. 3 boundaries in that one, so you can see the acceleration is on now. They're really going to go for it. So, big hit. That's nice to see that. This young Raza was walking around the rope, the 12th, and he very kindly, after Lopez made a mess of the rope, sorts it out for us. And of course, you heard myself and Corey talking about Jaffa Raza not playing in this one. He's the 12th, but yeah, what a good start that he's had. Talking about a good start, it's a good start. Also for Portugal, 104 now, just the 1 wicket down this partnership, and materialising into a very good one. Came together, and the score was at 25. Charlie to continue. I think they'll go after him here. Firmly hit. Fielder gets down, makes the stop, keeps it to 1. Yeah, I think this is where the 2 batters now probably thought, right, okay, let's go big here. Let's go after the spin, because it might just mean that Spain change things around a little bit here. We've got Umar Magal on the side, so he's probably will turn his arm over. Didn't have the best of starts, did he? That 1 over that he had didn't go well. He had a lot of issues with getting his front foot sorted, but I'm pretty sure that Corey and the coaching staff have worked on him to get that sorted out. We'll see. I'll be surprised if he doesn't turn his arm over here. And even young Jamie Riley also in the side, so even he may get another opportunity, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. A little bit unlucky. Puts the ball there for the drive. It goes after it, but don't get it right. You see Robbie Pancho there saying, "Muy bien, Charlie, muy bien." Yeah, it's good over so far. Just 3 singles. Again, well bowled. Just another single, a little bit of tiki-taka after a few of those the boom-booms in the last over from Lorne. So Charlie continuing to go well, bowling his last over. That's gonna go in the distance of the fielder, who gets it all wrong. Gets this all wrong now. I wonder if this does catch the rope. We're going to have a good look at this. I mean, fielder, I think, gets himself in the wrong position. It was a catching opportunity. Now, what we have to see is whether once this ball goes over the fielder, whether this ball does catch any of the rope. Where's the foot there? Let's see. So there's for the ball. Let's keep this going forward.
Run.
And let's see, foot gets planted there. Now, how is this ball picked up? And it does the right thing. So, no indication that ball has hit the rope. That's quite amazing, actually. It doesn't hit the rope. And it's not a boundary. But it was a chance, I have to say. It was a chance. All right, now this is another one high up in the air. And would you believe it? Would you believe it? Ravi Panchal, who had nerves of steel yesterday. They're silencing around the ground and this goes up. You back him to take it. And Ravi just slips out of his hands. Opportunity gets missed. And got to say, a fine spell from Charlie comes to an end. Just the 26 off his 4 overs. But unfortunately, he goes wicketless. And that's an opportunity that should have been taken. So Conrad, in the meantime, he has gone past 50. And it's an opportunity that had to be taken. Conrad Greenshields, 53. Was also dropped on 11, don't forget. There was that difficult chance, the court and bowl one by Lopez. And that is rubbing it in now, isn't it, as Greenshields moves to 60. Just plants 1 foot down the ground and launches this over the straight boundary, over long on. Greenshields up against Manav now. Manav, who had a great day yesterday, probably the pick of the players yesterday for Spain. Good comeback. Doesn't pitch it up. Goes a little bit shorter and wider, just a single taking Conrad. These two holding the key to a big score, approaching that 100 partnership as well. That'll come up between these two once they hit that 125. Just 8 runs away. Bit shorter, played away. Conrad is probably feeling all of these singles he's having to run. He's being pushed hard here by Double Kuma, who himself is on 39. Quite interesting, he scored amazingly well in the last match of just like 19 deliveries. And yet here he is, he hasn't got to that score yet. All right, another opportunity. Now this one should be plain sailing. It will be, no mistakes. And is Manav who gets the wicket, Manav Nayak. So he's good, form continues. And I suppose in terms of that drop catch from Ravi Panchal, it doesn't hurt you too much. Because Conrad, he will hoik out and he will have to depart here. Goes for the big one. And yeah, he gets it wrong, skies it up in the air. And Alec Davison Soler makes no mistake. So they won't get to that 100 partnership. 118 is when the second wicket falls. And Conrad Greenshields, well, once again, he'll get a good ovation as he goes off. He's done a good job for his side. 61 of 46 deliveries. Manav Nayak getting the wicket. And the wicketkeeper, Alec Davison Soler, keeps his eyes on it and doesn't make any mistakes, holds on to it. So Manav now, this is good because it means new batter comes out. It's going to be Natam Hassam who gets another opportunity. There's Natim. Now, is he able to impress this time? I mean, he's coming out with a good foundation laid. There's plenty of time still to bat. That expected score, the way it's going still, expected to be around that 180 mark. But can Spain now get into the batters? Oh, he's gone. First ball. It's a first baller, and I think he might have just rolled his back onto his stumps. We'll have a good look at this front on and also from side on. So it's a first baller for Natim Hassam. It's going to be a golden duck. Let's have a look what he does here. I think this ball comes off his gloves onto his leg and then drops onto the stumps. Look at that. It's unlucky. There's joy for Spain, but there's pain for Portugal. Goes back, and it's really unlucky. And look at the delight from the Spanish. But you got to feel for Hassam. It's going to be the old golden duck for Hassam. And Manav has done it again. He's just having a dream, a sort of honeymoon start, isn't he, to his Spanish career. Amardeep Singh batted well yesterday, scored a fine 41, comes in next, and just pushes this away. And, partnerships, that's what Portugal now will be thinking again, get another partnership going. One thing that Portugal have been guilty of, and they've done it a few times, is when they have got a good partnership going, so for example Conrad and Dhaval Kumar, then once one goes, the other one goes pretty soon afterwards. So Dhaval now will know that he has to take over as being the leader and start playing there, looking to be the more aggressive. But at the same time, Portugal won't want him to fall too soon after losing the wicket there of Conrad, and then of course of Hassan straight afterwards. 119 then for 2 wickets of the over. Really well bowled. And I said to Manav when I saw him this morning, I said, did you manage to sleep at all? Because you must have been sort of high as a kite, must have been in cloud 9. He said, yeah, I did. Hello to Jeffrey Mobbs, who joins into the chat, and also to Little Ian. Nice to have you with us on a beautiful one. What is now a beautiful sunny day in Porto. Down the leg side, Samati comes back into the attack, now bowling from a tennis court end. Let's play cricket stronger together. Well, we will be and continue to be stronger together for the rest of this season. We'll have to be stronger together tomorrow as we got action from Malta. And then also, action from Malta and from Portugal, the night series. See there how a new partner coming out also disrupts the running. Dhaval Kumar probably, where if he was there with Conrad, it may have taken the 2, but just the understanding between these two, not quite there yet. They'll have to build that as they build the partnership. Gets played away, and this time the understanding is good. Amardeep Singh backing up nicely. Another push out on the off, so you can see that that's maybe the little objective here from these two batters. And okay, look, we just lost 2 wickets, and we have time. We have plenty of time. It's still at the end of this over, 5 overs to go, so we're on course to get close to that 180 score. 10% difference between who will win and who won't, according to the win predictor. Another one that gets sprayed down the leg side for Mati. Mati bowling from that tennis court end, and we've seen him bowl most of the time from the opposite end of the synagogue, or the if you go by the ground, the paddle end. Soft hands again, just guides down, another single gets taken, so the boundaries the flurry of boundaries that just started to happen now slow down again with those wickets that do fall, so that's good for Spain. We haven't seen a hat-trick yet in the start of our season. Still early days, I guess, but it's up in the air, nobody back there, and this one does go to the boundary. It's 4 runs. That one gets passed back. Nicely put away. There you go, a couple of bounces. And that looks like that's, yeah, Jamie Riley. It's also not listed playing in this match. Just does the passing back. Genuine edge, but taking it on. Good throw will have him in trouble. That's a good pick up and throw. They will get the single. All about running straight away and running early. And the end of another over. And score 129 now. 10 come off that one. From Matthew Rahman. A couple of wides in there, which Matthew will be disappointed about. Yeah, no hat trick so far for us. Had a few opportunities yesterday, and of course today again from one of. But it was in 1892, the first Test hat trick outside Melbourne took place. Johnny Briggs ended Australia's second innings on the 4th day in Sydney by dismissing Walter Giffen. And that meant that Australia won by 72 runs after conceding a first innings lead of 163. So the first one outside of Melbourne. And this day, 1892. I wonder if we'll see the first one of our 2025 season. And on this day in 1973, New Zealand's greatest cricketer made his debut, though it didn't quite go to plan. This one gets played away. Look how running the first one hard, wanting to take two, and it's good running, pushing hard. Amardeep Singh and making his ground quite easily. Yeah, Sir Richard Hadley started in a fairly inauspicious way with 2 for 112 in the first test against Pakistan. Doesn't get this right, but he's once again going to be made to run hard. And that was in Wellington, and after 17 tests he averaged 35, and many people thought that if he played for maybe something like England at the time, he probably would have been probably would have never played again. But thankfully New Zealand stuck with him, and then against England he took a 10-for in Wellington in 1977-78 and sparked a great career. So Richard Hadley, oh wow, looking to go big here. I think probably here now with the innings now starting to come to a close, that Dhaval Kumar knows that he's got to try and find the sort of hitting that we saw from him in the victory from Portugal in that 5-over-a-side match. That's what he's looking to do. Just, credit to Spain, they bowl much better to him. Manav bowled so well yesterday, did Manav Nayak, and I know that in that crucial match yesterday which levelled the series, that it was Lorne Burns, the captain, who got to play the match with a 77 and a 3 for 27. Liking it, but the foot does look like it stayed down, but it's still another swing and a miss. This time Amardeep Singh, you see it here, I think that foot goes for the big shot, but the foot does stay down, he doesn't lift it up. And well watched by the umpire as well. That brings us to the close of another over. And Manav continues his good work. Just a 4 off that one. 134 for 3. So you can see they are trying to get that acceleration game, because otherwise that you can see that little by little the expected 180 is now more 170. But yeah, but going back to Manav Nayak in the same match, he with the bat scored a very important 26, and how important it was when you think of the margin of win. Helped got to 179. He made 26 not out of 16, and then with the ball 3 for 20. But I still believe that the wickets that he took, and when he took them, including those 2 1 over, did change the direction of the games. And though I've got nothing against Lorne getting the player of the match in that one, I really do think that for me the part that Manav played was crucial. So it wouldn't have disappointed me at all if Manav Nayak got it, but he's made a great start, and I know Corey's over the moon with it as well. We go back to Matty here. Portugal really do need to get going here. I mean, Interesting, isn't it, how things go and how players' form can change. It's just a controlled loft. They're thinking two, they won't get two. Amandeep gets it. Nurultam on strike again. Nurultam, just have a look. I mean, in that last match, he scored 47 of 11. 47 of 11, everyone. And here he is. He's 43 of 32. So, and he opened the innings as well. So he's been out there all this time, but it just hasn't had the same flair about him. Maybe, and it's all a mindset, isn't it? Probably a little bit too high and may have just been going down legs up. But yeah, it's all a mindset. I think in that last match, it's 5 overs. You go out there, you prepare your mind to go out there and say, right, I'm going to bash everything. Whereas in this one, if the mindset's go out there, right, I've got to get myself in, see the ball, push it around. And once you get into that mindset, now he's trying to get to the slogging, the hitting mindset, and it can't happen. He's not managing to do it. Amandeep plays a nice shot, but it's straight to the fielder. No run there. Good pickup. Ravi just loses his footing as he starts to go there. Does actually very well to adjust himself again. I had visions of him being all over the place, but he does well. Now, Ravi's he's gone down here, and I wonder if he just pulled a muscle or something. Remember, he did slip a fair bit before he got moving. I saw that on my eye. I don't know if he caught it on camera, but he adjusted himself well, made the stop. I'm guessing that he's just got a bit of cramp there. This Alistair Priddle's out there just to sort him out. And you can see Ali there. You're all right, mate. Just breathe it out. Let's hope it's just something that's muscular, nothing serious. And looks like he's still down. The massage is happening. There's opportunity for the players to just take a few drinks on board. And maybe, I mean, we haven't had a look at the European Cricket League graphic this time round. Why don't we have that on the screen? And if anybody wants to bring up a group, why not? I'm trying to think of one that we didn't quite touch on yesterday. How about Group G? We've seen a lot of cricket here in Italy and at the Roma CC ground. And hello to anybody from Roma CC if you're watching. They're very good friends of ours. It's nice to see them there. And they've won't be easy for them. I reckon that group is so open with the like of Independent CC. And of course, there's Marlow. There's the Portuguese representative. I think Najam Shazad and one or two others that we're seeing here will be part of that. You got Beverin in there as well. And the Mediterranean Vikings. I think that's going to be, they'll be a good side as well. A lot of the Gibraltar representatives, of course, players from Gibraltar will be in that side. So that'll be interesting. But a lot of people mentioned and were excited the fact that we'll be going to Hornchurch in England. It came up there on that graphic. And you can see that Hornchurch, they will be playing themselves in Group B of the European Cricket League. Now, leave that up there for a moment. I see Ravi is still down on the ground. I think he definitely, he was going forward. I think he slipped. He must have really overstretched maybe the hammy. And he's still being treated there by Alistair Priddle. So I get the feeling that it just makes sense that the 12th, probably Jafar Raza, will be on the pitch now for the remainder of this innings. And that's disappointment really, because I'm thinking, I mean, if he doesn't recover in time, then the worry is that I think Ravi was probably would have been listed to be one of the top order batters as well. So we will keep a close eye on that, no doubt. Just looking here at the Ravi, does seem to be sitting up now, which is good. And the other players, of course, huddled together talking. And I go back to what I said before. This probably affects more the batters than anything else because they lose their concentration. Now, I mentioned that what excited a lot of people when we had it on the board was where we're going. Let's have a look at this again. And remember, not cast in stone, but here we go. This is where we had this on the board and people were saying, wow, look at this. We're going to... So some of the places that will be exciting here. I mentioned, there we go, on the 2nd of June, Hornchurch in England. Also, we're going back to the blue pitch. Well, I'm imagining it's still blue in Sweden, in Malmo. I always remember a fantastic introduction or intro that Vinny Sandu did from there. So that'll be good as well. Go to Finland, and that's a first. And that's on the 23rd of June there in Finland. What else? We didn't go to Belgium last year, back to Belgium in July. Germany, we go back to Germany. Ireland is on the agenda there. Probably we'll hear a bit from Lenny in Ireland, I'm guessing. So plenty of plays. And then, of course, we do a fair bit in Spain, but it's nice to see that the likes of Alicante, that I imagine will be the Sporting Hellfest ground. Valencia is on the agenda, and of course so is Madrid. So very, very exciting year ahead. Really looking forward to that. And for those of you that are wondering, we will be going to Wimbledon as well, or Rains Park. You'll see that that's later on in the year in July. So possibly 2 visits to England, and 2 I noticed there to Sweden as well, not just Malmo but Stockholm. Okay, looks like we're ready to resume. Matty with the ball, full, what a good delivery, Yorker, and it looks like Double Kuma doesn't quite, he still has his concentration about him as he blocks out that one. That means another over less to go, and they still haven't really got the big shots going. So that's 2 overs now without a boundary. Madhav Naik's last over, that one before Maddie's went for 4, and that one from Mario Roman also going for 4. So 8 of the last 2, that's not what Portugal want, and I think now we're going to see a big effort for them to go big here. I think looks like Amandeep is signalling for another bat. Ravi Panchal has been replaced by Jamie Riley, has come onto the field of play. Well, we did see Jamie a little bit earlier. That should be out, and it will be out. That's the one they wanted. Well, Amandeep Singh might have wanted a big bat, but this one's too heavy for him because he wasn't able to use it. He misses the ball, and Madhav Naik has taken a 3rd. Very well bowled. This young man. I don't think anybody will mind me saying we ever sang in Spain, "Eso chico tienes cojones," and he does. I tell you what, that is just exceptional from Madhav. If you thought that he excited yesterday, he's doing it again here. Really good bowling. Fantastic. 19 years old. He will turn 20, I believe, later this year. But yeah, how good is that? Superb. Excellent bowling. And no mistakes there from Alec Davies and Soler. So they get a wicket straight away. You thought that we were going to have that push, and we've seen it. I'm surprised no Najam Shazad. I really am. I said this in the intro. I know Najam is being given others an opportunity. I do believe that he needs to pump himself higher up the order. This is going to be a long chase for the fielders. Running was poor. I have to say, the running there from the batter's poor. That should have been 2 runs any day. Now whether Ankush Kumar is feeling that he wants to keep the dangerous Double Kumar on strike, but you got to take the runs when they're there on offer. Manav Nayak gets another one through. What a debut he's had. What a debut. And Amandeep Singh, well, let's just say, if you're superstitious, makes 13 and out on ball number 13. Well, it's definitely his unlucky number, Amandeep. But having said that, he also wears number 13. So number 13 out for 13 off ball number 13. Take that. In the air again. Just can't get going. And 45 now, 38 deliveries. 140 comes up on the board. Manav Nayak. How proud must his father be at the moment? Samir, who's part of our crew, he's one of the scorers. That's a nice looking shot, and that one will be 4 runs. Just because he's bowling to the lefty, he doesn't get it right, and that gets whipped away. Nice shot. Ankush Kumar. Remember Ankush Kumar? He played a wonderful shot in that short match. He came in and he hit his first ball to the boundary. Well, he's done it again. He likes that shot, doesn't he? So they need more of those. Yeah, but Samir, I know Samir he's a hard taskmaster. He is. I know that I've seen him with Manav and training him and pushing him, trying to keep him healthy with his diet, his food, his work. And Manav, of course, also still studying. But what a start! Great start this. You can probably still hear. I think you can hear Ravi sat in the chair there, and he's probably close to one. Well, he is close to the camera there. You can pick up the conversation between him and Alistair Prudhoe. And let's just hope they behave themselves in what they say. Gone. Another one. That's 4. Manav Nayak has taken a forfeit, and that is huge. That's absolutely huge. That's 4 wickets. Ankush Kumar now goes. And Manav, he's on the verge of maybe taking a Michelle Pfeiffer. Look at those figures. Wow. 3 wickets now, becomes 4. 4 for 19. And he's still got an over the bowl. Portugal just haven't been able to figure him out. And, well, I was in the process of talking about Manav and Samir. I know I've been there when Samir's been the father has been trying to coach him into the way he plays, the way he bowls. And, you know, he's very sort of expects high standards from him, and fair play to Manav. He's listened, he's taken it on board, and he's been exceptional. 144 for 5. 52% Portugal. It's a 50-50 this, I'm telling you. This is a 50-50. Kuldeep Gulaya comes in ahead of his captain. Nuratam has just not been able to get going this. They have bowled so well to him, and when you consider that he literally blew Spain away in that 5-over bash, scoring 47 of 11, helping Portugal get to 63 that was required with 11 balls to go. It was just brutal, but look at the response. I mean, all right, he's still there, but he's almost getting to a roundabout run of ball. I mean, if they can keep him quiet, it's going to be exceptional. All right, Kuldeep Gulaya ain't got time to get going. He's got to go from the word go. Mati comes into him. Full toss, not a good delivery, and that's going to go probably all the way. It will. 6 runs. That's a poor ball from Mati. Probably slips out of the hand, ends up being a full toss on the legs, and Kuldeep is just, you see there, just a little, just shovels it, doesn't he? Shovels it, and that will go all the way over. 6 runs. I can hear some of the Spanish say, come on, every run, every run.
Come on, Matty, come on, boy. Come on, Matty. Backing you, Matty. Confianza.
To the pad. I'll take the leg by.
Jamie, ring now. Adders, ring. Yeah, wait, Matty. Ravi, they can hear you on the microphone.
Thank you very much. We just heard that. Well, now Ravi knows he has to be careful what he says. You see, that was like Chinese whispers. I started it off here with Crystal Lopez. He went to Charlie. Charlie then passed it on. And finally the word has got through to Ravi. Short. Goes for it. Just going to drop short off the fielder. Charlie keeps it to 1. Matty fires in the short one. 150 has come up.
Good, Matty. Finish now, Matty.
But still, I'm excited, you know. I just want to see this next over from one of the Kuldeep on strike again. Matty went short. Will he go short again? Will he try and take the pace off? I think a pace off delivery could work here. And it gets through. Dot ball. Always looking, wasn't it? If you all the way up until that 16, even the 17th over, the 170 was still sort of on the cards. But how Spain is, I'm still saying 166 here. Now that's up in the air. It's not going to go to hand. It may have actually even possibly have been a wide, you know. I think would have ended up going over the head. But that's a result because Kuldeep gets bad onto it. He'll take a single. It means that he'll stay on strike. What do you think? What are you thinking, folks, of this innings from Dhaval Kumar? I mean, he's had 38 balls. He's on 47, and I know that in the shorter format when we have the T10 there, I think he definitely would have been in retirement territory for me. They've stuck with him. He just hasn't been able to get going. I think every time let's see what happens in the last over, but every time they bowl to him, he just hasn't been able to get them away. All right, here we go. So it's going to be Manav Nayak to bowl. He has got 4 from 19. Are we going to see the first 5-wicket haul on European cricket at the start of a 2025 season? And it's young Manav Nayak. Dot. Kuldeep. Can't have dots. Needs to get bat on ball. 154 for 5. Portugal have been stopped in their tracks. Plays this away. Take the single. All right, here we go. Has Dhaval got what it takes? Can he rekindle some of the hitting that we saw from him in the last match when he blew Spain away? Well, 4 balls in the innings to come. 155. A couple of big hits could get them into that mid 160, close to the 170. Goes for it. Gets it. Big 6. Watch out in the tower. Well, that has gone a long way. I think that's Gooner's up there. He probably would have been shaking a little bit. They wouldn't have seen that coming too late because of the sun as well. Look at this. Boom. Shakalagya. That's a biggie. Right, into the 160s. Dhaval Kumar, Nurutam, and also brings up his 50, 53 of 39. I guess you say well batted. He's weathered the storm, but I think we needed to see this, or Portugal would have wanted to see this from him at least 4 or 5 overs to go. 5 wickets still on the cards. Hit hard, 6 more. Well, maybe the young up-and-coming apprentice is being given a bit of a lesson here from Dhaval Kumar Nurutam. But still, I know Manav, that is not going to bother him. He'll come back, 167. 2 balls to go. Maybe they will hit the 170. What's that? Those last two shots done to the win prediction. 58 to 42 now. Shorter. Wide. Worth a try. You can see what the young mind is thinking. Fire it in wide. Double will come charging down the track. Get the stumping. Doesn't work. We'll have to bowl it again. Thinking all the time is Manav. How does he get through? Double Kuma, 59 of 40. Really, you got to say, once again, it's a bit like Corey was saying. If they don't get Conrad and Double early, then that 170, 180 is on the cards. And Corey, as you'd expect, was absolutely right. Still haven't got there yet. Goes for it, gets it. That's big, that's glorious, that's 6 more. That's now in, we are into the 170s, 174, another big 6 will get the 180 on the board. And that 6 means that's 20 off over 20. With now there's 1 ball to go. So a lot of hard work being put in. You think about those last few overs there from Spain. Only 24 coming off the last 4 overs. But now this is a big delivery here. If it goes for 6, Portugal will be happy. They get to that 180 mark. If it stays as it is here, then I think it's probably what Portugal are always looking to finish on. Remember, for a long time, 172, 173 was the expected, so they've gone past that. And a lot of people will be saying, well, I just asked the question, didn't I? Look, he was going at the rate of retirement rate. Well, he's come good, but look where this has been bowled from. It's been bowled for well short of the crease. They might as well just turn and go. In comes a throw. It should be done and dusted. It will be. It won't be a 5-wicket haul, but it'll be some more fantasy points at least for Manav Naik. They'll get 1, not 2. It will be Kulak who will sacrifice his wicket going back for the 2nd. The 6th wicket will go down, but Portugal will get 21 off that last over, and they will finish on 175 for 6 wickets down. But what an interesting knock there from Dhaval Kuma, not a Tam. 60 of 66, because they'll get 1, is what he'll end up with, not out of 42 deliveries. And I think, a few people would say, well, okay, where was that earlier? I will say, though, that a lot of the times they bowl so well to this Spain that he just couldn't get on strike to do it. So this is the way it started, with Lopez coming back after being carted all over the place in that match number 3. They needed a breakthrough, and they did get that breakthrough. Rahul Kumar was given an opportunity at the top of the order, and that was a really good catch taken there by Charlie Rumi. Remember, Corey did say that they've been working on his catching, because he did and has spilled a few. Well, practice makes perfect, and he proved that. But then came that partnership between Dhaval Kumar and Conrad Greenshields. They almost brought up a century partnership between them. Conrad was the more aggressive, 61 of 46. But when you think about it, especially the way that last over went, though Dhaval Kumar was way behind in the strike rate, he ends up on more about the same, because of 42 deliveries. He actually then outscores Conrad. So in a way, he redeems himself. I suppose timed it to perfection by staying there. He was able to do it. That was an interesting shot, wasn't it? But once again, it was those quick wickets that would fall. And once again, it was Manav Naik to do it again. It was the 2 wickets in and over yesterday in that second T20 that I think turned the game in favour of Spain. And it was almost like that could have been the case this time round, because when he picked up those 2 wickets in over number 14, and this is it here that we're seeing. So Conrad was the first to go as it got skied upwards, and then the very next ball, it was Hassam. So Manav was on a hat-trick, he wouldn't get it. And then going into the last over, he was in with a shout for getting a 5-wicket haul. That wouldn't happen either. But still, a good performance from the youngster. Yeah, that's just really unlucky, isn't it? Hassan would have to go. Malik did put a lot of effort in with his ball. It's a few that went down the leg side, but look at this. Clever bowling. Amardeep changes to the heavier bat, but when it ends up knocking him over, that would be his downfall. Manav picking up another, and then he would do exactly the same thing here again. That's a really good take, actually. We didn't talk about this at the time from Alec Davidson-Soler. I mean, that ball really has popped up. He's taken it well. It's really good keeping. You know, I know that Corey was saying that Alec Davidson-Soler was a little bit critical himself of his own wicket keeping, but I have to tell you, I disagree. You're not always going to be 100% on. There's a lot of cricket that's being played here. If you make 1 or 2 errors, it's the way you respond and come back from it. And you saw there, he came back from it really well. Wicket then right at the end. And I just feel with Portugal getting to this 175 score, so the target being the 176, we are going to have another thrilling contest. Let me remind you that yesterday the scores were 180 to 129 in favour of Portugal in match number 1. In match number 2, 179 to 176 in favour of Spain. Portugal just missing out and being bowled out with 3 balls to go. So this is going to be another thriller, I kid you not. Good batting there from Conrad Greenshield, 61 of 46, and then 66 there from Taval Kuma. And I think he needed that last over when he hit those 3 big sixes. I think otherwise, you never know, there may have been just a little bit criticism from 1 or 2 that he spent a long time out there. But helping Portugal get to that 170 mark, I think he's done all right. Remember at the start of this, I did say that for me, the way the conditions are, that a 180 score is a good score. And I think Portugal have got to a big score, be it that they're 5 runs short. So it's going to be a very good one. There's a bowling fingers, Manav Nayak, take a bow, 4 for 40. Last over went for, in the end, I think 21. Otherwise, it would have been quite an amazing performance from him. And the other wicket going to Lopez, who I've said before, I was very impressed with him. So time to take a short break. And do join us back in about 10 minutes' time for the conclusion of not just this match number 4, but of course of our short but wonderful time here in Porto. I'm sure you will all agree. But we'll talk more about that when we come back. Join us back in about 10 minutes' time. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we're so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we're so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we're so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we're so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we're so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we're so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Victorinox and Rado.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the final innings, sadly here at the Porto Cricket and Lawn and Tennis Club. We've had an absolutely fantastic time here, and I'm sure during this innings we will dwell on that, as well as dwell on some fantastic T20 international friendly action here as well. It's evenly poised, this match, I can tell you that, and I think we're going to have a really good grand finale to the end of this series. 175 is what Portugal scored, thanks to a double Akuma's knock and also that of Conrad Greenshield, both helping Portugal with those half centuries. Double Akuma 66 not out and Conrad Greenshield's 61. Spain will need a good start. I think they will be relying a lot and hoping that Govinda Singh Bajwa finds his powerful form and forms a good partnership with Danny Long Martinez. And Long Burns, I think, will be pretty key with the bat as well, and hoping that he can rekindle the kind of form that he's shown already the last couple of days in this series. So we're ready to go. The umpires will wait for Arado, our official timekeeper, to give us the thumbs up. Portugal, with that finish at 21 coming in the last over, have given themselves a 61 to 39% advantage and going on to win this match. Let's see how that stays. Spain will want a good start. And they're not going to get one. It's an absolute disaster. An absolute disaster. Shodu Rahman gets one past Bajwa. Let's have a look and see what this does. Bajwa seems to be completely confused by it. I mean, really comes in, gives it the effort ball, no loosener. And this must have done something. It must have done something. Bajwa, look, he looks totally bamboozled by this one. Oh, yeah, it's an absolute beaut. It's an absolute peach. It's a dream ball from Shodu Rahman. And it removes the dangerous Govinda Bajwa very first ball. It's going to be a golden duck for him. That's going to be a sad end to his series. And 0 for 1. It's a royal duck, everybody. The Ducks. Let's hope the Ducks do arrive tomorrow in Malta, or even for the start of Portugal night series. I know that Vinny Sander did say they're having a bit of a makeover. Well, I'll tell you what, those stumps need a little bit of a makeover. What a ball. What a start. And Rahman has sent the dangerous Govinda back. Govinda goes first ball, royal duck. And the opportunity now for young Charlie. And that's a real promotion here for Charlie Rumi, who comes out here to join Danny Long Martinez. He's got time to bat. And let's see how he deals with it. Shodu Rahman now will have his tail up as he comes in to Charlie in at number 3. And Charlie looks to launch this over. Oh, it's been caught wide. Let's have a look at this again. I think a bit of a surprise from everyone here. That one won't show us. I don't. That's a tight call for me. We have another look at it here. So let's have a look at this delivery. Well, you can make up your own mind. Remember the wides that we normally play towards here in the European cricket is anything that catches the line is not a wide. Umpire feels that didn't. And this one is okay, says umpire Naeem Malik. What an opportunity for young Charlie. You heard Corey say earlier that he was very impressed with Charlie's batting. And I was as well. I have heard that Charlie's been batting very well and bowling well back in where he plays in the UK. So it's a good opportunity for him to show that off here. Slightly heavy pitch, nicely played, nice clean strike off the ball to get off the mark. The opportunity now for Danny Long Martinez, and plays a lot of rugby. Does Martinez, and Corey's absolutely right. If you look at him, you know, you think he's much older than what he is, but he's not. A young man. He's 24 years of age. Nicely played. Short of a length this time from Rahman, varying his pace well. A couple of full length deliveries, and this one, and he's bowled a couple that have been wide and leaving the batter. This one does come in. Bit of a change though in the strategy from Spain. We have seen them. They do like to have that left and right variation in the middle, and I think it's probably the first time we've seen that's not happening. A left-hander hasn't come out to replace Bajwa. So that's pushed out. No run. Quick early call of no. Maybe those are the sort of ones that perhaps early on in the Portuguese innings, Portugal were running. Perfect start. Portugal looking to apply the pressure straight away. Spain, as it stands at the moment, need to go just over the 9 and over. Wazza and Kroom saying great start. Wazza saying that was an absolute cherry. Great delivery, says Kroom. Royal Duck, it certainly was. I'll take the single this time, as this one's out the reach of Rahman. Still waiting for an official update on Ravi Panchal. I get the feeling, I haven't seen or heard anything myself, but I get the feeling that we're probably not going to see Ravi bat, because I think if we were going to, we would have seen him by now. That's the end of the first over. What a fantastic start. Shadul Rahman takes the wicket very first ball, Royal Duck, and then only 3 runs come from it. So 3 for 1 Spain at the end of the first over. So yeah, I think maybe we're not going to see Ravi here. He may even be going to maybe get that injury checked out. I'll let you know when I know. In fact, while I'm talking to you now, I will try and send something through to one of our crew and get the answer for you. There you go. Message sent. I'll wait for the reply and update you. Sun is coming across now into my balcony. It is a balcony. I think we touched on this before. That's a very good take. Really good take. And I know that Kuldeep, and a few people were saying yesterday night, Kuldeep is really feeling it. I think you do. You know, not a lot of cricket's being played, and when you start, you're playing a tournament like this. So Kuldeep certainly felt it, and it's been a hard slog. Yeah, just getting an update here from Marzi, who's saying that 99% he won't bat, so yeah, not good. Well bowled. Hardeep Singh, I think he's keen to impress, isn't he? I think by his own standards, yesterday wasn't his best day with the ball, though he did impress with a nice cameo when he was surprised everybody by opening the innings in that second match. Scored a fine 20. Oh, that's gone. And he's done him. It's another one gone. That's going to be the end of Charlie. He was getting closer and closer. It looked like he was on the cards. Hardeep Singh is fired up. And off the pads and onto the stumps. Charlie's just a little bit slow onto it, isn't he? Gets beaten by pace. And yeah, you don't really see it from that angle. Onto the pads, onto the stumps. Another wicket will go. 104 cleaned up by Hardeep Singh. So the openers are doing their job. There it is again. Yeah, just a little bit too late on it. Doesn't quite get himself in the position. And agony as Charlie sees the ball clatter onto the stumps after coming off the pad. New batter comes in to Adnan Tahir. Now this will be a good time for Adnan to really show his true colours. So here we go. Hardy gets ready to Adnan Tahir. We saw him bat really well in Barcelona. Hasn't really able to show that here this time around. That's a really good delivery first up to a new batter. Hardeep Singh bowling really well from the synagogue end. We thought yesterday that he may be given the opportunity to come from the tennis court end, where a lot of the pace bowlers have had better success. But Rahman has kept that end. It's again another Yorker. Just gets pushed out. They'll just take a single. Portugal won't mind that at the moment. And the way things are looking for them and the way the percentages, the win percentages are changing is good. 2 wickets down Spain. We did see Spain there. Look, yesterday was very similar. Spain did lose 5 wickets pretty early, but did come back. Still got batting there, got to remember that. Still got Long Burns batting really well. I think Alec Davison-Soler is keen to show of his talents. Still got Martinez there, matching Rahman. The batters are still there, just need a partnership. Need to weather this early storm. Oh, well, that's a bit of a rash shot there from Martinez. Gets beaten. End of a very good over. And both openers starting in exactly the same fashion. They mirror those the first overs. 1 for 3 and 1 for 3. That means that Spain are 6 for 2. Hardeep, good, quick pace bowling. It's almost like he's been told by Najan, right, it's the last match. I want you to give it everything. Talking about weathering the storm. Whereas this morning, the towels on this balcony were being used to keep the equipment dry. Well, now they're being used to keep them shaded from the sun, because that sun is now starting to make its way in to my balcony, and I reckon in about 10-15 minutes I'm gonna get cooked here. Delicately played. We'll take a single. Tahir just trying to keep himself nicely composed. And, probably saying to himself, right, stay here. Just stay here. Stay here, and the form will come. That's what it's all about. Stay here, and it will come. He's got the ability. He's got the talent. We saw that in Barcelona. Rahman now to Martinez, who had a bit of a hoik at the end of that last over to Hardeep. Plays that pretty well along the deck. We'll take the single. Change, I think, for me so far here. I don't know what you think on the chat as Cosmic Nana joins us. I think it's a different approach from Portugal. I think they're attacking the stumps more. We saw that from this man here, Shahdur Rahman, getting the ball really pitched up. We saw it from Hardeep. It's almost like they're saying, you know what, we're going full. There again, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. Going full, attacking the stumps. And once again, just looking at this, I think he's a little bit slow moving here. And that's another one that's going to be gone. Tahir goes. Just tries to work this away. It's not the right shot to play. Look where he is. He gets drawn forward and he's not playing the right shot. Should be playing straight to this. Gets himself out of position. Tries to get himself in a position to play the ball on the leg side. Gets it completely wrong. Shahdur Rahman doesn't. Gets the ball on the money. Knocks the stumps over. It's another one that bites the dust. Adnan Tahir goes for 2. 2 of 4 balls cleaned up. Here it is again. Jog the party. And he's done him. Well, maybe in Shahdur Rahman, Portugal have found a man who can get through the lefties. It's a problem that they had. Some of the bowlers, I know Hardeep really struggled to bowl to the left-handers. He was bowling a lot of wides to them. And even Hashu to a degree. But Shahdur Rahman, he's got it spot on. 3 down now. Spain, remember, they're 2-1 down here in this best of 4. A win from them ties this T20 international friendly series. So really need to buckle down now. Long Burns comes out to join Danny Long Martinez. Plays it away. Amardeep Singh makes a stop, no run. A lot of responsibility now on the captain. The rate. Again, you know, even with those wickets, I mean, it's still, I mean, it's under the 10. We saw that Portugal at one point were looking to go at this rate all the way through. So the rate won't bother them if they get a partnership going. There's plenty of time to bat. That's the only sort of beauty here for Spain. I'm liking this field. I wonder if you can just, when the bowler goes back, just have a look at the field that's been set here. It's a very interesting field. Here it is here now. So, of course, still in the power play, but look how close they're on the offside. You've got a short cover in a catching position, putting the pressure on. I think that's Conrad who's in there, and Conrad's going to be into you. Look at him, he's very close. You see him there now. So you can see he's trying to intimidate the batters. And it seems to be working at the moment, so really are putting the squeeze on. Yeah, that's a very interesting field placement for Portugal. I mean, at the moment with Spain, they're not going yet at the moment, no boundary yet. They haven't really started to look comfortable against the bowling. They're under the cosh, if you like, so you can make those changes in the field to add to apply a bit more pressure. And pressure is what they're feeling here as 2 come off that over. Look at those figures at the moment, 2 for 5. And comes Hardy, charges in. Up in the air, should be another. And it will be. And it's that heavy length delivery. Natim Hassam makes no mistake. And Danilo Martinez is going to be the next batter to join 3 others back in the shed. Not a good shot. It's that heavy length rising ball. Hurries him. Maybe he's looking to get this over the top of the infield. He's not able to. Is an easy catch offered. And another wicket does go. 3 off 7. Hardy, as did Rahman before him, picks up another. So both the openers, 2 wickets apiece. New batter comes in is Alec Davidson-Soler. Gets ready to face his first. And now that's a big appeal. And he's gone. It's another first baller. Hardeep goes full and straight. It straps Davidson-Soler on the pad. They go up and they're convinced. And, well, it's a quick delivery. He's late on it. Well, we're going to have a look at this again. He gets across and, yeah, I think that's going to go on. It pitches on. And it's probably going to go on and hit the top of, maybe even flick a bit of middle and leg. Doesn't have to hit just middle. And I think that's a good decision from the umpire. Once again, umpire crew takes his time, has a look. And I think he makes the right decision. 2 in 2. Hardeep Singh is on a hat-trick. And that's the perfect ball, full straight. Interestingly enough, I get the feeling that even side on, I don't know if we got side on this. I mean, looking at that again, I think he might have even been in trouble getting back side on, you know. I think he could have been out, even a run out. But anyway, it doesn't matter. You don't need to have a look because Group Patel's given it. It's another golden. And just as Govinda Singh Bajwa went without scoring, the same has happened there. LBW, and I've got to say, I don't think there was too much doubt there. Hat-trick ball now, and it's Mati-ur Rahman who comes in to face it. It's played away, no run. When you got 2 genuine quick fast bowlers who are bowling well on a nice sunny day, getting good extra bounce, and you're on top, I think as a captain and as a team, as a group, there's no better feeling. And Portugal are on top. That shorter deliveries into the body of Mati. Well, we know that Mati, he hasn't been shy to bang it in on the odd occasion himself, so he's going to get a few of those. But Spain, just take a look at that. 9 for 5. And number 7 has joined the captain out there. Lorne Burns, what must he be thinking? Coming into this match knowing that he really wants to win. But Portugal, oh, they're blowing them away here. Short ball, and that's been put away. Well, he says, I'm going to fight. I'm going to fight all the way. That just bounces before the boundary. That's Ace, the coach. He'll do a little bit of fielding. Good shot. And I like this from Lorne. You could let what's happening around you affect you and shy away from the fight, but he's not. He says, I'll take the fight to you. And opens his account with a boundary. Hardy testing him with the short one. Gets the answer. Might try and go back nice and full again. He does. Well bowled and well played. I think Lorne knew that was coming. That's a ball that's done the damage. It's the end of the 4th over. 5 coming from that one, but also 2 wickets. And Spain, 13 for 5. And of course, remember, we're not sure not 100% sure on the circumstances with Ravi Panchal. Unfortunately, picked up looked like a muscular injury when making a good stop in the field. So if he doesn't come out to bat, then technically you're saying they're 6 down here. 97% to 3%. Portugal favourites here. No surprises there. Rahman to continue. And maybe he has this one and a break, though we did see him yesterday. He did bowl all the way through. Oh, just out of reach. Shadow catch it from everybody. As Matty just sort of pushes this forward, and it sort of goes in the gap between the outstretched hand of the bowler and Conrad, who continues to, there he is, Conrad, continues to make himself feel present in front of the batter. You'll see him get settled down. Slight change in the field here. I noticed that Hassam has come in and they've pushed mid-wicket back, so it's almost like they're saying, right, let's test him with a short ball. That certainly seems to be what they're signalling here, Portugal. It's a half appeal. There is one from Rahman as he beats Lorne here, who's having a bit of a fish at this one. And, but you can see there, Kuldeep Gulaya doesn't entertain it. Back to the mark. Rahman takes his time. Then he comes. Let's have a look at him. His side profile after this delivery. It's a little bit of width. That's played away nicely. That's 4 runs. Gets pitched up, a little bit over pitch, and I think that gets past Conrad before Conrad could move. It's a nice shot. Yeah, it gets in good shape, and once that gets past the infield, goes for 4. Shahidul's seen enough of him and really puts the effort in. He's got a good. Remember when we saw him first time yesterday? It took him. I reckon it took him about over and a half to get into his rhythm. You can see that he probably hadn't played in a while after the sort of break, but he's in that rhythm now. And now asking the question, it could still be out. Oh, that's a very poor throw. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Well, I think Joshua Dos Santos here has thrown this big time. I mean, it's probably worked for Peel, but I think it's going to be pitching outside. But look at that. He was nowhere. Matty was nowhere. He was probably having a little siesta, like the Spanish are known to have. And I even think that Joshua Dos Santos might have even beaten him to the race to the stance. But anyway, that's an opportunity. Just a little tip and go, and they will do it. So it's tiki-taka from Spain. I mean, eventually they'll need more than just singles, but for now, I'm guessing that these two are quite happy just to say, hey, look, let's just stop the wickets falling. Let's have a period of 4 or 5 overs where we just steady the ship, get ourselves in, start seeing the ball, obviously see off the likes of Rahman and Hardeep, and well, maybe have a better time against some of the other bowlers. That would have to be the plan. Short, and that's gone. Oh, it's a one-handed jalebi catch from Kuldeep Gulaya. He sticks out the left mitt and takes the catch. Lorne Burns is going to be gone here, and there we go, Kuldeep Gulaya. Well, I said earlier, he's been feeling it, has Kuldeep. He's not getting any younger, you know, like Conrad, but when needed, the Mr. Evergreens do step up. Conrad with the bat, and Kuldeep Gulaya with a great catch. Goli Mari Gulaya ne Goli Mari. Burns has gone, and well, the fire has been put out as Gulaya takes the catch, and Shahidul Rahman picks up his 3rd wicket. And surely now Spain are really up against it. They needed their captain there. It won't be. Goes for 8 of 9 deliveries. Kuldeep takes a sensational catch. We'll certainly be seeing that on the highlights package. And Rahman, he gets another. Wonderfully done. As, well, Manav Nayak, well, there's a few out there would like to get his scalp. It was the end of the over, by the way. And that one beats Matti, who's searching for it. And Hardeep will continue as well. I get the feeling here now, whether it was the plan or not. Pretty sure that Rahman will probably want to bowl the next over here. I think the way he's going at the moment, you've got to 3 for 11. $20 for 6, but you might as well say 7 because I don't think Ravi, I was told 99% probably won't have a bat. Edge gets away and probably going to get fortunate here. It's a desperate effort from the fielder. Oh no, not another injury. I hope not. Oh, that could be bad. He's holding his shoulder here. That's Rahman of all people. They do not need this injury. Nobody likes to see injuries than that much. Rahman's gone after this. Oh, he's fallen heavily. Oh, now he's receiving a little bit of treatment there on the boundary. Well, maybe he won't bowl the final over. Oh, that hurt him. It's getting some of the hard stuff there. Into the pads, trying to flip this away. Is no ball signalled here? No ball. Must have overstretched. It's very difficult to tell this angle, but the LB definitely not an issue. That ball's always going down, but early call there for Group Patel. Hardeep maybe just trying to steal an extra yard of pace. Bowling here to Maddy. The scorecard does not make for a happy reading for Spain. 25 for 6, 4 of those are extras. It's a nice shot. That's a really nice shot. That's going to be 4 runs. Beautifully played. Matthew Rahman has really stepped up in these few days as a player, bowler, and well, as an all-rounder. His batting's been good. We saw him score good runs in 2 matches. He was a match winner in one of them. He was the MVP in the 3 matches of that European Cricket T10 International Series. So, Manav Nayak, you heard, well, Corey spoke about both of these young men. Manav put in a good, solid performance in that win yesterday. So, are the 2 youngsters gonna really fight back here for Spain? Short, down the leg side, wide, and I think also that's going to be one for the over. So Hardeep, this is the issue that Hardeep we saw him have before. I mean, seems to have changed perhaps the approach. He was going full work for him. I do notice that they have put the fine leg back on the boundary, so maybe that is a bit of a plan. Maybe they feel that that's where you could set Matty up. Nicely played. Nice straight elbow as that one's played out into the offside. Matty takes a single. And he's going to have a chat here with Manav. Like that, look, there's 2 youngsters here, but Matty, the youngster himself, just goes over to Manav and just talks to him. One thing about Manav in that quite a funky knot from him yesterday, that 20 odd he scored, very valuable runs, 26, I think it was, is that he certainly was very energetic. He was like an energy bunny moving around and trying to play sort of little scoop shots and dicing around in his crease. Gets a short one now. Remember, there was one short one that was called a wide because it was over the head, and that's what Manav is asking. He's saying, was that not over the shoulder? I think Manav's got every right to ask. I mean, it's a bit. He does go down here, Manav. So that's the. But I still think, even if he's standing up, I still think that's going over his shoulder. I think perhaps Hardeep gets away with one here, you know, because it was Naeem Malik, the square leg umpire, that called the wide on the height in the short one that went wrong from Hardeep. But no, that one's gone in favour, I think, of Portugal. 31 for 6. That over, the best over that Spain have had so far, the 11 coming from it now. Let's see. You can see how things are panning out. So Spain, I suppose what you could say, they're starting to go in the right direction. And also, looks like Rahman, even after he took that tumble on the boundary, looks okay. But just have a look at the finish, 21. And then after that, the next highest score, scoring over was 15. And then we did have a 14. So it's the power play produced the 51. And this power play produces only 31. All right, power play done. But I don't think Portugal will really look to split the field too much. They were still trying to keep the pressure on. You see that? Conrad is still in close, as is Natim Hassam. Interestingly enough, with Shahid Rahman bowling there to Mati there, the fine leg is not back. They're sticking to third back on the line. So maybe that's not the plan with Rahman bowling. He probably is still going to try and go pretty full at him, or try and keep it short outside the off and get him looking to paddle one to that third. That's nicely played. Once again, nice, good straight elbow. Will get fielded via single. I think interesting one, isn't it? Because pace has worked well here for Portugal. They've got options, haven't they? They could go with Hashu now. I think Hashu would want to come and follow on from where Rahman is bowling from. That might be the plan. Then there's other option, Ankush Kumar, wicket taker. He bowled well from the paddle end or the synagogue end. So they've got options here. Or they could just go with double spin for a couple of overs and see what that happens, and then go back to the quicker bowlers. So interesting. Oh, this could be interesting. Great pickup. And they will get there. It's Conrad gets the throw in. But batters do make it. This scramble, another single. So I'll be keen to see how they go here. I don't know if they'll be tempted to go with another one with Hardeep, or you may do. You may just decide, right, was a bit looser in that third over. It may have been tiring. That's why 11 came from it. But you may feel that it's not worth holding Hardeep back for one. You'd rather get the last big effort from him in the next over and then make your changes. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see how they go here. That rate round about that coming up to that 11 mark. It's going to be a wide ball. Let's go after it. There's Matty. That's going to be one that gets bowled again. Cosmic Nana saying they might not get to 50 at this stage. I think, well, that'll be a huge surprise. But I think there's still good batting there to come. I'm confident, but of course the thing is, I've got to keep repeating. I think you could say that they're 34 for 7, not 6, because I don't think that Ravi Panchal will or should come out to bat. Short. That's that short one, and he plays this nicely, and he is going to get reward, 4 runs. That's well played. So that's that one I thought that we might see from Rahman, just a shorter one outside the off. Doesn't quite get the height on it, and as a result of it, Matty plays a very nice shot, keeps it down, keeps it low, beats Hassam, who's in that catching position, and once it gets past him, it's going to be 4 runs. It's a little bit fuller. Goes for the Yorker. And probably over pitched. He gets a bit fortunate that's not put away, and Amanov knows he has to play a different role to that he played yesterday. Where yesterday he came in, he had to score runs quickly, and he did. Today he has to stay there. That's going to be in his mind. He's thinking about that all the time, and has to keep that in play with his shot selection. And, plays that out. That's wide of Conrad. They'll take the single, and that will conclude a very good fiery spell from Shoda Rahman. I think the first two and a bit overs were electrifying. Did tire, I think, for this one, but still, you'll take that. That's really good bowling. 3 for 20. Spain make it a 40 for 6 at the end of the 7th. Rahman bowls out. Gave them the perfect start with that wicket. And still keeps it nice and tidy. 9 of the over. So his overs went 3 of the first, 2 of the second, 7 and 9. Hardeep's gone 3, 5 and then 11. So as I thought they may do, they are going to make a change and they are going to go for spin. And it's going to be in the form of Rahul Kumar. And so they're going with Rahul before they go with Amandeep. Amandeep bowled very well from this end. So I wonder if that means that Rahul Kumar will go from this end and they will keep pace on at the other end in form of Hashu. We'll have to wait and see. Let's see how Madhav Nayak deals with Kumar. Wait is the call, no run. You can hear the seagulls in the background flying around. Once again, no run. Beautiful sunshine now, glorious afternoon. And, well, here on my, I was going to say sitting on my balcony, but of course you know I don't sit, but walking around on my balcony, doing my little steps while talking to you. Glorious. And, Imans and Yanis in the room. In the, what is the bedroom, but of course the beds and everything being taken out. And the bedside cabinets, by the way, are making up my tables. And there's that inside. It's really novel. And then just down the corridor is my room. So I literally come out of the room and just walk in here. Well, I don't actually. I do go downstairs, have a bit of brekkie and see the players and whatnot. But if I wanted to, I could be straight to work in 15 seconds flat. Quite amazing. And if you do get the opportunity to come out to this part of the world, do it, because Porto it's an amazing place. Really is. And it has, you know, when I read up about Porto, they said it has history, there's culture, there's charm. It's a bustling place, it's a vibrant place, the architecture is amazing, and all of those things get the ticks in the right boxes, because it is. And then of course, if you do like wine, and especially if you like port, it's the place to be, because the port is outstanding as well. What surprised me, I have to say, and I will say this because I think maybe there are a few people who think that port is, you know, something that you drink if you're part of an exclusive clan. Well, not at all. I was very surprised. I mean, we went to Taylor's Port, of course, and once again, thank you to Andy for taking us through that and showing us about the process is. Take it on too, and they should get there, and they will get there. I think Portugal a little bit slow attacking this ball, and I think one or two have made their feelings felt about that as the over comes to an end. And Akuma certainly will be one of them. They get 2 at the end of that. Once a 3 come with that over, 43. Then for 6, I think 2 more overs in the drinks break. It'll be interesting what the talk will be during that time. But yeah, I mean, when you think of, this is what I was going to say here. When you think about the process of the making of port. So first of all, of course, you got the all the grapevines in the Jura Valley, and all the grapes used for making port, especially where we were for Taylor's, are all from that area. They have to be from that area, otherwise it can't be called port. It's not port if the grapes aren't from that area. So you're growing the grapes, and of course a lot of care and attention to growing those grapes. The grapes are then picked, they're then crushed by foot, which takes a long process, and the fermentation. Then it goes into these oak barrels. Now, you know, some of these, that's a good shot. That looks like it's going to beat the fielder. It does. 4 runs. Nicely played. As Man of Night gets his first boundary. It's a bit of a short delivery from Kuma. So Ankush Kuma gets the nod before one or two of the other bowlers. Quite surprisingly, really. But I think they just want to change the pace a little bit, and then maybe when need be or when feel right, maybe after the drinks interval, they might go to some bit more of the more fiery pace of Hashu. It's a better delivery. But yeah, so then the port is then, it's mixed with the brandy spirit. It then sits in the barrels for a long time, and you know, it could be 10 years, and every year the barrel has to be filtered, the segments taken out, it goes back in there. It then goes through the bottling process after it's been blended. That's a lot of years, right? And then these bottles, for example, a really good one. I mean, port, of course, you can get tawny, you can get ruby port. I like ruby port. I remember being a youngster having ruby port like over Christmas time with cheese and biscuits. I do like a ruby. So a really good ruby port then costs, you know, use something like you know, between 12, 15 euros. Of course, you can't get the really expensive ones. That's another nice shot from Manav. Once again, too short from Ankush Kuma. This time it's short and wide. And Manav plays a nice shot. It's good. And that's certainly, those 2 shots right there from Manav Knight will all of a sudden have him bubbling with confidence. He's got a very calm head as Manav. And that's why I think him being there at this point is key. That also brings the 50 up. One, a few people thought the 50 may not happen. It does. Plays the same cut shot again, but this time the fielder has been posted out there. So yeah, so basically you think of all the processes that are involved, and then you pick up one of these bottles for, you know, for under 20 euros, and you think, how they're making money. And the thing is, it's really good stuff. It really is. So yeah, if you like all of that, if you want to learn more about port, if you like port, you've got to come here. And then, of course, you've got to pay a visit to this wonderful established ground here, which has got oozes history. It's like, I said this to Corey, it's like walking into a cricket museum. The pictures on the walls of all various times and generations, the score books are there. You can, you know, appreciate the cricket that was played back in, you know, the 1800s. It's quite remarkable. All the trophies on display, of course, the Kendall Cup that's been played between Lisbon and Porto. You know, that's one of the oldest running cup competitions in the world. You know, it's been played since 1861, and that makes it even older than something like the Ashes. Makes you think, all of that history here. And that's what I think when I'm walking through the clubhouse here, thinking about all the different generations and all the different players that have been there and been sat there and been eating here. It's a marvellous place, it really is. You have the opportunity, I think you've got to come. Okay, where are we at here? So 53 for 6. We've got that's a good over there. 10 coming off that one from Ankush Kuma. And we're seeing a change here now. A quick change as Joshua Dos Santos. I wonder if this is just a little tactic to give the young man a bowl just before the drinks break. That gets played away, and Matty should come back for 2, and he will do. A couple of runs taken. Exciting young player, Joshua Dos Santos. Remember when first saw him in the very first match, which was that T10 international back on day 1. Portugal won, and he took 3 for 17 in that player match performance. It's a short delivery. Leg side fielders all on the boundary. So right here now, you to Matti there. You had long on, mid wicket and square leg back. Now I wonder if they do the same here to Manav. Manav certainly cuts well, so point is back. Though you can see short cover comes back in, not as short as where he started, as Ankush Kumar. And mid wicket and behind square going back as well as long on, long off. So very, I like to call a standard set field after the power play here. Deployed 2 men straight, 2 on the leg side, and a backward point on the boundary. It's an edge and well stopped. Great work. Conrad, he's feeling it, isn't he? Conrad is feeling it. I think every time he that body hits the deck, he gets up and yeah, just watch him here getting up, and he takes a big deep breath, saves the run there. I don't think it had the legs to go to the boundary, but keeps it to just 1. These two came together with the score on 20. So partnership worth 37, and I think both of them are thinking, okay, look, let's get these 3 balls in. We'll get to the drinks interval at the halfway point, and yeah, then see where you go from there. I mean, 119 required. I always find it quite interesting. I know there's a lot of factors to take into account. You know, the one big one is, of course, the boundary size. But I always think, well, if it was a T10 match and you needed, you know, if it stays as it is, 120 for victory, you'll take that. But of course, it's not T10. It's different. Tactics are different. And also, apart from the size of the boundary, you have to take into consideration that you've lost those 6 wickets, or maybe 7, if you take Ravi Panchal's situation into account. So I think Corey will probably just be saying, or the captain there, Long, will say, look guys, you're batting well, you're in, let's just go out there and make a good partnership and let's see where it gets us. And both batters, if they stay there together, and if the rate, yeah, it's climbed to 11, but if both batters stay there together and they don't let that rate go up too much in the first 5 overs, then they can really have a go towards the end there, and who knows, maybe they can make it close. But that's it, and that is the end of the over. That means that we can focus on some other cricket that's coming up. This is the European Cricket League. We had a good look at this. We know that the representative from Portugal is Marlow, and they will be playing there in Group G. And it'll be interesting, I think, because Marlow and Rome, I mean, Italy, so Portugal, Italy, 2 countries that play a lot of this format. So will be exciting. And, well, for me, Pakake Balonana, congratulations to them. And I think they were probably one of the last teams to be confirmed. And they are in with the Zurich Nomads, Brno, Zagreb Assassins, and Budapest Blinders. And I know the Blinders, they've got some good players of their own. And I think, of course, don't forget that every club is allowed 2 wild cards. And, yeah, they can make a huge difference. So when it comes to the wild cards, it can come down to who you know. And that could make a very big difference as well. So 59 for 6 is the way that it stands here at the moment. And while there is a break here, I know that we will say some goodbyes later, but I know some people do need to shoot off straight after the match is done. So I want to say a massive thank you to everybody that's been involved with the cricket here. I know a lot of people have come down to the ground. Steve McVeigh, I see he's on the chat. It was great to see Steve here enjoying the cricket. I know that he's now ready to follow it in Coimbra, and looks like he made a safe journey back there. But yeah, to everybody that's tuned in, it's been wonderful. It really has. So many new people as well, and I had the feeling that would happen because I think people following us during the break because of some of the cricket or some of those highlights that were shown or really did go up in numbers. So it's good to have the new people that have joined our family. And, you know, I often say, you know, do get in touch, do get involved. So if you are watching, if you are able to get onto the YouTube chat, do so. Get on the chat, say hello, do subscribe. Our numbers are always going up and we want to keep it that way. Do subscribe and tell your friends and tell your family to get involved as well. The more, the merrier. So a big thank you to everybody. And also, I know we'll say it later, but a big thank you to the Porto Cricket and Lawn Tennis Club for being a marvellous host and for looking after us. And once again, can't fault a thing. It's been wonderful and a great effort from everybody this morning to get the ground sorted and some cricket happening in that first match, that five-a-side smash, I think we call it. And Kuchkuma will continue. The first over went for 10. Here's Kuma to Manav, who gets this one away. We'll take the single. Now let's see if we see. I think it'd be probably too soon to see if there's any different approach here, tactically wise, from Spain. I think possibly try to keep it as is going the next 3 overs, but at the same time, every time you're not hitting that 11 per over, the rate is going up. So that's got to be in their mind. So maybe it's a case of, look, let's see out 3 more overs, then really go for it and see where that gets us. Upish and gone. And that's a wicket. It's a soft dismissal, really. We've seen Mati play some of these shots where he's just got into position. He's played it with a nice straight elbow, but this time round he goes, he sort of slices it. And Conrad Greenshields, who's been positioned in that spot, takes the catch. He ain't going to drop him. If you've seen those hands of Conrad, when that ball gets anywhere near him, they're going to get snapped up. And that was not the plan. And Kuchkuma picks up the wicket. And it's the big wicket, really, of Matthew Rahman, who, well, they often say, straight after drinks, there comes a wicket. And it seems to be the case here. Matthew Rahman goes for 25 of the 22 deliveries that he faced. Conrad, he's having a good series, isn't he? And I know that Corey was saying, and you know, he's been having a bit of a laugh with Conrad, saying, "Come on, you know, they know you by now. What, you know, why are you playing? You know, blah blah blah." It's a friendly, and I think it's all about Ace, the current coach. Never seen Conrad. Remember, when I was talking about Conrad's stats, he's almost on 3,000 runs in T10 cricket, but in T20 there were no stats on him. So remember, he's probably only just qualified. So it's quite right that they want to see how he performs, and I think he's performed very well. And oh yeah, stay there. So this is Lopez, who's coming at number 8. So yeah, he's had a good one, as Conrad. Christopher Julian Lopez coming in. Number 9, and another left-hander, but also another young kid. I think he bowled very well. 19 years of age. And you can see the field now starting to coming closer. I think you see, because there's that defensive mindset from Lopez. Notice there that Conrad and a few others just did come in a lot closer to try and entice Lopez to try and go over the top. It's not to be. It's another over. Not quite the over, actually. Thought it was, but one to come. And he does play the shot. The chase is going to be on here. I wonder if they look to go for 2. They will do, and they'll get it because the fielder is having trouble picking it up. Picking the putt anyway. Jidda Suwede Suwede Sabani Farundana. ਉਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, ਮੈਂ ਚੱਕਣ ਲੱਗਾ ਉਧਰ ਚਲ ਗਿਆ, ਚੱਕਣ ਲੱਗਾ ਉੱਧਰ ਚਲ ਗਿਆ, ਪਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਇਆ ਯਾਰ, ਕੀ ਕਰਾਂ? Yep, couldn't get it. Said it was like a bar of soap, says the fielder. And a nice moment there. Lopez gets off the mark with a couple. And 11th over comes to an end, 62. Then for 7. Good over from Kuma. 10 came off his first. That one, only the 3. And looks like that Joshua Dos Santos will continue at the other end, liking that. I think until there's any reason to be concerned, they can afford to do that, and then if they have to change it, they can. It's going to be, I mean, by my calculations, he's going to be, what, 17? Yeah, I think he's going to be 17 in April, Joshua Dos Santos. So what a moment this is for him. And remember, he picked up those 3 wickets. It's quite amazing, really, isn't it? I mean, I know that Corey was talking about the youngsters in the Spanish side, you know, the average age about 23, I think Corey said. Well, Portugal is a bit higher than that. It's supposed to be Kuldik Gulai and Conrad Greenshields in the side, but they've still got the youngsters as well, haven't they? And I think they're very excited about Joshua Dos Santos. And seems to have shortened his run up a little bit from when we saw him on day 1. That's picked up pretty well. It's a nice looking shot. It may not go to the boundary, you know, and it doesn't. It just plugs. They may be thinking about the 3rd. It's a good pick up and throw. They will get home. That's very well run. The joys of youth, as one of Nayak and Lopez run 3. I think that's probably the first 3. First 3 of our time here in Porto. I'm pretty sure of it. But well run. Well, nice shot played as well. There's a risk-free shot from Lopez. There's the field's all in, and he was able to just to work that away. Manav. I feel that he's holding himself. He'd love to really play some shots, I think. But I think at the same time, he knows that he's got to try and stay there. That's a really good delivery. Let's have a look at this. This ain't that far away from the edge. Let's have a look at that. Oh, well bowled and hits the seam and comes back in a little bit. Good delivery. Yeah. Dos Santos back to his mark. He's got a good following as well in the crowd. I'm sure he's been egged on. Slightly shorter. It's played away. Lopez waiting for a reaction from Manav. Whether they want to take the run or not. In the end, they decide. Or Manav decides, no, let's stay there. 16 of 18 deliveries now. That's a nice looking shot. Rocks back, plays it away, and with no fielder back there, they've got a fielder on the boundary behind square, but no orthodox square leg. No mid-wicket either, so as soon as it's short, it's a risk-free shot. Nicely played from Manav. He gets himself into the 20s now. Portugal, I mean, if you look at everything, the wickets down, the score, the rate required, the win predictor, 99 to 1%. I mean, they are and should cruise to victory. Well, I always like to see that from the old youngsters. As Dos Santos just making sure that Manav Nayak gets back in his crease. But I think in the back of the mind, I mean, just the Jam Shazad is probably thinking, all right, I'm taking nothing for granted here. I've been here before. You know, we've been here before, and looks like we should win. but it hasn't happened. And Najam Shazad, by the way, is, of course, watching from the sidelines because Dhaval Kumar Noratam is, of course, the captain in this one. But still, they know what's happened. And I can see and Najam Shazad sat there with the coaching staff, and I think that's probably what he's thinking in his head. He's thinking, all right, yeah, but we thought we were there in one of the matches in the T10 International. We thought we were there yesterday in the second match, but so we're not going to until it's done. And that's a really good shot. What a lovely shot this is from Lopez. Beautifully played. Well, we saw him flick one over the top of the inner ring in the last over. And this time, all along the deck, timed beautifully. And that's 4 runs. Lovely shot. So, yeah, they're not taking anything for granted here at the moment. Just soft hands here. So this is now Hassan. Let's have a look at Hassan. Fairly upright. You can see he's... Oh. Now, I wonder, just couldn't see the angle there. Looks like that foot stays behind the line. Good bit of turn here, actually. And bounce. That's the thing, I think, more than anything about bounce. But that foot just gets it down in time. You can see that from this angle. Let's group it down, putting the bails back on. So, Nadim Hassam having a bit of bowl. That's short and hit pretty well. Manov takes a gentle stroll to get to the other end. Field changes around slightly here as Manov, he does like to play that cut shot, so they've got like a sweeper. The point is on the boundary, got a backward point in, got a third on the ring, 45. And it's again nicely played. It's a chase for the fielders. It will be just 2 runs. It's good batting. Having a look at where those fielders are, and he knows that if you can get it elevated over Conrad, then it's definitely got 2 if the ball doesn't go to the boundary. Let's gets a swivel on this. We'll take the single. It's almost Rahul Kumar gets the throw in. Is there an opportunity being taken here by Dhaval Kumar to just rotate the bowlers as well? And you know, he can do this because, you know, over after over, you can see that though these two are putting a, once again, good partnership together, they're not scoring at the rate that they need to. So the rate is always going upwards, and as long as that rate keeps going upwards, I think Dhaval Kumar Noratam will keep making the changes. He knows he's got bowlers to call back, or good bowlers to call back if he has to. So, for example, that one there from Hassam goes for 8, as did Dos Santos the over before. Kumar's 11th over after the drinks went for 3 and, of course, picked up the important wicket. So, Joshua Dos Santos to bowl. Over number 14. Let's go for 14 off the 2 that he's bowled so far, and got a good ball through earlier to Manov. Interesting field. I mean, it's both you got long on inside and long off is halfway between the circle and the boundary. Up in the air, but still nobody back there. This one plugs. There will come back for 2. Yeah, it is an interesting field. There's nobody back on the boundary sort of behind the keeper. They've got square leg back. Mid wicket's been left open. It's almost like they're challenging the batters to go over the top. I mean, having long off in between the 30-yard circle and the boundary, that's an interesting one. If it goes over him and doesn't go to the boundary, or if it goes over him and drops for 4, then you think, well, if he was back there, he'll take the catch. And if he drops inside the circle, just in front, it's a catching opportunity. So it's an interesting field placement. So put everybody sort of in a kind of a catching position, but it's all about saying to the youngsters, saying, all right, look, it's there if you want it, but you got to get it right. And that's another one that's going to go into that vacant area. It's going to just hold up before the boundary. It's going to be 2 more. You can see a few people now having a little look at the captain and say, hey, shouldn't we move? Yeah, they are. Finally, it looks like Connor Greenshields. Now, whether he has been told to or decides that he's going to anyway, he does go in that area. I suppose it makes sense after a couple have gone over the top in that part of the ground. Might have Nike now may opt to do something a little bit different. Depends on the delivery that comes his way. That's well bowled. Good ball. And no run. Good comeback. He's got some good variations, hasn't he, Joshua? And that was definitely like the quicker one. There he is, young man. What a moment for him. How proud must his family be. And also what a good advert this is for all the youngsters around the world. And that are tuning in, seeing that it can be done. You know, youngster, 16 years of age, and here he is, playing for Portugal. Well bowled again. Might have Nike. Oh, wide call. Taking a long time to call this one, Hoop Patel. So, oh, well, by our regs, actually, give him credit, does call it straight away. But I do think that goes over the line. Well, that has to be bowled again. Straight to the fielder, no run, good pickup. That's why that field is kept tight. So you see there that the fielder behind point and point very close to each other is because they feel, especially with Manav, that a lot of those, he's going to play a lot of shots in that window off the field, sort of that third man to point area. So they've got an extra fielder in there. But again, it's tempting him to go over the top and saying, well, we're here. If you want to go over the top of us, you get your boundary. But if you don't, we're not going to give you anything. Well bowled again. They're going to have to scarper through for just a single. Really well bowled. End of the third over from Joshua. And gone just for the 20. And the pressure on Spain keeps building. 84 for 7. Tidy stuff from Joshua. Just the 1 wide in there, but other than that, only conceding just the 6 runs, and that's way short of what Spain need. And little by little, the rate keeps going up, and now, of course, has gone past that 15 mark. As I said, it's almost going up half a run every over because they're not getting that. And I think if now really, what this, you've got these 6 overs to go. I think now's the time. Now's the time if you're gonna make a fight for trying to win the match. Now's the time to probably try and go. That's hit pretty well, but that goes into the part of the ground that's well shaded from the sun as the sun does start to come down. Just a single. Hassam continues. Goes for it now. Does he get plenty of this? Oh, he does. What a shot from Lopez. And he just saw before that ball, a couple of the fielders saying, come on, come in. So they bring the field in. But Lopez, he's played some nice shots on this leg side, and he gets this proper. He says, all right, you can bring him in, but I'll go over the top. I'm not shy. Good hit. It's a Maximo. That one goes all the way. What a good hit that is. I'm going to look how many sixes has been in this innings, and I can tell you that is the first 6 of the innings, and it comes from young Lopez, who moves to 16. Well struck, but well stopped. Yeah, it's getting a little bit tricky now for myself to see all of these with that sun being where it is. Squinting like a good hit. Has he got the distance on this? And now it plugs. They'll come back for, looks like 2. In comes the throw. They're not going to be able to turn and go for the 3rd this time. But, uses his feet, doesn't get the middle of the bat, and it just drops in front. They want to take this. I don't think that was on, actually. It's a good early call from one of them to say no, go back. It doesn't get the middle there. Field changes around again. Slightly better over in terms of runs from it. 10 from it so far. A boundary here would be good. They're not going to get a boundary. They'll push. Maybe they'll try and turn this into 2. They and ah about it, but decide not to. Can't really try to do that with the number of wickets that have been lost. So the 11 come from it. It's a better one, but still behind what it needs to be. 95 for 7. These two came together with a score just in the 50s. Now let's take a look at what's happening tomorrow. And it is the start of cricket in Malta, and we've got those T20 International Tri-Series. And see, Hungary will start off against Malta, and then Austria will be in action in match number 2. Vinny Sandhu will be there to talk you through the action. I think Tina will be joining Vinny as well. So we've got cricket starting, and then of course we have got night action from Portugal as well. There at the Miranda de Corbo Cricket Ground in Coimbra. So you get the T20 Internationals to start off with. It's just over the fielder. Good shot, and the ball will make its way over the boundary. There's Stefan Gooch. And, gets that one back kindly. So Manav, nice shot, nicely played. There's Joshua bowling his final over. Goes for a boundary. I wonder if this is where they'll go for it. So yeah, so got action for Malta, the lovely Marseille International Cricket Ground there, and I think that'd be a really good series. Hungary and Austria, 2 very good teams. Malta are going through a little bit of a change. I think we saw that when we saw them at the ECC. It didn't go well for them, but it's all about change, and you know they've got to stick to their plans. So wish the teams well there, and of course do join Vinny there at the start of those, and of course join Phil G in the evening for the night series as well. So plenty of cricket coming your way. There'll be T20 internationals, of course, there in Malta. Also T10 internationals, so they'll do it slightly different to the way we've done it here. We started with 1 day of T10 internationals, and then the European Cricket Series will start, which I will be part of. I'll get there around about the 8th to start things off, or just the day before. It's a wide ball. Just sort of loses it. I think he tries to bowl the slower delivery, actually. Rolls his fingers around it, but just doesn't get it in the right place. 100 comes up then for Spain. And I think many of you at one point didn't think that was going to happen. So 100 up. Still 76 and 28. Needing to go above 16s now. That's a nice looking shot. Gets just a single all along the deck. Just a single this time round. Sun now starting to cause a few issues for some of the fielders, particularly if you're in that to the left-hander here, if you're in mid-wicket or long on. Both, they're still keeping that open for Lopez. Lopez does like to go over the top on the leg side, but they're leaving it open. They're still saying, look, it's there if you want it. They're wanting to keep the field in tight, It's almost like they're saying, well, you know, if they're brave enough to go over the top, let them. But we don't want to give singles away. Joshua just waiting for the field to, Joshua does want to push. He does want to push one back. You can see he's having a chat. Yeah, so looks like the mid-wicket. He wants the mid-wicket back and bring up Rahul Kumar, who was behind square. Good wrist work. That gets played away on the offside this time. Slight misfield, but Amandeep does recover. Take the single. I think it's those earlier wickets that fell. You know, it was a disastrous start with Bajwa going very first ball, and then the very next over Hardeep got the wicket of Charlie. Danny Long Martinez then would go also, as well as Adnan Tahir. Just the top five, if you like, just never really got going. Taking a cheeky one on here, and we'll comfortably get there. I say top five, I should really say, got to really say the top six. Alex Davis and Soler was LBW to Hardeep as well. So, and it's when you collapse like that, it's very, very difficult to come back. And I think you got to give some credit to the Spanish youngsters, you know, Mati, Manav, Lopez here, for the way that they've come back. It shows a lot of character, really, doesn't it? Because it's very easy, I think. That's a really good shot. Has he got the legs? Well, it doesn't look so. It's just going to be a couple, which is unfortunate. He plays that really well. He's shown that Lopez, and he has got all the shots. We saw him initially start by playing some really good flicks on the leg side. And now, because he's seeing that they're trying to set the trap on the leg side to him, he's playing some delightful shots on the off. He's unlucky not to get a boundary there. And that brings the end to the spell of Joshua. And doesn't pick up a wicket, but look, he should be very happy with that spell. And, he's 4 overs going for 30 as Spain moved to 105 for 7 at the end of 11. And you can see that they haven't been able to creep up there. The gap has stayed the same from around about that 7th over onwards. One thing they have done, though, is they haven't lost as many wickets. Just look what happened in the first 5, 6 wickets going down there. And that's what I mean, to recover from that is hard work. And that's not a good ball. That one will be 4 runs. Gandhi ball, really. And gets the treatment. And that comes out completely wrong. Thank you very much. We'll have some more of those. I think something with this innings is just coming to a sort of gentle close with Portugal well on top. If Spain can just get one really good over, that'll certainly get the boys behind them and making some noise. And maybe it might just fluster Portugal a little bit at the moment. They're trying to find where that ball goes as Hassam doesn't bowl a good one there, and it gets put away. It does get found. And there's Kroot showing off his greeting skills as he takes a nice catch. As the ball gets thrown to him. Okay, all right, back to it here. Madhav Nayak, 40 of 35. Plays it down the ground, gentle stroke, takes a single. It's been a very mature innings, isn't it, from both of these two batters, considering how young they are. And I think I was in the process of saying it's very easy sometimes for them to turn around and say, well, look, you know, it's not our fault we're in this position. The batters got blown away, so, you know, we're going to have some fun. We get out. But they haven't done that. They've played really well. That's another nice-looking shot. Once again, the outfield just slows that one down. So it's a good shot for one, but it is a good shot. And Lopez, as I say, does play well. And this is very encouraging for the Spanish setup to see Two youngsters batting so well. It gets a little bit of an edge. It should come back for a couple here. I think they will. Yeah, Manav running quick and fast to the danger end and gets there quite comfortably. Portugal pretty quiet themselves. They sense that the victory is here, and of course with that victory they will be triumphant in this T20 friendly international series. They will win 3 out of the 4 matches. Of course yesterday it was 2 full T20s. Today of course we had to start with, because of the weather, with a sort of 5-over bash, which well, talk about bash, it was a bash. It was a smash from Portugal as they won that quite comfortably. And then really down to 2 good performances. Conrad Greenshields and the captain in this match, Davulkuma Nuratam, they are going to, you would imagine, go on and win this quite comfortably. Spain just started awfully. They just couldn't recover from it, and you can understand that. But I like the way that rather than just give up, and you know, there was a few of us were saying they might just get skittled here for 50. You know, it was very possible. But these two, and also Matthew Romano scored 25. They showed good character to go out there and say, you know what, look, match is not on, but that doesn't mean then there can't be any highlights from it, and that's the important thing. You know, there can be a highlight from it. I mean, already I think Manav, if he gets a half century, that'd be big. You know, first international 50 for him. But even now, where he's got to is good. Goes for this, is up in the air, and that's going to be out. Lopez is going to fall to Raul Kuma, who picked up his first wicket. He bowled one over before, he went for 3. And after bowling that over, they went to Santos, but they bring him back and he gets a wicket. That's going to be the end of Christopher Lopez. But once again, I think he'll get good applause because he really has worked hard, and he's played some really nice shots as well. You can hear the applause there. Well done to him. Really good effort, good knock from him. And he will depart though. It's an easy catch from Hassam, and Kuma picks up a wicket. And Lopez, 1-6, the only 6 of the innings, by the way. A 1-4 to his name as Murad Ali. Next batter in, he just pushes at this one. It's an interesting one. I think if they'd gone by the field that they had for majority of the innings, that probably would have been a straight into the hands of Conrad. Kuma. This one is interesting if this is caught anything or not, or whether it's going to be called a wide. Let's see what the umpire, it looks like the umpire signal does catch a little bit of the glove or bit of the bat. So that will be credited to Manav. Pushes at this, no run. And Upal Tharanga celebrates his birthday today. He's a left-handed opener, born today. That gets worked away, be a single, and he created a stir with 200s and a half century in Sri Lanka's 5-0 victory over England in 2006. He scored 3 more half centuries in the 2007 World Cup. And while his one-day batting remained consistent, his test form did dip, and he was dodged by being inconsistent. He was dropped for 4 months, but after a tour to Australia, but he struck a scintillating Oh, we'll just get back in there. Scintillating 174 in Kingston on his return. And while he continued to play one-day internationals, it was nearly 7 years before he played another test. That was against South Africa in 2014, whereupon he made 83. Born today, Upal Tharanga. Born today in 1985. Happy birthday to you. And of course, mentioned before already, it's a good day if you like Yorkshire puddings, especially in England. Yorkshire pudding day today. Get those Yorkshire puddings out. Highlights are everything. I think one of yesterday, 3 wickets, 26 quick-fire runs when he had to. And today, he's had to show a different side of him. And that side has seen him. It's on the verge of a half-century 46, and also took 4 wickets. But he's put this in the air, but he's going to get lucky. He'll get lucky and get the single. It could have gone anywhere, could have gone to hand. So that 50 is still on. And it's nothing to shy away. It's an international 50. Be it that this is a friendly series, and of course, repeat, it's not an ICC ranking series, but 50 is a 50. All right, Murad Ali now on strike, and you can see Manav is probably saying away, don't do anything silly, Murad. And they're asking, and not out. Let's have a look at this again. Now you can see Amandeep Singh is certain, and so is Kuldeep Gulaya, that there's something on this. They're sure they've got their man. Everybody's appealing. Look at Conrad there. And I don't think we're going to see too much here. But what matters what the umpire thinks. That's in the air. And that one not going to carry. Just dropped short of Ankush Kumar. Now, Manav, what does he do here? Couple of balls still to come. That's a nice looking shot. Gets it out. Right. Will he come back? He will. So 2 more. And now, I suppose ideally, we're looking to stroke this away for a single. And look at them all there standing. That's a lovely sight. And he wants to go for it. Will he get there? He should. And he will. And well batted. Really well batted. Spain haven't had too much to cheer for here. But the young Manav Nayak, he raises his bat in appreciation of a half-century. He's worked hard. He got out there when his team were in disarray. Well, there he is, 50. And don't forget, also, he's taken 4 wickets in this match as well. 50 or 44. And Spain with 19 overs complete. 124 for 8. You got to take those little wins, haven't you? I mean, they're going to go down in this match by a long way. But take the highlights. And that's hit beautifully. Lovely shot. And now it's time for him to go big. Now he can. Last over. You might as well have a go and have some fun. And that first one is belted away. The first one from Kumar. And good hit. 6 runs, only the second off the innings. The last one was from the man who was his partner for a long time, Lopez. It plays that nicely. And it's not hesitating to give the strike to Murad. And who hits this pretty well. He'll get a single. He will. So, coming to the end, 3 balls to go. Hope you really enjoyed this series. I know that some of you may stick around to the end. If you do, and then we will say our goodbyes. But it's been wonderful to be here. It's been a wonderful experience. Not just some T10 action, but T20 between these two teams, the hosts, Portugal and Spain, and in a new venue. And I hope we're going to see a lot more of this Porto cricket And lawn tennis go, well, that's a nice looking hit. It's high. And it's going to drop just before the fielder. So, played away. Well, I think that one doesn't come out the middle. You can see that Murad is shaking his hands. But Portugal, after losing the T10 internationals, they win this T20 friendly. Good catch. Here's another one. And Conrad Greenshields, he does it again. And, well, how about that? It's a little bit about the young and the old. Manaf Nayak, who's been outstanding youngster. Well, he's taken 4 wickets and scored a 50. And Conrad Greenshields, well, he's not a youngster. He's Mr. Evergreen. He's shown that it's not just all about the youngsters. That us older guys have got a little bit in us as well, as he takes his second catch in a similar situation like this. And after scoring 61 and helping Portugal get to that 175 and win this match, he then takes the catch and he removes Manaf Nayak, out of the final ball there, going for 58 of 48 deliveries. But what a really good knock that is from him. And like I say, when you lose a match like this, and you lose that really in the first 5 overs, there's no doubt about that. You know, when you're 6 down in 5 with just 30 on the board, you're never going to come back from it. But they could have been skittled away. It could have been embarrassing. But thanks to Matthew Rahman and Christopher William Lopez, and also there a fine half century from Manaf Nayak, they at least do bat out the overs and make it respectable. But the beginning was just brutal. It was absolutely brutal from Rahman and Hardy. The first 4 overs, really, there was no answer to it. They were reduced to 13 for 5 at the end of 4, and there was no let up really. Lorne Burns, who on several occasions has come out and made the difference, even he wasn't able to do so. And well, that was the LBW, but I do also believe that Alex Davison-Soler probably wouldn't have got back in his crease, and I don't think he did. So if the LB wasn't given, they certainly would have been asking the square leg umpire about the run out. And that was a disappointment for Lorne Burns. It's a really good sharp catch there from Kuldeep Gulaya. I'm talking about Conrad Greenshields and his acrobatics. But don't forget that catch from Kuldeep Gulaya as well. Shadu Rahman does well not to hurt himself there. He thought for a moment that he could have been another casualty, but it was okay. He came back and bowled his last over. But then we started to see a little bit of, I wouldn't quite call it a fight back from Spain, but I think you could call it a little bit of coming back and making it respectable. There was the disappointment you can see from the wicket going down, because you have to say that Matty had batted very well for his 25, and then he just chips that one really to Conrad. I think on another day, Matty's screaming that, he's hitting it hard, but today he's probably feeling, no, don't do it, I have to stay here, and he gets out. But they gave an opportunity to another batter, and Lopez certainly didn't disappoint. Played some really nice shots. He started on playing some nice ones on the leg side, then some on the off, but he would eventually hoik out. But it was the man who's got no number on his back, Manaf Nayak, that did shine here today. He had a very good day yesterday. Remember, you will know that I was calling him my player of the match in that win, match number 2 yesterday, when he bowled very well, took 3 wickets for 20 and also scored 26 valuable runs. But today it's another good performance from him, but a little bit in vain, you have to say. I mean, he bowled particularly well, and 4 for 40. Just that last over, remember, went for 21. Otherwise, it would have been, I mean, it's still very good figures. And then with the bat, you can see there, he scores a fine 50. But shout out to Matty there also, and to Manaf, and also to Lopez. All the young players that I know, when we had Corey up here earlier, Corey talked about them as well, and saying, just how good it is to have these young players, not just playing, but performing. And again, though it's not a win, they perform under pressure. Portugal then win by 41 runs, and that means that they will be the winners of this T20 friendly international matches, and in the end they do it by 3-1. So it was the the visitors, if you like, Spain, that win the T10 International Series. They came from behind, remember, to win that 3-1. But Portugal, the home side, they hold on to a victory there in a very exciting and entertaining series. And I suppose it gets to that point where it's time to say our goodbyes. And I just want to say it's been absolutely fantastic. We've had a wonderful time here. You know, when you're going somewhere new, you never really know where and what is going to end up like. But a lot of people have been talking to me over the years, I have to say, from the first time that I was in Portugal and I went to Coimbra, and they said, you got to go to the Porto cricket ground. It is something sensational. And I've heard about it. I've heard about the Kendall Cup that's been played since 1861, one of the longest cup competitions in the world. So I wanted to be here. What a way to start a 2025 season between the matches between Portugal and Spain. The T10 victories for Spain. They win that series 3-1, but then how about that, Portugal? They hold on to it this time. I think the weather did spoil it a little bit this morning. We had to have a 5-over batch, which Portugal won quite handsomely. But look at the sun that came out afterwards. And I think a ground like this, the sun has to come out to show how glorious it is. And it did in the end. I want to say a big thank you to everybody here at the Porto Cricket and Lawn Tennis Club. You have all been absolutely wonderful, and you've made our stay brilliantly. You've looked after us well, and I want to thank the caterers. I want to thank the bar staff, and of course we've stayed here as well. So I want to thank the hotel staff as well for looking after us really well. We've had some wonderful meals. We've had a great time, and it's not only just a ground or a hotel. It's like a museum. The things that you find here are absolutely amazing. I'm loving the history. And of course, it's great to be in Porto for the first time as well. I learnt a lot about Porto. And of course, we learnt a lot about the port wine as well. Big thank you to the umpires. I think they did really well. To Naeem Malik, to Krup Patel, Stefan Gooch involved there as well. I think everybody was outstanding on that front. A big shout out to the European Cricket Network crew. And as you'd expect, start of the season, but no glitches, 100% top quality from all of you guys. And I have to say the same about our friends at Two Circles. I think the production guys did a wonderful job as well. And spare a thought for them, because they leave here tonight after packing up. Don't know what time that will be, but they drive all the way to Miranda de Cuba and set up there to start things off tomorrow night. So that's dedication for you. But more importantly, I want to say a massive thank you to all of you. You know who you are and where you are. And your interaction over the last few days has been absolutely fantastic. It's great to be back with you. And I know that you'll be there tomorrow as well in Malta. We can have a quick look at what's happening in Malta tomorrow. Of course, we're going to start the T20 International Tri-Series. We're going to start off with Hungary taking on Malta, then Austria will be playing the second match there. Vinny Sandy will be there to talk you through those matches. I know Tina Goff will be there as well. And our very own Phil G will be in Portugal to talk you through the night series. So that's it from me. Quite sadly, going to have to leave, but I am looking to coming back. Thank you very much. Thank you for watching. And like I always like to say, be good, be kind, be safe, be happy. Shukriya. Thank you for watching, and thank you for your support of the European Cricket Network. I'll see you in Malta.